Hi, and good afternoon, everybody. How y'all doing today? Meteorologist Greg Majeski back with you here. Hopefully everything's working good. Yeah, there we go. And we are going to be watching this severe weather here for today as we're kind of focusing here on Alabama. I've had a very interesting last couple of days. I'll share with you guys, for you folks here on the YouTube channel and everything else. We'll see how many folks we go over from my new Facebook page that I had to relaunch. This will be my third I've had to launch. But apparently I had some issues with the naming of my last channel that caused a big billion-dollar corporation in Metro Atlanta, who owns one of the TV stations locally, to say, hey, you can't use those two words because we trademark them. And they basically had Facebook blow up my page, took it down, and I'm starting all over again. So, yeah, we're doing it all over again on Facebook. So, but we've almost got 1,000 back on there. We're going through there, and we're going to continue to watch the coverage here for this afternoon. So hopefully my alerts are working fine here. So we'll keep a watchful eye on this. Again, we got a very strong, powerful line here coming in with the warnings there coming in toward coming into Alabama right now. So very impressive line. This is what we call an MCS. It's kind of a multi-cellular severe line of storms. They're kind of feeding off each other. Coming in at max daytime heating too. So look at all the wind damage reports behind this thing. So these little black dots, those are all wind damage reports coming in here. You saying the volume's down a little bit? I will try to see what's going on with that. Showing my level pretty good here. My mic is pegging off high. Still says volume, huh? Not sure what's causing that. Hold on one second, guys. Just hold on. Let me see let's try the audio settings here. All right, let's see. Sound mixture options here. I'm maxed out. Let's see, input device. Let's try. All right, is that better? It said it was on the other one. I'm not sure. All right, I hope that's better. It was showing the input device being my other one, so hopefully that'll be the problem there. Anyway. All right. Well, Courtney says it's fine for her. Hopefully somebody's good there with their audio there. Sorry about that. So we got this pretty good line. It looks like it's coming in a little bit faster than what the models this morning were kind of showing. I mean, it's 3 o'clock and it's in the middle of the state, so maybe an hour ahead of schedule, I think, a little bit. So moving just a little bit faster. But again, you can see this very impressive line coming on through, and we're going to have another series of these storms, I think, coming into the southeast again, going in toward Monday. We're just in that time of year. You've got plenty of warm air. It is pretty hot, pretty humid outside. So, I mean, temperatures out there are, well into the upper 80s into like the Atlanta area right now. So, very, very moist and instability. Got plenty of heat for these storms to feed off there. So, we do have the severe thunderstorm watch there. It goes until 6 o'clock Central Daylight Time. We will have a new watch box that'll be coming up for most of North Georgia here with these storms coming on through here in a little bit. So let me do a couple things here. Remember, you guys got to do me the favor here. Let me get my things ready for this live streaming here. Stand by here for a second so I can drag this thing over where it needs to go. And I got to keep a watchful eye on our YouTube feed here. There we go. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed. I'm also going to be continuing to put in the chat there, my new Facebook page for folks to kind of follow. All right, we got a new warning here. Let's go take a look, see what's going on here. This is up in here toward the north here. Let's go back into this here. Again, this is up into Tennessee, getting into Tennessee here. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning now for northwestern Madison, northeastern Limestone, southeastern Moore, Lincoln County, and western Franklin County. It goes till 3 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles west of Ardmore or 12 miles south of Pulaski, moving east at 55. It's kind of weird that volume is that doggone low, but I want to turn that up a little higher so I can at least hear it. And I've got that maxed all the way up, so I'm not sure what the lower volume is on the alert system is, but we'll just go with what we got for right now. Again, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, hit that. And the other thing I was getting ready to do here is I was going to give you my new Facebook page for those who want to have, if you do have an interest and you want to follow it. I had to change my name because the 2 words in my other page, like I told you before, apparently was copyrighted. And they actually lawyered up and got Facebook to blow up my other page. Didn't say, hey, by the way, you're infringing on trademark and we're going to have to take your page. No, I didn't even have an option. They just basically blew up my other page and everything else. So I think it's kind of funny that you get a big billion-dollar corporation picking on a semi-retired guy sitting here in North Georgia in a home office here studio, and they blow that up. And another thing that's kind of interesting is I'm sitting there with Facebook. Facebook is so weird. You get a new page that's going, and like right now, I can't even share the link of my broadcast over on Facebook. I could do it as an event, but I can't even share the link because it deletes it and says it's spam or something. So, I mean, Facebook won't even let you do live there until you're like 60 days old. And now I can't even share this broadcast over there. I think it's coming through as an event because I have it scheduled as an event. So hopefully some folks can come over and find us. But I can't just do what I typically do, which is do a nice little posting on here, put the comment on the thing as a link because it's deleting it right on out. So it just started doing that when I noticed it doing it today. So can't go there and do that, but we'll do the best we can. Beverly was saying our storm has already went through Lawrence County, Alabama. Well, hopefully you guys didn't have any big problems there with that storm as it was moving on through. But a lot of storm reports back behind here. In fact, let me see if I can get the latest storm reports up here. Let's see if that's showing up here. That was yesterday. So hold on, let me switch that over to today. Let me update that real quick. And there's been a lot of wind reports with this thing so far. Look at a big cluster of them there. We've had 28 so far. A lot of them they're coming out of Mississippi and coming in Alabama. So quite a few storm reports there. But I just think it's kind of funny, I guess anything that they can try to pick on. I guess you get the big channels like the Max Velocities, Ryan Halls of the world, and now at the local level, even the local stations are feeling threatened. So they feel it necessary to pay a lawyer firm thousands of dollars to try to take me out, which I thought just blows my mind. I mean, why bother? How about just a simple phone call or an email, man? I mean, that's all they had to do. It's like, oh, need to change your name? I'll do that. AJ Duke's in the house from LaGrange. I'm gonna tell you guys there who are watching out of Georgia for our coverage here today is I'm gonna be getting a little more aggressive here as far as what I'm doing to grow my Facebook channel. I'm going to probably launch a Patreon. I'm probably going to do a GoFundMe. I'm going to try to raise funds to buy advertising buys. I've pretty much decided it's like, okay, the TV stations want to pick on me and they want a war. Okay, they got one. Okay, I wasn't really caring what those guys were doing, but I'm gonna go after them now. All right, they're fair territory as far as I'm concerned. So. We're going to give you all the best coverage here possible here on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel, and you folks there in North Georgia, you're also going to get some. Hey, G Bro, good to see you there from Indiana, back in the house. Good to go there, man. Yeah, we had our from a money standpoint last month was our best month on Weather Nerds, but I don't keep the money. Again, I go back and put it into the advertising. So I spent any money I earned on YouTube, and I did the advertising on it here. I will say this much, guys, with this line, at least the way it's been behaving so far, I still think the tornado risk is going to be pretty low on this. But boy, you're going to have some very strong winds with it. I think 60, 70 mile per hour winds all up in this stuff. Now, the big thing we got to watch here along this boundary is if it runs out into any kind of activity out ahead of it. Obviously, when you get the interaction behind some activity out ahead of a squall line, where if they kind of converge together, you can get those spin ups, you get those potential tornadoes. So we're going to watch there. Hello, Theodore Johnson. Good to see you. Hello. Good to see you there. So again, I'll be kind of promoting everything during this broadcast for not only the YouTube channel, but also my Facebook page, because I'm going to tell you right now, we had 11,000 followers on that Facebook page when it got taken down by that big corporate entity. And we're at 930 right now, and I don't want to take 2 months to get back to that. So I'm going to be a lot more aggressive, as I said, to try to grow that back going. Raymond Kiefer, good to see you. How you doing? I love interacting with you guys. I love when y'all use the chat too, man, to be able to talk to you a little bit. Looks like they've got, there's the new watch for Georgia. I was just waiting on that to get ready to pop. So it looks like, yep, there it is right there. As I just mentioned it, I knew it was coming. I was just kind of biding my time right now. So there's the new watch, goes until 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. You notice takes up all of Georgia, getting into parts of North Carolina and parts of South Carolina. So here is our new watch right there. Again, going until 8 p.m. If I can write that very good, there we go. Oh, 9 p.m. I'm sorry, 8. I said 8. 9 p.m. 9. There you go, 9 p.m. going in for tonight. So again, don't worry, the candles will be trimmed away from west to east as we go on through. And Ravens reporting they had some pretty good downpours. Yeah, one good thing with this, these are moving at about 35, 40 miles per hour. So you're going to get that brief downpour. I don't think flooding will be a problem with this. Maybe a quick 3/4 inch, maybe an inch with some of these stuff, but I don't think it's going to be too huge a deal here as these come on through. So we do have the new watch box that's there that's going on. As you can see, that kind of updating there on the bottom. And there's definitely plenty of lightning in this. I know, Raven, you see the lightning, but boy, there's a lot of it here shining up on the radar. You see all these lightning flashes in here and a lot of wind reports, especially the center part of this line. So if the center part of this line, which is typically where it's kind of bulging out just a little bit through here, like this cluster right in here, it's basically on a beeline for the downtown metro Atlanta area if it holds the course that right there. So that could be the big thing there. Hey, thank you, Ron. I appreciate it, man. I tell you, we lost my original Facebook page, for those who don't know, my original page got hacked and got taken over back in March, and we lost 35,000 followers on that. But now, in the event of what just happened on with that corporate entity, that actually turned out to be a blessing, believe it or not. Because if that had not happened and everything that was going on, I probably would have had a Facebook page somewhere in the neighborhood of about 60,000 by this point. And losing it would have been even far worse. So I'm trying to look up the side that losing that original Facebook page back in the middle of March, it turned out to be a blessing, because getting back 11,000 should not take that long, hopefully. And hopefully with everybody else, I'm really, really pushing this hard. I mean, look at it this way, guys. I want y'all's opinion. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this. Okay, again, I'm not going to name the corporation, and I'm not going to name the TV station. And that's probably for legal reasons as everything else. I don't want their lawyers to come banging on my door, okay, for additional reasons, because I'm complying with everything they asked for. But I will say this, to sit there and have some billion-dollar company who pays thousands of dollars to a lawyer to send me a letter that, in my opinion, was very condescending, and then basically, because this is a company I actually used to work for 20 years ago, and they treat me like I just recently worked for them. And, to me, it was and thank you for the new subscriber, by the way. To me, that was a level of intimidation, trying to get me to stop doing what I love to do. Now, so that part bothers me. So they're trying to censor me and shut me up from doing this broadcast for you guys. And then the second thing, to me, is to take away your choice. Like, no, you can't choose to watch this guy on Facebook or on YouTube. You have to watch our broadcast. Okay, he's using 2 words that we are trademarked in, and because it's only because of those 2 words you're watching him, which is a bunch of crap. You think anybody knows that that company owns those 2 words and that's attributed to them, or that they're sponsoring me in some form? That's a bunch of bull. And so I know I'm getting a little passionate, guys. It just really roused me up that this went down, and I'll tell you, it's really reinvigorated me. It really has, man. It's really got me invigorated to go after this, to sit there and have this company that's got all these, it's $1 billion plus dollars. We got millions of dollars in their facility. They got God knows how many meteorologists working for their little town. And they're worried about little old me with my little 11,000 folks up there in North Georgia doing a forecast. Are you kidding me? I mean, come on. It's just ridiculous. But now that they've thrown down the gauntlet, my gauntlet is this. I'm going to be, everybody knows who the Godfather is. Everybody knows who Ryan Hall is, okay? So I'm going to be the Ryan Hall of North Georgia, okay? I'm going to be the guy, okay? So everybody here, I don't care what station, what TV station, any meteorologist in that market that works down there, I will be number one. I will be the guy for all of North Georgia. In fact, I will probably expand my coverage area a little bit to include on a map to include a little bit more Metro Atlanta in there, just so I can kind of attract a little more viewers. I'll still focus on North Georgia for my local channel, but I'm still going to include a little bit in there because they really, really start bothering me a little bit. Oh, they're not going to stop me. They've really, like I said, they really invigorated me more to this point than anything else. They really have. So, we're gonna keep doing what keep tracking along. I'm starting over. My new birth date for my Facebook channel is June 5th. So next year, June 5th of next year, I want to have 100 to 150,000 followers. That's what I want to have on that page. And I'm going to do whatever I can, any kind of advertising, any kind of fundraiser I can do, anything I can do to grow that channel up, to get the sponsors, to get the additional resources and equipment to kick their backside, I'm going to do it. As you can tell, I'm a little riled up there. Anyway, hey, if you guys are new to the channel, I appreciate you guys checking us out. We are up to 19 likes. Hit that like button, man, if you can, please. If you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. You got to feed that almighty YouTube algorithm, because the YouTube algorithm is a big beast, and if you don't feed it, it don't like you. So let's talk weather. Let's talk weather. All right, so let's get into this right now. Again, we got this pretty decent squall line coming through here. Getting near the Birmingham area, I do have some cameras here that we're kind of watching up here. These are the cameras I've got up. Helen, Georgia. Birmingham, you see the dark skies there in the upper right-hand corner there. Auburn's looking okay for now. While looking okay. That's there west of Atlanta. So those are the different cameras that we'll be kind of watching here for this afternoon. Obviously, there's the Birmingham camera. As you can see, that's going on right there. So getting a little dark, and they're going to have some pretty hefty thunderstorms moving through there here shortly. Now, like I said, this will be a quick run. It'll be pretty bad for maybe 15, 20 minutes. Should settle on down, and we'll settle on through. And then we'll see about some more. Now, we'll say this much. I would normally show you all the high resolution model. It's not doing a good job with this as far as how it's reflecting on here. It's got it mostly contained in North Alabama, for example, and the timing seemed to be a little off. So we're not getting good data here on the high resolution model. So I'm probably not gonna stay there with that right now. So anyway, so this is what we've got going on right in here for the moment. So obviously Huntsville's getting hit pretty good right now, coming down into Coleman, coming right down 65, coming in toward Birmingham. And again, I'm just noticing here's another wind report just reported up right here, just showed up here. Here's another wind report here. Trace public power lines down in Double Springs. Tree down in the area of Highway 69. So we're getting numerous tree reports down. I think we're looking at wind gusts in here predominantly getting close to 70 to 75 miles per hour. You see that kind of tree damage. It's definitely over 60 for the most part right now. So again, this is what we're going to see as this kind of comes on through. And keep in mind, like I said, we're coming in through max daytime heating here across the area. All right, let's go back over here. Let's go over to the weather-wise here. I want to show the big picture again. And let's go move over to here. So again, you kind of see that enhanced area where the storms are right now, kind of all across that orange area. Alabama, here's Tennessee up here. Here's Georgia right here. And the big concern, obviously, is going to be the wind threat. That's the big bullseye there. That's the red area. We're talking winds upwards to 75 miles per hour along that line as it's moving from west to east, as it'll move on through. And that's what you're going to see in that area. Now, the tornado risk is there, but it is low. It's only running about 2%. But there's always that fear that you get some sort of spin up along a squall line. That's why you have that 2% there. But there's also a reason why we have a severe thunderstorm watch up and not a tornado watch, because the tornado threat is running fairly low. Now, the hail threat, I'd say maybe inch and a half at best with some of these storms, but there it is right there. You get the hail threat coming up. We got a new warning up, the big one that just kind of got issued here. Let's go take a look at that. Big one just lit up there. Let's take a look at that one. That's right along that, right ahead of that line right there. Wow, that's a very long line. 1 hour and 12 minutes. This is for Shelby County, Ottawa County, Bibb County, and St. Clair County. It goes until 3:30. Severe thunderstorm is located along the line extending from near Strawberry to near Cleveland to McDonald Chapel to near Shelton State Community College, moving east at 55. And that's probably another thing that they've noticed with these storms is that the speed is picked up a little bit. This morning they were moving about 35 to 40 miles per hour, and now they're moving, obviously, the higher speed at 55. All right, we're up to 22 likes right now. So again, please, guys, hit that like button if you can. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and help us out. Like I said, I'm not going to be able to drive the traffic over from my Facebook page as I normally would. What I do for this kind of stuff, especially for the Southeast event, is I would post a text box on my phone on the Facebook, and then I would put the link down below, and that would bring a lot of folks over from Facebook over to the channel. But Facebook right now is deleting that, so I can't do it. So all I can rely on is basically the event thing I did post on there, which doesn't really get a whole lot of traction. For those of you who don't know Facebook, those text postings, little box stuff, they get the more traffic than just about anything else. That and the reels, those two things get a lot of traffic. So anyhow, Yeah, Alan, I would definitely say it's definitely not very tree friendly. That's for sure. Now, I will say this much: if you are over into Alabama or into Georgia, if you're out ahead of the storms right now, and I got to do this to my house too here, probably one of the times when I go to the bathroom, I need to do that. I need to reel down my back porch umbrella because I haven't done that yet. So I got to make sure that thing's broken down. Of course, my house is sitting right about over here. I got a little ways before it gets over to me. Before it gets over to me, though, I got to set that down. Trash cans, y'all may want to get the trash cans secure, get that out of the way, and also make sure that you've got anything outside that can be like blown into a neighbor's yard or something like that. Just secure your property as these storms come on through. So it wasn't really a big surprise for me when they upped this to an enhanced risk for today, but that's what we got for this afternoon. And I think so far, based off all these wind reports that are showing up in here, I think it's living up to the look. I mean, look at all these little black dots. Those are all wind damage reports, every last one of them. And we got a whole bunch of them up and down that line. So this line means business. Let's see if there's picking up any hail in here or not. Let's look at the Ville. And you got some pockets in here. Obviously, that right here, this is the highest. I mean, you see this kind of level there. This is a little bit higher up here. So for the most part, these hail pockets look like maybe an inch. They'll look over the top high, but we are getting some hail in there. And let's look at the wind. See what the wind's looking like in here. That doesn't look too terribly bad. Yeah, not really. It doesn't really show up very well on that, but we'll look better when it gets over to the other radar here, I think. Switch over to this one. There's the sharp line right through there. So that's our winds right there. So we're looking at winds probably upwards about 60 miles per hour, I think, is probably on average along there. Again, appreciate everybody checking out our coverage. And if you haven't given us a like, please do so at this time if you could. And also give us a subscribe if you're interested in joining our family. It'd be an honor and privilege to have you on board here. Such as you're in the middle of the severe thunderstorm watch. So again, I think the timing on this is coming in probably after 6 o'clock for you guys up there in Suches. So again, some strong gusty winds, lightning, heavy rain. That's what you're looking at as we kind of watch these storms right now. It's 3:22 in the afternoon. It's still sort of in the kind of getting ready to go to eastern Alabama. And of course, Suches is sitting right up there where my hand is, which is right about there. There's Suches right up there. So we got a little ways to go before it gets up in your area. Is the Atlantic hurricane season coming mid to late June 2020 to get active? Right now, I would say no. I know what's going on out there. I know a lot of you have probably seen out in social media when it comes to those hurricane stuff. The GFS, for American example, keeps wanting to generate something like ever beyond like 8, 9, 10 days, and it just keeps backing up. If you see anybody post anything from the tropics and it's the American GFS model, ignore it, because that model in particular will generate phantom storms 4 to 1 compared to the European. In other words, it's 4 times more likely to generate bogus stuff that won't happen long term as compared to the Europeans. So unless we get something within about 7 days, stay away from any long range postings on that. Western North Carolina, again, you're probably looking at the evening hours here on that. Again, gusty winds. You guys too are also into that watch box. I'll pull that up for you again. Again, you kind of see Western North Carolina is in that watch box, which goes until 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. So watch out for that here for tonight. All right. Watkinsville, Georgia. I'm not exactly sure where Watkinsville is. So help me out here for a second. Let me check that up. That's one I'm not. I think I know where it is, but I want to double check here. Oh, that's way east. Okay, that's over there south of Athens. That's probably going to be late for you guys. Probably closer to 9 o'clock. So you're over there. Hey, thank you for sharing on Facebook for me, Alan. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with Facebook. I mean, what I had Facebook tell us before when I launched last time, like last time when I first launched that second page, it wouldn't let me post more than 4 or 5. Said it was overdoing it. It was doing it. And apparently, because they have AI machine learning on all the Facebook pages, they look for things that you do and don't do and try to get your trends and stuff. It's got to basically get to know me a little bit, and then it'll get better. So anyway, we got a new warning. This is up here in North Alabama. Let's go ahead and check this out. Let's go back over here. And we'll switch over to the Huntsville radar. That's a pretty nasty cell getting into Huntsville right there. Let's look at this. Again, we're looking at northwestern Jackson County, Madison County, southwestern Franklin County goes till 3:15. Severe thunderstorm was located over Marshall Space Flight Center and moving east at 35. LaGrange probably after 6, my friend. Probably in and around 6 o'clock, if I had to say. Well, thank you, Rita. I appreciate you guys checking us out there, get the shares going. Again, the big thing is I'm glad to see a lot of you returning faces. That's really great. I'm really great you guys are coming in here and checking the coverage and doing stuff. So we're starting to get what I like to see here on the YouTube channel. We're starting to get an audience. Okay, so once we get up to a couple of hundred on a regular basis, eventually we'll get there. I'll feel much more comfortable with where we're going with on the YouTube channel. The big thing on YouTube, you guys see the number up there at 8,142. We still got to get to 10,000. That's the magic number for YouTube's algorithm to basically treat you with a little more respect. So hopefully the goal is we'll get to that 10,000 on the YouTube channel. I'm shooting for maybe 1 October. That's our our second birthday. So hopefully we'll get to 10,000 on there. So my goals for YouTube as far as numbers are much smaller than on the Facebook side. Facebook's a little bit different beast. So we'll be doing that. Hey, thank you, Ronald. I appreciate you guys sharing over there on YouTube and on Facebook. Again, my big thing here is I want folks to kind of take ownership of this, not just for me and what I'm doing for you guys out there. I want you guys to think of this channel on YouTube and on Facebook as yours. Not so much mine as it is yours. It's your personal outlet, your personal way to get information, to get your questions answered, and looking at all that kind of stuff right now. So those are the things that you really want to look at. So again, my involvement here is just tried the best to help you as best I can. So someone's trying to throw some meteorology stuff at me. You really want me to show that stuff for you? I mean, if you want me to, I can. I mean, it's not too big a deal, but let me switch over to the models here. We'll look at just the regular surface cape here. We're at 5 o'clock. So let's see, 2,200, 2,600. That's not looking too bad here. So you were asking about surface cape. Well, let's look. We can look at some of the surface cape here real quick. So it's not off the chart high, but it's pretty decent. Not bad. So for those who don't know what CAPE is, basically what I want you to think of CAPE is like gasoline. Okay, that is instability, that is heat that these thunderstorms feeding off. And then this is 5 o'clock, so this is this afternoon. And your mill CAPE levels here are running about 260, 2,600, 2,000. That's decent, not bad. I mean, I've seen a lot higher. You know, out in Texas, I've seen previous days up to 4,000, 5,000 plus. So these are decent. These are what I would call solid CAPE numbers out there for today. But your supercell composite, it's marginal. It's pretty low. You see, it was a lot higher back here to the west as far as that. But this is really not one of those ones where I'm looking at. You can see here on the high resolution, see how this is showing the 5 o'clock? It's not showing anything down here. I just don't think that the high resolution model is engaging very well with what this is supposed to look like. I mean, because if you look at where the current snapshot is, well, back to 3 o'clock, like to right about now, 4 o'clock, and this is the latest run. You see that, and it's missing data. It's missing stuff down here to the south. So that's why I've been kind of a little reluctant to kind of look at the model data, because it's not lining up with what the reality is. So when you're doing any kind of model analysis, you got to look at the current snapshot of weather, and you got to compare it to what the model is laying out. And if they don't line up, then your odds are to stay away from the model data until it gets it right. I could probably take a look at, I guess I could, there's one other thing. I could look at the RAP. Hold on, look at that, see if that's any better. Let's take a look, see if that's any better. A little better, but I'm not a big fan of the RAP. It's okay, but it's just the resolution is just not my favorite, but it is showing up a little bit better. So this is the RAP model here. If you look at the current snapshot right there, you see that right there, and then here's the model right there. So it's pretty close. It's not too bad. Yeah, I saw one. God, I think it was yesterday. I think I saw one that was close to 5,000 out there. It was just unreal out there in Texas, where they had all those storms going on out there. But for today, this is a solid severe weather day, I say. With this, I knew this wasn't going to be one of those typical tornado type events. This is just not what this is. But this is one that can knock out a lot of power, a lot of different stuff. It goes for hundreds and hundreds of miles. It's not a derecho per se, because the winds aren't quite strong enough for that. But they're definitely a very complex MCS here. No. I do not see the need. Based off what I'm seeing out there right now, this really does fall into an enhanced zone here for today. This fits my personal criteria. I think this is now. If we were talking about a derecho, that would be a different story. If we were dealing with a derecho where we had winds that were above 80 to 90, yeah, then we're talking about a moderate risk there going across here. But we're not getting there. That's the way it's looking right now. Let's take a look at this camera over here. Let's take a look at this Marshall DeKalb County there. They can see some of the rains and the clouds. That's just the kind of the greeting card there. You can see the winds kicking up there a little bit. And as these storms come across North Georgia, we got a lot of cameras to kind of watch here with that going on by. All right, we're coming up on 3:30 now. We've been on for about 30 minutes. Again, I want to welcome everybody to the Weather Nerds YouTube channel, and you folks coming over from the now North Georgia Majestic Weather Center, or actually, I think I'm going to go with North Georgia Majestic Weather Studio. I kind of like that. Sounds a little better than center. So for the weather studio here, again, you guys, I appreciate you guys checking out the coverage. Again, we're watching out the severe weather, which is coming in this afternoon. Started out in Oklahoma and Arkansas this morning. It's been moving from west to east and kind of setting off numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of damage reports out there. One of the things I do want to check on here, and I need to switch over real quick, so bear with me here for a second. I need to reset this up here. All right, it locked up for me, so what I'll do is I'll reset this real quick, so bear with me for a second while I get this set up here again. I'm going to turn on the power. I'm going to look and see what kind of power losses we've had out there so far, so bear with me for a second while I get this back up. There we go. For some reason, my upper light goes down sometimes, so I got to turn it back off. Where's the power? Here we go. Power. State power outage is on. There we go. And close. Let me pull back out here. All right. Yeah, we got some pretty good power outages here. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Here, I'll pull back up the radar here for Alabama, Mississippi. Right now, it's got 22,000 without power. That's 1.6%. And Alabama right now has got 68,000 without power. That's 2.5%. So you can see these storms mean business, that we're getting that level of power outages. Arkansas had 11,000 still out. Mississippi had 22, and Alabama's got almost 70,000 without power. And we're going to be adding that total now that's going through Birmingham, coming into Gaston. So get ready for some power outages, you folks there in Georgia. You may see some sporadic power outages as this line moves on through. So I just wanted to check that update there. All right, we're up to 28 likes now. So again, appreciate you guys helping out the YouTube algorithm there. Keep those likes and keep those subscribes coming. I really should have gone out and cut my own grass today, to be honest with you, but I didn't. So I'm going to be paying the price for that later. That's going to be a bit of a problem for me, because my backyard tends to flood a little bit, even if it's just a little bit of heavy rain. I want to check some of these cameras. Let's check out the camera up here in Tennessee, see what the skies look like there. Ooh, yeah, like a little cloudy, not bad there. That's a nice lake shot right there. I can remember that one. Hey, good to see you there, Kimberly from Forsyth. And I do appreciate you guys checking us out. If you guys came over from the Facebook link and you were not yet a follower on the Facebook page, please make sure that you are. Okay, I'm putting the profile back in the chat there again. Very important for me. I do not want to spend 58 days to get back to my 11,000 I had on that page again. Really going to be real aggressive on trying to get that Facebook number back quickly. So if you have not done that, please make sure that you are a follower on that main Facebook page, and make sure that you share that with anybody, family, friends, anybody across North Georgia. I have declared war on the TV market in Metro Atlanta, and I'm going after them full tilt. So please share that and help us out there. Oh yeah, and thank you for sharing my this page too. This page is very important too. This is a good solid foundation, especially for severe weather coverage. My other YouTube channel, which is the North Georgia one, that one's only got about 146 subscribers on that channel, and has only got about I think 50 hours watched on it. So it's going to be a very, very long time before that platform's up to a snuff big enough to be able to do these kind of live broadcasts. So at least we've got a good foundation here with our 8,000 plus here on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel, and I'm very grateful to have everybody here. Hey Diane, good to see you there from North Georgia. You guys be good. How you doing, Diane? She's one of our supporters here, and you can do that too, by the way. If you want to help support the channel, you can become a subscribe member, you know, get the lowest, like $1.99. That really does help the channel. Like I said, you guys know that I do not keep the money. I use it for growth of the channel. So the better we can make this long term, I'll make sure you get your bang for your buck too. So anyway, yeah, looking pretty decent with all this stuff in here. Let's look what's going up here in Tennessee a little bit here. I'm gonna look up toward Nashville. Yeah, it's all right in here. It's riding right down that line. And then we got to deal with some more stuff that's going to be out in Texas later today. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think our old high, and again, this is the way YouTube works. I think the high we had was 81.45 off the last broadcast. And then you kind of bleed stuff. The biggest change that's happened on YouTube is that I used to be able to post my regular weather dailies and do stuff, and I would be able to gain subscribers that way. It doesn't work like that anymore. I don't get enough exposure. I get maybe 100 to 200 views, and I might get a few subscribers there, just enough to kind of hold my own. So the only way I can grow the YouTube channel is basically during live events like this one, or when I do subscriber buys. Those are the only times that I can grow YouTube. Now, when I first started on YouTube, and thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. When I started originally, I would post some videos, and I would get 25 new subscribers, 40 new subscribers. I was getting a lot more views than I could get that. And then I guess it was about a year and a half ago, the algorithm changed, and that all went out the window. So you guys subscribing to the channel is a big help. Thank you very much. I do have an X account. I do have an X account. I really haven't done a whole lot. I do promote the channel over on there as well. And thank you for that new subscriber. See, we're back up to where we were. That's awesome. You guys are awesome. I just haven't figured out a way how to really properly cross-pollinate that a little bit on X. Because X right now on our channel over there I think we got about 38 on the Twitter on that one right now on the X. So it doesn't really have all that much over there, but something I need to look at. I'm not familiar with that vertical live option. I will need to look. I need to research that. I'm not very familiar with that. Would love to be able to get into that. I do know that when the Godfather and the big boys are up there broadcasting, you can might as well forget trying to grow the channel, because you're not going to get any audience. So, and for whatever reason, and I've heard multiple people tell me this, when it comes to events like these coming through Alabama and Georgia, they pretty much ignore it. So I'm like, well, okay, there's my opportunity. That's my area, so I will take it. So if they're not going to cover, I will cover this for you guys. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Again, it's all about algorithms. It's all about audience. And I mean, look, let's just be honest. I mean, this channel has got 8,145 people on it. The other two big guys out there, one's got almost 3 million. The other one's got like 1.5 million. So between the two of them, they got like 4.5 million. Where do you think the algorithm's going to drive people? It's going to drive it to where the audience is and where they get more eyeballs on advertising and on money. So there's no way to compete with that kind of audience. So you just got to pick your battles, I actually use Streamlabs. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right. So it basically for this kind of stuff. Yeah. I actually use Streamlabs. Streamlabs is what I use to do my broadcasts, and helps with the chats that I use for you guys. So yeah, very familiar with that. But I'll need to research that. Thank you. Again, a very pretty line. Let's go back to the Birmingham camera. That camera's got to be looking pretty good there. Let's go back to Birmingham here. That's to Helen. Let's go to Birmingham here. Yeah, there you go. I thought Birmingham was getting hit pretty good now. Here we go. So Birmingham's getting hit pretty well. And we got a new alert that just came out. Let's take a look at that one. Where are we at here? Where's that new alert? That one came out from, well, don't see that one. Huh. Heard the alert tone. Oh, there it is. Just had to wait for it. Getting close to the state line now. So this is for Eastern Marshall, Southwestern Jackson, DeKalb County, and Northeastern Alabama. Goes till 3:45. Severe thunderstorms located over Guntersville and moving east at 50 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour wind gusts with this. So getting awfully close. So you guys over here, getting into the Georgia side here. So we're talking getting over close to Chattooga, Walker, maybe a little southern part of Dade County there. These three counties up in here. These storms are heading up your way. So Somerville, Tryon, Lafayette. These are the ones that need to watch here coming in out of Alabama and into Georgia here very shortly. Well, thank you, Courtney. I do appreciate you. Thank you very much. I try to keep it real here. I don't have an algorithm telling me things, and I am not someone right out of college. So maybe I'm in between. I don't know, but I'm no spring chicken either. So just an old guy trying to do something he loves to do and trying to find that audience, man. I just didn't realize how hard it was going to be. Back to this camera here. Ooh, that's a pretty sky shot. Look at that one. Seeing the heavy clouds there. They had some rains earlier, but they still got some more thunderstorms to move through there. It's a nice shot. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Like I said, I'm hoping on the Facebook page. I think we'll probably, let's see what the number was last time I looked here. Yeah, we're at 945 right now. So we're definitely going to go over 1,000 today on Facebook. And if we get to 1120 today, which outside chance we may get to that, that would be 10% of what I had before. So to get 10% in 2 days, that's not bad. But trying to get that to continue, that's going to be the battle. That's going to be the fun there. Oh, believe me, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. It's it's a slow battle. It is a oh yeah, you see my brave. Oh my God, that when I got up, I didn't stay up to watch the game last night, but I watched it on delay. And when I saw I lost that game, I went. I'm at a loss of words, man. I feel like I'm watching the 1987 Braves all over again. I've never seen so many different ways to lose a game. And thank you for being a new subscriber there, Astro Thomas. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Like I said, I don't keep any of the money that comes in. And if you guys become a subscriber to help the donation thing, the money goes back to advertising the channel. So rest assured. Eventually I'd love to get to a point where I can reinvest into equipment and stuff. And, like I only got 2 monitors. I really need to have 4. And, my lighting's okay, but I need to repaint my green wall over there. Hey, insert name. How you doing there, brother? Good to see you back. No, you're not late. You're right on time, man. You've been on about 47 minutes. You're good. You're looking good. But anywhere along that line. But look at all, man, I tell you, all these wind reports, they're really telling me these storms are really kicking butt, man. I'm just seeing all these black dots, and they keep popping up, these damage reports. So this line is meaning some business here. And you're getting some stuff here forming out ahead of it too. Seeing some of these individual little showers starting to pop up, because it's pretty warm here across North Georgia. Very muggy outside. I was outside, and the wife and I were out looking at some antiques and stuff over in the city of Brazelton here, and we were going out there. But look at the temperatures there. You're sitting there into the 80s. It's 87 over into Canton right now, 82 over Dallas, 88 up there near Calhoun. Pretty warm, 90 over in Addiston. So it is pretty warm up in here. Very warm air. So they no problem about instability. We're at max daytime heating, so these storms should not weaken. They should hold their punch. I will say that when it comes to MCSs, they can be a little bit of difficult to forecast sometimes. because their strength and intensity can fluctuate a little bit. Does make it a little bit of a battle there. So we'll continue to watch that. Hey, Trump 2024, watching from Panama City, trying to cool. It's hot down there. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that for a second. Well, I will definitely need to look on the vertically stuff. I'll do some research on that on the Streamlabs and see how we can make that work. We'll see how that works. Lower Alabama. Yeah. When you get to air like it is like that, I like to refer to it as air you can wear. All right. Hey, we're up to 42 likes now. Thank you guys very much. And we'd like to thank Astra Thomas. She's our latest subscriber here on the channel to help us out. Thank you, Astra, for coming on board. We just passed 400 views here in 50 minutes. So that is very good for our little channel. That's a good thing. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so if you can. I would appreciate that. It does help with the algorithm a little bit. And hopefully we'll have you back for a future broadcast. Again, we kind of continue to watch the satellite imagery here. I make sure I got this on update. I want to double check, make sure I got that enabled. Yep, it is enabled. Okay, just double checking. But when you see reds showing up like that on this image, this is the NOAA 19 satellite. Whenever you see big clusters of red, that's basically like nonstop pop, 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 positive lightning in there. So you got a very, very lot of lightning that's coming with that. So when that storm comes on through your area, you're going to hear a lot of thunder, a lot of boom, a lot of cloud to cloud, a lot of cloud to cloud lightning with that, a lot of positive strikes with that. We've had a numerous power. Ooh, that's a big box. Hello. Let's go and talk about this new warning that just came out. That's a big one. Let's walk this one. Again, we're kind of getting closer and closer to Georgia here. This one is for Chilton, Talladega, Calhoun, Western Coosa, Cherokee County, goes until 4 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from 6 miles south of Section to near Asheville to Brook Highland to near Brent, moving east at 45. That is a very large box. Look at the size of that sucker. That's, I mean, all the way down here. That's got to be a good 100 miles there. That is a very large box, but that just shows the strength and intensity of this line and the winds that are along. Here's a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust that just been reported here. 61 at the Birmingham. So the Birmingham airport had 61-mile-per-hour winds reported at the airport, at the ASOS station. So that's pretty much verifying everything we're seeing along the lines. We're getting 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds along that line. So all of you guys, looks like the northwest sections here in Georgia are going to get hit first as this stuff comes across. So we're talking Lafayette, Dalton, Calhoun, Rome, Cedartown, Bremen. All of these cities here in the northwest section of Georgia will need to be watched as this comes on through. We're going to get some tree damage. We're going to get some trees down. We're going to get some power outages down. Right now, as far as what I'm seeing with the line itself, I'm not seeing anything from a reflectivity standpoint that makes me think that we're going to get anything tornadic. However, you can't say it's not going to happen. Hey, Tasha, good to have you back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So doing all right now with this cell. We like to see how this is going to progress here as it comes across North Georgia. What really stinks with me losing the page like I did, and for those who just joining us, my original Facebook page, and you may notice the name in the bottom right hand corner says North Georgia Majestic Weather. We had to rechange the brand because some big billion-dollar corporation said that they own 2 words, and I won't say them. I just won't. But you know what it was, and said that it violated their trademark, and they reported that to Facebook, and Facebook immediately took the page down. And because what Facebook told me, because I changed the name of my channel, they can't migrate folks from the old page to the new one because they can't choose whether they would like the new page or not because of the name change. So because of this billion-dollar corporation, I lost my page. Now, the blessing on this, I'm trying to be positive, is the fact that my original page got hacked and was taken down. If that had not happened, that page would have been somewhere, I probably would have had like 60,000 on it by now, and it would have been a far, far worse situation had that happened right now. So, but yeah, I mean, these corporations, they're getting very petty when you start going after, middle-aged, old, retired Army veterans, broadcast meteorologists, and trying to take them down, because that's what they did. So I'm having to rebuild again. on the Facebook side on my local channel. At least the Weather Nerds channel, they could not touch because that doesn't mention them by name there. So we're going pretty good there. I don't think there will be a need for tomorrow morning. I saw what you were looking at. I don't think so. I think we're going to be okay. Hey, Mix there from Arkansas. You guys had some stuff earlier up there, right? Yeah, you sunshine there in Arkansas. Yeah, y'all looking better there right now. I'm still waiting to see here. Let me look back here to the. I want to go back over to the high resolution here model here. For some reason, it's been a little funky here lately, as far as this placement of activity. I mean, we got this initial storm that comes on through, and then there's some storms that are coming through the overnight, and that's not bad there. So let me show you all this across Alabama, Georgia here, what I'm talking about here. So this is let me get to the 18Z because that one just came in. I think that's good enough. Yeah, let's use 18Z. So let me show you this. So here's the storms coming in here for tonight. And then you see more activity kind of moving west-east, kind of moving in across Georgia there at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it looks like there may be some thunderstorms coming in through the overnight period. Could be severe, possibly, but I think it'll be very isolated. You see these heavy storms coming in toward the south. They're coming in toward Columbus and Montgomery towards 6 o'clock in the morning. So if there's any kind of severe weather there in the morning, I think that'll stay down to the south. So it's possible that this period down in Alabama and east central Alabama, west central Georgia area, my old stomping grounds, they might see some morning severe weather with that cluster there. And then, of course, you got to watch with going back here to the west as well, because look what goes on here. You get here's more clusters of these storms again. They keep firing up. This one will be coming. This is another MCS to watch here, coming into Arkansas, and then that's going into Sunday night, Monday morning, with that moving on to the west, and then swinging up. Look where it swings right through Alabama, going into Monday, which we do have a slight risk for Monday for severe weather, by the way. So got a couple of them. There's new warning. Let's go back to that real quick. I'll switch my radar real quick. So here we go. This one is for Jackson County, northeastern DeKalb, eastern Moore, and Franklin County goes till 3:45. Severe thunderstorm is located along the line extending from near Lynchburg to 6 miles east of Woodville, moving east at 50. All right. So again, we're getting really close here. I would say the model from this morning, I think we're running about an hour and a half ahead of schedule, which is not unusual, to be honest with you, because these type of systems, when it comes to squall lines, they sometimes will change their velocity or speed a little bit, especially during the daytime. So, the model is basically extrapolated based off what the stuff is doing at a specific moment in time. And if anything in the future changes at the data points there, it'll change the arrival times. And that's what we're seeing here right now. This is coming in just a little bit faster than what my morning update, for example, was showing. See some of these cameras here in Bartow County, and seeing some of the wind out there. A little breezy, a little windy. We got winds today out ahead of this front. We're coming up to between 10 and 20 miles per hour, some higher gusts. So it's definitely a little windy out there. So we'll watch these cameras here across western Georgia as this line kind of comes on in here. And I appreciate everybody. Again, we're up to 41 likes for those who don't watch our channel normally. We like to try to get 100 likes per broadcast. It's just kind of a nice subjective number that we put out there. So please, if you haven't decided to give us a like, please do so at this time. And if you consider subscribing to the channel, it'll be an honor and privilege to have you on board here. And if you're already a subscriber, I appreciate you. Thank you very much for coming on board for us. And watching our algorithm over here, we're doing good. We're doing healthy. We're holding our audience pretty good. So thank you guys for watching our severe weather coverage. And let's go take a look at the big picture here. Again, here's the watch boxes. They're currently covering Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. So that's our area right now we're watching right through here. And they're cutting back those counties as that squall line goes by. So as this thing progresses west-east, these counties will start to drop on off. So even though the Georgia ones, for example, goes till 9 o'clock tonight, it's not going to be that late. It's going to go by there before that happens, so you don't have to worry about that. Well, I'm glad you like the new name. The new name. Yeah, it is a play on my last name. Yeah, being Majeski and majestic. I decided to go with majestic weather. I had a brand on Facebook back in 2018 that I called Majestic TV. That's when I was first playing around with trying to do something national. Like I wasn't kidding when I said that everything that the Godfather does now, I had the idea 2 years before him. I just didn't go with it because I got sidetracked with military stuff and couldn't do it. But I had the idea there. But you gotta implement the plan. You gotta do it, man. You snooze, you lose, and God bless it. Somebody came along. If it wasn't me, somebody else was going to do it, and somebody else did. So, but I decided to go with majestic weather. I changed. I got our Facebook. We relaunched that. My Twitter and YouTube have both been updated to reflect the new name. My LLC name, I got a call and change that name this week. My website had to take it down. We realized a new domain. We got somebody who's propagating that over for us. The guy who handles our technical stuff here on this channel is going to be doing that. But yeah, it's a big pain in the butt to go through all that stuff. But I just wished all that corporation had to do was say, send me an email, send me a dang-gums thing and saying, hey, by the way, those 2 words are trademark. You can't use it. Please change it, or we're gonna have to get a lawyer on you, or something like that. I was like, hey, not a problem. I'll fix it. Not a big deal. But no, they had to go up and drop a letter to Facebook, blow me up, and then basically threaten me in a letter. So, I mean, that was completely uncalled for. New warning. Let's go up here. Let's go check this one out here. This is for Marion County and southwestern Hamilton County. Goes until 4:45. Severe thunderstorm was located along the line extending from Estelle Springs to near Scottsboro, moving east at 50. So that's coming in out of Alabama. Let's see the camera up here in Chattanooga. See what the sky. Ooh, yeah, starting to get a little dark up that way. Getting a little dark, getting a little. Well, I'm sure we'll start seeing some lightning on that camera here soon as well. All righty. So we got some pretty good storms there. You look at a high top right over the radar right now. Scottsboro, big nuclear plant near the Scottsboro area. This is a pretty drive. This drive between near South Pittsburgh, down here to Scottsboro. This is one of the most beautiful drives across northeast Alabama if you ever get a chance to do that. It's very, very nice. Heavy rains here coming on down here toward Center and coming into Cedar Bluff, Collins Hill, Fort Payne down 59. Getting some pretty good heavy activity there. So again, all this stuff's starting to come across the line. So Rome, Calhoun, Cedartown, Dalton, all these areas here across northwest Georgia, you're going to be getting this stuff first. I will say this line from a radar perspective, not very organized, looks discombobulated, but again, it is moving into some very warm air. There is some stuff starting to fire up along ahead here and here. Now, what sometimes will happen, guys, is that when you get a line of storms like this, they will oscillate a little bit. They'll pulse up in strength. They'll weaken sometimes. They'll weaken their cloud. That's why forecasting MCSs like these are always very tricky. MCSs and derechos can be very tricky, especially when you're projecting their arrival times, because they can fluctuate in speed, and then also their strength at any specific moment in time. Now, judging what I'm seeing on the radar right now, I think we're kind of on a lull right now. However, with some of this new activity that's starting to form out ahead of it, the fact that we're max daytime heating, I think this is temporary. It may start to pulse back up here as it moves to the east. And we got our first warnings now coming into northwest Georgia now. I was just mentioning these places like, 2 seconds ago? So here we go. All right, so this is for northern Harrison, Floyd, southwestern Walker, Polk County, and Chattooga County. Goes until 4:45. Severe thunderstorm was located along the line extending from Dutton to Yellow Creek and moving east at 45 miles per hour. So we're talking about Rome, we're talking about Tryon, Cave Springs, we're talking about Floyd State Park, which somebody was asking me about the other day, Fish Creek, and Etna. So again, just watch out for these very strong winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and maybe some 1-inch hail in here as well as these storms start to come in out of Alabama. I will tell you, I think that legacy TV is dying. And I think that, us doing the weather like we are, the interaction that we can have, the personal relationships we can have with you here on social media, you just can't get into TV. You just can't. I did TV for a long time, and they can't do this. It's not a one-on-one thing between you and me. It's not, and it is just the way it goes. No, it's not pure genius. It's just because I've been doing this a long time. I know what I'm looking at. Well, Jordan, I'm going to turn off this. No, not this time, Alan. I do not believe this will be the case. Alan's bringing up a good point. We see this happen a lot, where storms will come in Alabama and come into Georgia and they die or they weaken and stuff. A lot of it typically is because we have what we sometimes get is a cold air wedge or an easterly wind that's in here, or it comes in at night or low. This is coming in at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We're at max daytime heating. We got temperatures well in the upper 80s. We've got air that's very buoyant. We got some isolated stuff forming out ahead of here. So the answer there, Alan, is no. I do not expect these storms as they're crossing out Alabama to begin to weaken. I think by the time they weaken, they're going to be well within the state, and that's because the sun's gone down and we lose the daytime heating. So I'm not anticipating these storms to weaken. Yeah, it's been a bit of a breezy day today. It's been kind of a westerly wind here we've kind of had blowing in here. It was kind of a warm wind for us. We got some very strong winds in the upper levels. That's what's kind of supporting roughly about 700, 850 millibars. That's kind of supporting these thunderstorms right now. And these MCSs are, again, very typical for this time of year. Very typical. What's interesting this time of year is the fact that we've been very wet this spring. I know that Glenn has mentioned this. Glenn Burns has mentioned this a lot of times, talking about the unusually warm temperatures in the Gulf and the amount of moisture from the Gulf is a little higher than normal. So our rainfall totals have been a little bit higher. And, right now this pattern is going to stay like this, I think, for about another week, I think. And then it's going to change because we're going to see some big ridging in the middle of the country. And I think the shift for these type of storms are going to shift up to the north, probably going from, say, the Dakotas, Minnesota, and coming down through the Midwest. I think it's going to shift that north. There's a big high kind of builds there. I know. You know I'm trying to be apolitical here. Got a new warning. Where we got here? I'm ready for you. Where's this one at? Let's see. Is that same area? Look, should be the same area. Oh, no. We got one up here. And hey, we got one in Missouri now. Look at this one. All right. This one's 60-mile-per-hour winds here. No hail with this one. This is Boone, Western Callaway, Central Cole, Eastern Mateau until 3:45. Severe thunderstorm was moving east at 45. I'll say that one of the things that I've noticed on social media that has bothered me a little bit is some storm chaser pages have been reporting like specific tornado warnings and treating them as confirmed tornadoes. And I have noticed at least 3 to 4 times in the last, I'd say, couple of weeks where that was not true. That was absolute bogus. Yes, it was a good signature. Yes, it was something there, but there was no tornado. I would go back and say, well, hey, this person said there was a tornado here. Why is it not showing a tornado there? Because there wasn't one. So I really get a little antsy there with some of the stuff that's being reported as facts for locations on stuff, especially just taking a radar signature and saying, ooh, that's got to be a tornado. It's got to be observed. It's got to have some damage with it. And if they don't have either one of those two, then don't report it as fact. Well, Watkinsville, you guys are on the far right side. We'll see how it works when it gets over to you guys. You're over there south of Athens, so we'll see. We'll see how strong these storms are as they come on through. Again, what I'm watching right now is I'm watching a line that seems to be going through a little bit of a flux right now, and I'm seeing new activity start to form out ahead of this approaching line. So I think we're going to see some re-intensification of this line as it's getting ready to cross Alabama and into Georgia. And again, that max daytime heating is a big factor there on that. Hey, we just cracked 51 likes. All right, now we got to get another 49. So if you haven't given us a like yet on our channel, please do so. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, please consider to do that as well. The reason why we ask for our small channel is right now we're averaging about 3 minutes and 52 seconds per viewer. And what the YouTube algorithm does, it looks for certain things when you're doing a live broadcast. Are you getting subscribers? Are you getting comments? Are you getting likes? If you're getting all three, the algorithm says, okay, we'll send more people your way. So if you can help me out, I'd appreciate that. Just go ahead and hit those subscribe, hit the like, and if you are watching from somewhere, we got a lot of people in the chat here today, go ahead and let me know where you're watching from and let me say hello to you. I do appreciate it. Hey, Nate, how's it going? Yeah, let's go ahead and look at that real quick for those who want to take a look. We do have a couple of days of weather ahead, guys. Just a thing for today. So let me pop this back up here. I'm going to pull back out. Again, we've got the situation out there for today. So this is your day one out here for right now. So you notice that they're cutting back that enhanced, obviously, because that complex of storms is moving from west to east. Here's tomorrow. They did. I saw this coming. They did update this for a moderate risk for tomorrow back into Texas and to Oklahoma. So the Godfather, and thank you for the new subscriber. The Godfather and the big channels are taking today off because they're going to be on full tilt for that tomorrow. Because all the storm chasers will be out there tomorrow, and I promise you they'll be on tomorrow. So probably not a good time for me to be on because everybody gets sucked on over there. And then going into Monday, we'll have to watch, again, these storms coming in on Monday here across the southeast. We'll have to watch this on Alabama and Georgia on Monday. So I end up doing severe weather coverage across the southeast from Monday. So if the big channels want to ignore the southeast, I got you covered, my friend, okay? So we'll keep you covered. All right, let's go back here to the big channel here. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Got a new warning. Let's go back over to it. I see a new warning just popped up here. Got a new one here coming up here. Let's switch over to this radar here. So we got, just a lot of wind reports for this. What's my wind? What's the? New information. That's the cab and thunderstorm warning has been updated. All right. Oh, it's been updated. Okay, that's what that one is. All right. So let me look at the storm report map. See if that's changed. Well, look at all that. Wow, that has really filled in a lot. That was a big jump. We're up to 62 total wind reports, 68 wind reports. Look at all that right in there. That's all with that MCS. Again, this thing's been moving from west to east since early this morning, moving into this direction. So we're going to see a lot more wind damage reports here across Georgia here coming up as these storms move on through. But that's a nice cluster there that you're seeing right now. And there's the satellite pic. There's the satellite imagery of those complex storms. Notice it's quiet back over toward Texas and Oklahoma now, but looks like tomorrow's going to be a busy, busy day for those guys out toward the west. Here's your current watches there. They just expanded. It looks like they've added some additional watches. They just expanded this. I noticed the update that just come in there. So they did take the watch boxes down across east central Alabama. So we're getting down here toward the Columbus, Georgia area. So Auburn and Columbus are now into the new watch. They just added a few counties there. And this is a nice change, I think, that was necessary. Back in the past, going back in the olden days, they would issue a box and they would be right there and stuff. And now they've got the ability with the Weather Service offices where the Storm Prediction Center will come out with a watch thing, and then the individual National Weather Service offices can adjust accordingly. Obviously, take off the boxes as storms go by, but they can also add. So that's something that was an improvement they made a few years ago. I'm going to be porch chasing. Yeah, I'm sure. Hopefully the storms won't knock out the power in my area here for today. Yeah, tomorrow Nate, where you're going to be at, you don't got to worry about tomorrow. You're going to be pretty good there, brother. You do not have to worry about that. But I am so grateful that we're starting to get a good audience with you guys here. I really do appreciate you guys helping out the channel. Because my biggest problem, and I'll be on front with this, and I'm sure you guys have heard me say this before, but those who haven't heard it before, when the algorithm dumps my broadcast, and I can always tell when that happens because I've got the way YouTube works. If you ever done it, it shows you your watches, it shows you your views, it shows your average watch time, and it shows your chart of your stuff. When the algorithm drops you, it basically goes like this, just dies. And when it dies like that, it really, really causes, you don't get your audience back because the algorithm just doesn't pick it up anymore. And I always take that very personal when I shouldn't. It's really just a game with the algorithm, how the thing works right there. So it's one of those things. Hey, Justin, what you got? Yeah, power is right now, Justin. Alabama's got like 68,000 people without power right now, and I'm really worried about the power outages getting into Georgia here a little bit later. But I think last time I checked it with Arkansas, it was like about 11,000. Hey, John Crowder, also watching from Arkansas. You guys got hit pretty good this morning. When I did my morning update, Arkansas was getting hit. Oh, well, take it up there. Take it easy up there in Pennsylvania there, Nate. I was yesterday. Yeah. Let's see what we're up to. We are up to 57 likes. All right, there we go, man. 43 more likes to go. Y'all hit that like button, man. I appreciate it. Let's go in a little bit closer here, watching the storms come on through. Yeah, that was pretty nasty. There was a few tornado warnings this morning as well, but here for the last, we've been on for an hour and 15 minutes. Haven't seen a single tornado warning. And I'll be honest with you, what I've seen on the radar has not really impressed me. Check this out. Watch right in here. Look at the intensity in this line. Remember I was saying this stuff was starting to blow up and come together. See how that's gotten a lot stronger on the radar? Right through there. That's showing up very nicely. So this is basically what I was afraid of. I'm starting to see this thing start to kind of get a little bit get a little stronger in that zone right in there. So like I said, I don't expect these storms to weaken as they come out of Alabama and into Georgia right now. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put this back in here again. If you are watching from the North Georgia area and you are not a follower on my Facebook page, I just put the link down below in the chat there. If you would go in there and make sure you hit the follow on my new Facebook page. I had to rebrand the thing because some big billion-dollar company said I couldn't say 2 words, so I had to redo the branding. So if you would follow me on the new Facebook page, if you are watching from Georgia, I do appreciate you doing that. So just go ahead and hit that link and then hit the like button there on the Facebook page. So we're doing pretty good right now. We are actually up to over 600 views, 638 so far on an hour and 15 minutes. Very, very nice. So good audience with you guys today. Thank you for watching, guys. Let's look at these cameras over here again. I always like to check back with the cameras, give me an idea of what the sky conditions are doing. It'll be very hazy and hot there. Let's check this camera here. There's the Bartow County one. All right. Now, definitely getting cloudier now as those storms are moving in, seeing the cumulus nature of the clouds. A little bit hazy, but that could be expected as humid as it is across Georgia right now. Let's go to the quad here a little bit. So it looks like the rain is settled down there in the Birmingham area right now. Auburn, you guys might get some stuff a little bit later if it was watching from down there. And Helen's okay for the moment, but the Helen will probably get their stuff later tonight. And Austell is to the west of Metro Atlanta. They'll obviously be one of the first places that gets hit here a little bit later. Let's go back over to Radar Omega. There we go. Yeah. Inflow going to be cleaner as these hit Georgia mountains here. Break up the inflow, weakens them. This is a different setup, man. This is an MCS. So the mountains influence, and thank you for the new subscriber, by the way. Got us back to 46. I thank you very much. The mountains, when it comes to stuff like this, because they're being driven by the upper level winds that are coming from west to east, I don't think will play a factor. I really don't. Not in this setup. Because the upper level winds are blowing from the opposite direction. They're not going to deflect those storms. It's not going to weaken those storms. If there was a wedge and an east wind at the surface place in it, that'd be a different story here. Yeah, but we're dealing with a very warm, moist, buoyant air mass. We had a few severe thunderstorm warnings, obviously, across North Georgia just yesterday with a weaker setup. So I don't see that happening, Raven, with this stuff tonight. Not with this one. Not with this one. Here we got a new warning here in North Georgia. Let's go take a look here in Georgia. We're going up here into Dade and Catoosa counties up here. Oh, no, sorry, Dade and Walker. Sorry about that. We're talking about Western Walker and Dade County goes till 5 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm was located on a line extending from Jericho to near Farkle to near Scottsboro, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Well, that is moving in on there. I also think another reason why that corporation may have gone up. There are other Facebook pages that do weather across North Georgia, but none broadcast. I'm the only one. So I guess I had a big target on my back. The fact that I'm the only one that actually does broadcasting out there. So there's a lot of Facebook weather pages out there, but not very many of them that actually do actual honest to God broadcasting on them. A lot of them do it on YouTube, but I actually like to do it on both. Well, Nate, I hope you didn't lose anything in your refrigerator. That's for sure. If you guys lose power, if you guys get these storms tonight, don't open your fridge. Keep that closed. Again, these storms are coming in at 4 o'clock, 4:15. These are coming in about an hour ahead of schedule, I would say. You know, they're definitely coming in a little bit faster than what the models were showing this morning. This shows you that you know, and basically if they're 5 miles per hour faster, just do the math, and that was 8 hours ago. Of course, it's going to be coming in a little bit sooner.
New information: this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And these storms are looking a little more, definitely looking a little stronger as things are going to come across into Georgia right now. An hour ain't going to hurt it. Again, appreciate you guys helping us out. We're up to 61 on the like count. All right, we only got to get 39 more likes. We like to get 100 per broadcast. So if you haven't hit that like button, hit that like button if you can. And if you'd like to join our family, that 8146 actually is this page's new high of subscribers on here on the channel. So if you'd like to add to that number, that would be appreciative. I would love to get to 8,200 on this broadcast, but unfortunately, I don't think we have the audience for that. I think if Facebook was working properly and stopped deleting my link to our coverage here, we probably would hit it. But unfortunately, Facebook's not cooperating. So the only way people can see my stuff is off. I have it as an event, and the link's in that. But that's the only way to get it through. I can't do it as a text, unfortunately. Very aggravating. I'm going to have to definitely get a hold of Facebook this week and ask them, y'all need to fix that, please. I mean, you're not going to let me do Facebook Live. At least let me put my live links over on the page so I can bring people over. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Let's go check out some of the stuff up here. I want to look at some of the winds up here. Oh, yeah. See these winds up in here. See the yellows in here? That is, there's 60, 55, 58, there's 60, 64, 67. Yeah, we got some pretty good winds on that line. So we're getting some 60, get some just over 60 miles per hour into that line, getting ready. That's the stuff that's going to come into Dade County here pretty soon. So Rome, Cave Springs, Cedartown's already getting kind of a glancing blow right now. Okay, I gotta keep looking back at these cameras here. Yeah. Well, at least it looks like this is not going to be something that's going to be like an all-night event. That's the good news there. At least I'll be able to get some decent sleep tonight and won't be up too late with this. That's the good news there. So, but we'll see how it goes for tomorrow. I mean, I would love, I tell you, I would love if I ever got this page big enough to where I had a good solid returning audience on here. I would love to cover events like the one tomorrow. I really would. I like when the chasers are out there and you get a nice big area, a moderate risk and stuff like that. But traditionally, when I do those kind of coverage, I get maybe 200 to 300 views. That's it. That's all I get out of a 4 or 5 hour broadcast because the big channels just take everybody. But if this channel ever gets to a reasonable size, I think we can overcome that. Probably I don't know, maybe another year and a half away from maybe getting that. We'll see. We'll see. Let's go back over here. I want to look at the new bottle data here, see if this has been updated at all. Let's see here, 18Z. That's still coming in. Yeah, that's not showing. It's 5 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock. That's looking a little more reasonable now. Oh, new warning. Let me check this out. New warning. All right, there we go. New warning down here. Here we go. This one is for Claiborne County. Goes until 4:15. Severe thunderstorm is located along the line extending from near Piedmont to near Talladega Municipal Airport, moving east at 55 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail with this one. So this includes Eatersville, Fruithurst, Heflin, Rainburn, but getting close to getting into areas there heading toward Floyd County. I got to watch that Floyd and Polk County or Harrison. It's getting real close. Well, that would be Alan. That would be a real blessing if that ever happened. I try to keep reasonable expectations, and part of that so I don't get my hopes up on certain things. Maybe I had some delusions of grandeur when I first started this page, but I had a lot to learn from a technical standpoint, and it took me about a year to finally get this product up to a level that I felt was reasonably looking, had a good presentation, and learn some technical things, and have the right people to help support me to bring this channel up to where I think it's reasonable, looking pretty good. But I also didn't think it was going to be this hard to find subscribers. I really didn't. I thought it would be a little easier than what it has been. Oh my, where's that new warning? Must be further out here to the west. Let's see here. I heard the alert. Where you at? Where is that? Where's that warning? Oh, you did. You caught that, Nate? Yeah, that's majestic weather. That's in New Mexico. All right. That's way out here. All right. I'm not going to worry about New Mexico. That's out in no man's land. Yeah, Nate, the majestic weather is something I had to do. It is a rebrand. Had to rebrand. Could not use the other words because an Atlanta corporate entity that owned one of the Atlanta TV stations here said I couldn't use it, and they blew up my Facebook page just to make a point. So, yeah, so I'm having to start my Facebook page back over, and I had to remove all references to those two words, which apparently they own and trademarked. So I didn't know that. So, but they treated me like I should have known, but because I used to work for that company 20 years ago. So yeah, go figure. South Metro. Boy, I'm saying probably after 6 there, Techwell. Probably sometime after 6. Slow after 6 o'clock. You got some stuff out there earlier, but yeah, it was sometime after 6 o'clock, I think. Yeah, I've read that too, with some of the stuff that they've been doing out there. I mean, I can understand why they're doing it, Raven, because a lot of what's going on out there is you get oversaturation. When the Godfather came on and did his stuff, there was nobody really doing this kind of coverage on a grand scale. He had a couple of big events and was able to grab all these people right out the gate. And then when I kind of caught on to it, it was at the tail end of the stuff before the algorithm kind of shut things down. And I think that's true for not only weather, but for other avenues too, like what you're talking about there with, music and different things. I think if a certain subject area gets oversaturated, then the algorithm really starts to pick and choose who gets what. And so when I first started, I was able to, I got 3,000 subscribers. Oh, within like 3 months, I got it very fast. And I thought, I'm off and running, man. I'm gonna get this real quick. And then, boom, it was like someone flipped the switch and it was off. And it's been a dogfight ever since. Miss Mary, hey, Miss Mary. A few showers there in Calhoun. Well, you got some more stuff coming. You got some more stuff watching. Just again, you got a lot of activity here coming in out of Alabama. But you're going to see some more wet weather and some stormy weather. So keep in mind, you got that severe thunderstorm watch, which goes until 9 o'clock there. So there is that. And you see the counties getting trimmed off there. That whole area there in pink. So we're talking everybody in there going into Tennessee. So Tennessee, Western North Carolina, some of my listeners there on 389 Country up in that area, and South Carolina and Georgia, and obviously here in Alabama. They did add some counties down here to the south here recently. So as this line's kind of coming on through, the initial model data was really doing a poor job of picking up the stuff on the tail end of that line. Not very good. You are very welcome. Three-inch branches broke off in Jasper. That's pretty impressive there, Paul. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of these wind damage reports. There's a ton of them there across Alabama. I mean, just a lot. Look at all these black dots. These are all wind damage reports. See them all? All those little black dots. I mean, that's really a lot of wind damage reports here with this. I suspect, and the fact that looking at the radar here, this line looks like it's getting a little stronger now as it's fluctuating. So we're going to see some additional warnings here as this stuff's starting to pick up some steam here a little bit. We're also getting some stuff out ahead of this stuff, like you guys down there in South Metro. You might see some individual showers before this stuff even comes on in. Same for Dahlonega, Gainesville, Roswell. There's some showers that are popping out ahead of the storm because the air mass is so buoyant and so warm and kind of juicy and humid out there. We're going to get a few of those. Now the watch, again, I'll say it again, got to watch the squall line interacting with any of those little individual cells out ahead of it. That's when you potentially can get those weak tornado spin-ups. Tornado risk is low, but not zero. It's running about 2%, so we got to watch that closely here. Well, make sure you take care of your animals real quick. Hey, you guys hold on for 1 second. I need to go to the restroom real quick. I also did not give me a drink, and my vocal cords are getting a little bit on the dry side. So just hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. If you guys could do me a favor, we're at 62 likes right now. If you've not hit the like button yet, hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, what you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button, and I'll be right back. Give me about 60 seconds. I'll be right back. All righty. Got my Diet Dr. Pepper. I'm good to go. All right. Hey, I appreciate you guys checking this out. I want to check out let me check the old Facebook page and we'll see how we're doing on our number here. We're at 955. We're getting really close to 1,000. So I'll put this back here in the chat. If you guys are watching, if you're from the Georgia area, and if you're not following me on my Facebook page, I just put the link in there. Go over to there and please hit that like button on the now newly rebranded North Georgia Majestic Weather. Please make sure you hit the like on there. And please share that with your family and friends. Anybody that you know, your friends or relatives or anybody here that lives in the North Georgia area, help me, as I don't want to spend the next 2 months getting back to what we had before that corporate entity, see, I'm going to be nice, decided to throw their weight around and take us down. So help us out there. Please go ahead and hit that like button over on that Facebook link I just put in the chat there. And make sure you share that with everybody so we can try to get our numbers back up. Again, I just really don't want to spend that long getting back up or spending a lot of money to get back up to that level. I am going to be putting on a Patreon and a GoFundMe eventually over on the Facebook page because I'm going to try to see if I can get some people to help rebuild the channel up really quick because I'm going to take on those Atlanta City TV stations. I'm going to take them on. We're going to beat their backside. We're going to do some really good work here. All right, let me see here. Let's go check in on those cameras here. There's the Bartow County. Yeah, it's starting to get dark there in Bartow County. Seeing that. Look at these dark clouds over here. See, damage threat considerable up on this storm up here. Yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is for severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect till 5. That's for Western Walker and Dade counties. So, again, that's that's moving east at 55. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in there, which is what I was seeing on the velocity there a second ago. Let's take a look at the velocity here. I can't see much on that one. Oh, yeah. See all that yellow in there? In the where you see that yellow in there, that's 60-plus mile-per-hour winds that are coming into those counties right there. So damage threat considerable because of what the Doppler radar is picking up there with the intensity there. let's go ahead and get back over here. Make sure before you guys head on out, make sure you hit that like button, please, and consider hitting that subscribe. We're currently sitting at 63. We like to try to get 100, and that's usually the goal. And we're averaging about 4 minutes and 27 seconds today on the broadcast. So we're getting good, decent turnover. Just got to make sure you guys help support the channel by allowing other people to come back in. Hey, look who Irish lady's back with us. How you doing? Keyless going over here. Kind of watch this going into North Georgia right now. Oof. So it looks like the window right now for Georgia as it's coming out Alabama, East Central Alabama still got a little bit to go through this. So the Auburn area might get clipped a little bit with this. The tail end of this stuff here might sneak in Auburn. We'll see. It's got to develop, more stuff develops down to the south. But most of North Alabama is about done with it. So now this is becoming Georgia's game here for this afternoon as we're kind of coming up into the northwest sections of Georgia. That's a nasty cell right there. Just the radar from that distance, you start seeing big purple like that, you know you got a nasty cell. South of Chickamauga, between Lafayette and Chickamauga. That's a very nasty cell. Probably got a pretty good hailer on that one. Yeah, big bullseye. Got a good hail core right there. And you got several good hail cores in here. See these little high spots in here. Hot spots, I guess you can call them. Even though we're talking about ice. All right, Courtney says it's starting to thunder up in Gordon County. Yeah, you got some storms nearby. You definitely got some storms overhead. Let me get that going here. So right over to Calhoun, get some good little heavy downpours and stuff going on in there. Let's see here. Let me get that over. Checking the Storm Prediction Center here to see if they've got anything updated here for me to read. So bear with me for a second. Okay, no update there. Okay, just double checking. Always got to double check because they're constantly updating things. Now, then, during night. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, I kind of agree with you there. It gets a little nerve-wracking when it's at night. I get a little nervous about that there. This is obviously now there are going to be some overnight storms. The models are showing some additional storms that are going to re-flare up for tonight. Let me see. The 19th Eve was the last one. Let me show you guys this again. You guys, I just don't want y'all to think that you're done with this. So look here at the latest model run here. As this moves on through, there's the line that goes across North Georgia. This is at 7 o'clock, so it's about halfway through, and then it's moving into the Carolinas at 8. But notice as we go through the overnight hours, we get some more stuff to flare up across Alabama and Georgia. So there's some storms here, and some of this might go severe as well here across portions of Alabama here. Let me get this thing going. I'm sorry, my pen stopped working. Hold on. Let's get this working here. Just relay one. There we go. So you can kind of see it right through there. So again, that's at 4 in the morning Eastern. And then you see the storms come across North Georgia. So North Georgia, once this goes by, you're not done. You're going to have some more rains here for tonight. And then this stuff down here across Alabama overnight going toward tomorrow morning, that could also be severe, at least looking based off how that signature is looking like there on the high res. So there could be some additional severe weather tonight, heading toward morning for central Alabama and east central Alabama, west central Georgia. And so a few more storms there across North Georgia as well. So watch out for that. So don't just get locked in on this first event. We got a couple. We got this one, and then there's a couple others going into Monday we got to watch too. So we're going to be busy. Yeah, I tell you, that's the big change there, Raven, is the fact that is going off on that. Oh, we got a new warning. Let's go take a look at that. All right, this is up into Tennessee. So let's take a look at this. This is for southwestern Ray, southwestern Meigs, Sequatchie, Bledsoe, and northeastern Hamilton. Goes until 5:15. Severe thunderstorm is located along a line extending from 6 miles north of Grutley, I can't even pronounce that one, to 7 miles north of Whitwell, moving east at 55. That's up into Tennessee, Pikesville, Dayton, Dunlap. Let's check out the camera here in Chattanooga. I'm sure they're looking awfully stormy. Oh, yeah. There you go.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, hearing that there. Let's go back here.
New information. This severe destructive thunderstorm warning has been
Now, I have no idea why that level, I mean, it's up high on my TV. I should be hearing it a lot better than that. Oop. I just heard that big alert. That's usually for something that's destructive here. Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. Yeah, there it is. Let's go back into this. This just got updated here. That's that one cell that I said looked like it had deep purple on it. Severe thunderstorm near Dodge affected until 5. Severe thunderstorm was located along the line from Russell Cave National Monument. These are destructive storms for Coal City and northern Dade County, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, again, this was looking very nasty. And we got this new warning that just came out ahead of that particular cell. This is for Catoosa County, Murray County, Whitfield County, and Central Walker. It goes until 5:15. Severe thunderstorm was located extending from near Lookout Mountain to Suttles Mill, moving east at 40. So it's a pretty nasty cell that's coming into the city of Dalton and Chatsworth right now. Again, this is coming in about an hour ahead of schedule here. Here's a new warning up into the Chattanooga area. This is 80-mile-per-hour winds, destructive winds for this one as well. Bradley County, southwestern Meigs County, southern Sequatchie, eastern Marion, and Hamilton County goes until 5:15. These storms are moving east at 50, 80-mile-per-hour winds for this one. Boy, yeah, this is like I said, very much borderline with derecho territory here. And we're going to have to watch this camera closely as these 80-mile-per-hour winds get ready to blow into the Chattanooga area. Well, this is not looking pretty. Catoosa's not looking good right now. Well, that is for sure. There's another warning here on the northern part of the line here. This one is for Van Buren County, and this goes until 4:30 Central Daylight Time. Storm is moving northeast at 45. If you're up there in Catoosa County there, Kaylee, just get ready. There's a 70, 80 mile per hour winds possible in your area. So please batten down the hatches. Here's Catoosa County right there. And this is the worst of the line here coming at you. So you see this very heavy line here coming. Here's Catoosa County right there, where I'm kind of circling my little cursor there. So this is coming your direction. So get ready. It's looking pretty bad there. And Chatsworth too. Yeah, Diane, you're in that new warning. It just came out. So this stuff's all got. Again, look at how I'm looping this. You see how this stuff's kind of merging together. You see the initial line, and you see this new activity, and see how they're kind of merging together. Again, it's very muggy outside. This is max daytime heating, so we got great fuel for these thunderstorms right now, for these things to kind of reinvigorate. So they're really straight. The line's starting to strengthen a little bit. There was a slight lull there for a little bit as it was going through Alabama. Looks like the trend line, at least based off the radar reflectivity, is having it going up. I'm also noticing the lightning start to increase a little bit, especially down here between Rome and Cedartown. It's a big one just came out. It's a big one. This is where that lightning's going up. Hold on, it'll pop here in a second. It's for this right in here. Hold on, it's coming. Hold on, it's coming. I promise you, it's coming. Well, let me take this other one off down up here. Whoops, click off that. There it is. That's a big one right there. Woof. 60 mile per hour winds. This is for Paulding County, Harrison, southwestern Gilmore, southwestern Murray, Floyd County, south central Whitfield, southeastern Walker, Gordon County, Polk County, Chattooga County, and Bartow County. Goes until 5:30. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from near Tryon and moving east at 55 miles per hour. So it's coming up a big area here. Let's look at these cameras once again. There's the Bartow County camera. See how dark the skies are getting in that area. Getting some, so there. And again, this is getting very close to coming into the metro Atlanta area pretty good. Let's look at the Pickens County camera. I got a flagpole there. I get to watch that a little bit as the storms get closer. So again, you guys watch that. I think there is another camera. In fact, let me go ahead. I think there is. Let me see if I can find that other camera real quick. I'm going to see if I can swap out cameras real quick. I want to see what's going on up in Dalton real quick. I think there's a railroad camera I can use. I believe there's one up there. Yep, there it is. I gotta pause that real quick, but yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and put this camera in for you guys. I'm gonna put this back in studio mode real quick. Let's see, which one do I want to change out? I'll change out the Austel camera. I'll use number 4. All right, let's do I'll use number 4 here. Let's change that one real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna switch out these cameras real quick. Okay. So I just swapped out one of the cameras out to Dalton just to kind of keep an eye on it real quick. So there it is. So I just switched out the Dalton camera here. Here's the Dalton camera right there. So we'll keep a watchful eye on the Dalton camera as the storms are getting ready to come into Dalton. I want to see what the activity does there. So we'll keep a watchful eye on that as those storms are getting ready to pound into Dalton right now. So we'll keep checking back on that camera and see how things progress. All right, let's go back here to the radar. Again, appreciate you guys checking out our coverage. We're at 4:41 in the afternoon. These storms are coming in a little ahead of advertised from this morning's update. This morning looked like around 5, 6 o'clock it was coming in. It's coming a little bit earlier than advertised. Just a little bit, not a whole lot. I'd say about an hour ahead of schedule. So this storms will be pressing on through. Should be done by about 9 o'clock, I would think, as it goes off to the 9, 10 o'clock as we go into the eastern part of the state. So I think we'll see things begin to improve. But here for the next few hours, we're coming in at max Q or max heating here across North Georgia. I'm seeing the lightning starting to increase, especially there across the Rome area. The thing you got to watch for the line like this is when you start seeing it make this curve like this, typically it's where the middle portion of that line is what we call bowing out a little bit. That's usually where the strongest storms are. And the fact that I'm seeing the lightning increasing into this area between Cedartown and into Rome, that's usually a pretty good indication of these storms are strengthening in this area. So we do have a couple of cameras in that zone. So as these storms get closer, we'll kind of get an idea of what the conditions look like with these cameras here. Nate, we've been talking about derecho for about a week. The conditions are there. The fact that we got that moderate risk for tomorrow for that area, it's very feasible that we may get a derecho. I kind of teased that on one of my video updates earlier in the week that I thought we were in a period where we might see a particular derecho. What we've had so far has been just under that criteria for a technical derecho. They've been running several good MCSs, multicellular storms that have been progressing from west to east, but we haven't had a real honest-to-God derecho. The last good one I can remember was last year. It was May, I think the 14th when it was, that went through Houston, Texas. That was a big-time derecho. They had 80 to 100-mile-per-hour winds, tore up the power grid bad, and then they had a tropical system, a hurricane hit like a month later in June. That hit early. But hopefully we won't get any derechos tomorrow. But it's very possible. Again, appreciate you guys checking out the channel. If you're new to the channel, let me introduce myself. I first want to say my name is meteorologist Greg Majeski. Hey, how you doing? Weather geek extraordinaire here on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel. Here in the North Georgia Majestic Weather Center. And Diane Farley, hey, thanks for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. Always thankful for that. And again, if you have any weather-related questions, if you're anywhere that's in the path of these storms, again, consider me your own personal weatherman. Go ahead and put a question down below. We've had some very good chats here on the chat here this afternoon. We've been broadcasting for an hour and 48 minutes. Not too bad there. We've had 850 views. We're averaging about 449 per viewer, and we're up to 69 likes. So again, if you are new to the channel, the things that our small channel needs for survive is your participation. And that basically means we need you to consider subscribing, obviously. We all like to have that. Make sure you give us a like. And if you got a question or something, but again, use the chat, because those are the three things that the YouTube algorithm looks for. It looks for subscribers, looks for chats, looks for likes. Those three things. You get those things while you're doing live broadcasts, you can maintain a healthy broadcast. And again, I appreciate you guys helping us out. No. Hey, listen, any money donated to the channel goes to the advertisement of the channel. I don't keep a single dime of any money that comes in. It goes to support the health of the channel. I know that the health of this channel to survive is to grow that subscriber base. So whenever I get, like I had a couple $100 I had come in from YouTube, and I spent it as advertising to push our numbers up. And that's where it'll go. So, to get us, until we can get a healthy audience, because that's what I figured out. I talked to a YouTuber. He told me exactly like what the two big guys were doing when they were getting going. When they got to a certain point, they were taking the money that was being donated, and they were getting a lot of money. They were taking that, and while they were doing their stuff, they were buying all their ad buys. So it became like it steamrolled. It kind of snowballed, and that's how they were able to grow it very fast. Was they were taking the money that was donated plus what they were getting during their lives, and it was able to take off. So I'm going to follow the same advice they gave me. I've heard a few times because they're all flow set those across. Yeah, deratios are basically an MCS on steroids. A multicellular thunderstorm is a complex of severe thunderstorms, but a deratio is that to the next level. It's almost like, I almost look at it almost like a mini hurricane. It's usually a strong upper level vortex that's kind of embedded with it. Usually the winds are, in excess of 80 to 100 miles per hour. They move at a very fast rate of speed, and they can cover a good 1,000 miles. So deratios are really special. We don't usually get that. We get maybe 2 or 3 in a given year, maybe, that kind of fit that criteria. And we're definitely in the month when we typically see one. So we'll see if we get another one here. Got a new warning. This is coming down on the south side, getting close to metro Atlanta here. So again, let's talk about this. Damage threat considerable, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is for southern Paulding County, Haralson County, Carroll County, West Central Cobb, Douglas County, and southwestern Polk. This goes until 5:30. Severe thunderstorm is located along the line extending from Mars Hill to Camp Socoa. I think that's how you say that. Moving east at 55. Henry County's in the house. Hey, Henry County, you guys get ready. The storms are going to be your way here in the next couple hours. Yeah, get ready for that action. You guys are going to be getting it there as well. And all you guys that are watching from Metro Atlanta, again, if you're new to the channel, I want to go ahead and put this in there. I got to put my plug in there for my local Facebook page. So, oops, let me put hold on a second. I got to get it back. That's the wrong one. Hold on a second. Let me get this back for you here. Let me get my plug back here. And get back to it. So I got to put my plug for my page here. I could use any of you guys watching from Georgia here on the YouTube channel. There in the comments section is my local Facebook channel for North Georgia Majestic Weather. We had to rebrand my channel because some corporate entity that owns one of the TV stations in Atlanta said they owned a couple of words and it was copyrighted, and they took down my old Facebook page. So I'm having to relaunch again. So if you could do me a favor, go ahead and please go ahead and hit that like button on that page and join our family over there. I do appreciate it. That's where I kind of do my local stuff there on top of the national stuff I do here on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel. So thank you. Let me go back over to the radar. Let's go check out these cameras here again. See what this stuff's looking at. Getting awfully close to the rain, getting close in there. Hey, we got Temple, Georgia, Jennifer Rice in the house. Good to see you there, Jennifer. And if you are a new subscriber, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you. Good to see you. If you got a Temple, Georgia, everywhere across West Georgia is getting slammed right now. Obviously from near Dalton, coming all the way down into Rome, and coming down Interstate 20, coming into Bremen, Cedartown. That whole area is getting hit pretty good right now. Let's go back to the live view there in camera there in Dalton real quick. Let's take a look at that real quick. Not looking too bad. Clouds are definitely getting stormy, but I believe that's on the east side of Dalton, so may not quite gotten in there yet. They're not quite into Dalton, so that'll be coming in real soon. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all. Let's go back over to this camera here. Yeah, so all you guys have maybe tuning in now from the Georgia area, I'd like for you to consider me your own personal weatherman, and you don't need to watch those TV guys. They don't know much. No, they know a lot. I know a lot of them are former colleagues. I can't pick on those guys. But I will say that you're not going to get the kind of service from them as you can get from me. How about that? I can't say that. Do you know the young crime reporter in Columbus? The big guys went after him to. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They did. I didn't hear anything about that. Oh wow, that wouldn't strike. I know who you're talking about too, because he was sharing a lot of my weather broadcasts over on his little stuff over there. Yeah, somebody mentioned the other day to me that some of these startup news places up in North Georgia were getting the same kind of flack as well. So. Yeah, it's a bit tough out there. I will tell you, I just never thought in a billion years that some multi-billion-dollar company would take the time to spend thousands of dollars that you got to give a damn lawyer and have say, hey, take that, have them take a page down. I was like, how about a phone call? How about a message? Hey, tell me, hey, dude, we own those words. You can't use them. How about something like that? There was no need to go through a legal rigmarole. I will say this much, it's definitely motivated me very much to the point to where I wasn't caring what those guys in the TV station markets were doing. Now I care. Now I'm going to go after all of them. I'll tell you that right now. I'm going to be the Ryan Hall of North Georgia. And you guys know the reference on YouTube. I'm going to be the guy in North Georgia. I may not be that be the godfather in the YouTube universe, but when it comes to North Georgia on Facebook, yeah, I'm going to be the guy. So let's go in here real quick. Yeah, let's see. Let's check this camera over here. Let's see what Bartow looked like there. That's still looking pretty dark there. Yeah, we're coming up on getting some of the stuff here coming into close to Metro Atlanta. Looks like a little shower just went over Truist Park. Thank God the Braves aren't in town. Of course, they're playing so cold right now. They could probably use a day off right now. Now I've got the Braves memorabilia behind me because I'm been a Braves baseball fan since like 1981. So it's been really tough watching that team this year. But I'll still stay a Braves fan. I'm not going anywhere. But it's been a very bad year, that's for sure. That risk match is actually, I think they shrunk it down here. Let me take a look here. Day one. Okay. I see it. Yeah. Here. Elsie McClure, she said that the wrist map today looks like a shark. So what do y'all think? Y'all think that looks like a shark? I think it does. That actually does look like a shark. I didn't even notice it before, but yeah, that does look like a shark. So, and we got a big bullseye right now with the enhanced area with that line of storms coming here across North Georgia right now. So there is our big area, and obviously the big threat really is that wind threat, which we're already seeing the reports of 60 to 80 mile per hour winds in that zone. So the shark is taking a bite out of North Georgia. Okay, no, bad. That's a bad dad joke, but you get the gist. Apparently, they can own words. Yeah, they trademarked those two words, which I will not use, but you know what it was, and they own the words. And I thought, it was something that maybe like the TV market type stuff, like TV stations, like one TV station can't use it, another TV station can use it, that kind of thing. I didn't know it applied to actual, social media type stuff. I had no idea that it applied to that. And I thought putting North Georgia on part of the group would identify me as clearly. I mean, the letter I got said that people would get confused with me with the TV station, which I'm going, well, if they do that, they're morons. I don't think you guys are idiots out there. Nobody's going to confuse that. And then the other part of the letter said that they would confuse me for being endorsed by that particular company. And that was the most asinine thing I'd ever read. I said, are you out of your mind? And then they chastised me because I used to work for that company 20 years ago when it was a much, much, much smaller company. And I'm like treating me like I just recently worked there or something. So I'm like, you're out of your damn mind, guys. So I'm like, okay, that's okay. Like I said, my Facebook page has become my own private war against the TV market in Atlanta. They are, and thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Thank you very much. They declared war on me. I was like, okay, challenge accepted. I hope y'all are ready for some warm competition because I'm going to take on every one of those Atlanta TV stations and I'm going to show them how to do it right. And they can't do this. They can't talk to you guys one-on-one and give y'all the kind of attention that I can. All right, Henry Cams, I'm with you there. Corn cob pie holding a beer, talking about the weather. Yeah, why not? I can do that. You can't do that. You can't do that in TV station, right? Hey, Lyman out of Douglas County. Hey, Sam Epps. Sam Epps just joined us. Hey, thank you for being a new subscriber there, Sam. Thank you for coming on board there from Douglas County. Hey, Sam, speaking of that for you real quick, since you're a line guy and everything, let's go ahead and pull up the latest power outages here. Since you're a line guy, I'm sure you would appreciate this. So let's go and see what's going on over in Alabama right now. Alabama right, ooh, wow, what a jump. Woo, that's 127,000 people. Last time I checked it was 66. That was like maybe an hour ago. But 5% of the state of Alabama is without power right now. And these storms are just coming into Georgia right now. Georgia right now is only showing 819. But let's look at that number. We'll come back to that a little bit later. But yeah, 127,000 people without power in Alabama right now. Wow, that's quite a bit. Hope we don't lose power here. I really hope not. But I think you're going to be busy there, Sam. And thank you for being a new subscriber on the channel. Thank you, my friend. But that just kind of shows when I checked that an hour ago, it was 66,000. It doubled in an hour. Hey, we got Derek and Sam Evans in McDonough. How you doing? In the house. Good to see you there, brother. Thank y'all for subscribers. And y'all keep those subscribes going, man. I do appreciate you guys helping us out there. I'm seeing that. Now, every time I see that graphic above my head, I'm going to keep seeing that shark. So I'm going to start playing Baby Shark video here in a second. Starting to get some activity here, starting to flare out ahead of the, again, we got to watch this stuff, folks. You see this new activity here starting to flare up out ahead of this main line. It is very hot and steamy out here. Any of this stuff out ahead of this line could go severe as well. Okay, so like these areas down here over toward Henry County, this could go severe. We got to watch that closely. And thank you for the donation. I guess for donation. Oh yeah. Okay, thank you for the donation. Whoever just did that, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't see the name though. Sorry about that. I'll have to go look back at that later. I can't see it while I'm doing the broadcast, but thank you. Like I said, all donations go to the channel, my friend. I do not keep them. I do not pocket it. It goes right back into advertising. That's the main reason on the Facebook side. I'm going to be on the Facebook side. When I first launched my business on Facebook, when I wanted to go with a local channel to support, to go in parallel to this National Weather Nerds YouTube channel, I had a business plan. I had money allocated, and I spent that money to get to a point to where the Facebook was monetized, bringing in money, add subscribers, and do the business model. And then I got blown up by the hacker who took my original page, which right now is looking like a blessing, because if that hacker had not taken that original page down, what would have happened is I would have probably had 60,000 followers on Facebook, and I would have lost it because of this big corporate entity, and it would have been far worse. Right now, my relaunch only had 11,000 on it, so I'm okay there, but that turned out to be a blessing. But now we're going to make the big goal here by next year on Facebook to get up to 100 to 150,000 followers. And I'm going to start Patreon and GoFundMe to try to get my viewers, if they want to support the effort, to help contribute to pay for that advertising, so I can go after those SOBs and the big corporate asses out there and show them how it's done. as you can tell, I got fired up with that. My wife was kind of laughing at me the other day. She was, when I got done, I said, no, I'm not depressed. I'm not even, I was mad, but I was mad in a positive way. I was upset that I lost the page, but I was like, okay, they decided they wanted to declare war on me. Not a problem, because I was ignoring them. I wasn't even paying attention to anything that the local TV stations were doing. Now I'm going to pay attention, and I'm going to go after every single one of those guys. I'm going to track their Facebook with me, and I want to make sure that that we pass them. I'll tell you that. Alabama's at 131,000 now. Wow. I'm sure you got instant access to that, probably on some app. But yeah, watch the Georgia one. Georgia one right now, last check, was only 688. But I got a funny feeling now these storms are going through Dalton. Boy, look at this cluster of lightning up here in Chattanooga. Wow. I bet that's got a lot of nonstop lightning in here. That lightning was really surging in this camera up here. Not seeing. I just noticed that. I noticed a big cluster of lightning near this camera. So I just wanted to go to it real quick. Now look at it, but you see that big cluster of lightning up there? Yeah, just kind of coming in there. Let's go check out the Dalton camera. Let's go to that one. I just put that one up. Let's see if it's, there it goes. There's the storm coming into Dalton. There you go. Seeing the windy conditions, heavy rain coming into Dalton right now. Ronald, you're not the first person to tell me all that about North Georgia. The one thing I've heard from a lot of North Georgians out there, and they like my forecast, I try to be inclusive to the like the Helens of the world, Dahlonega and Calhoun and Dalton. I can't get them all in, but I try to get. Oh, look at that wind gust, guys! Wow, look at that! Oh wow, you're getting some vertical rain there. Look at that wind gust there. I'm glad I went and put that camera in. That turned out to be a smart move. Look at that! Wow. That's some heavy wind coming down there in Dalton. So there you're seeing that heavy rain and stuff coming into Dalton right now. There's the Dalton area right there to the center. So it looks like the worst of it's just kind of coming through that area right now, hitting Dalton and it coming into Chatsworth. Blue Ridge is next on the horizon. I guess I need to update the Blue Ridge camera here in a second. So I'll swap out the Helen camera for Blue Ridge. So give me a second on that. I'll do that in just a minute. But I'll need to switch those cameras over. Elise is saying, holy crap, close lightning here in northeast Floyd County. Yeah, you guys are getting hit pretty good up there right now. A lot of lightning up in Floyd County. The southeastern portion of Floyd County, or south of Rome, is really getting hit pretty good. Let's see the cameras back here again. There, Bartow. Oh, yeah, there's stormy conditions coming in there, Bartow County. Getting really, really dark out there. Real dark. So if you guys, if anybody out there wants to become a member, like that $1.99 member subscriber here, and become the, I got 3 different levels you can choose from there. Again, I am getting really close to go ahead and start doing some new subscriber only updates that I'm going to do, kind of quick weather chats. There won't be kind of a formal one. It'll be kind of more of a me kind of talking to you, kind of like this type thing. So it'll be a little more loose, a little more specific. And then obviously you guys can ask questions and stuff for just those subscribers. So that's something I'm getting ready to do, kind of a special way to kind of give y'all some one-on-one personal weatherman type treatment and stuff. All right. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. I appreciate that. We're almost up to 8150. That'll be a new high for us. Let me go ahead and get this back in the studio mode. I'm going to see if I need to find that Blue Ridge camera since that's the next one in the path. So just let me get that real quick. I got to see make sure that camera is working. I was using it earlier, but Blue Ridge. Webcam. Let me get that up real quick, and we will update that real quick. And let's see, it is working. All right, good. Let's go ahead and swap that out. So I'm going to swap out the Helen camera for Blue Ridge. So just bear with me for 1 second while I swap this out. There it is. And we're doing there's downtown Helen. We're going to swap you out for Blue Ridge. So Blue Ridge. Of course, I got to line everything back up too. Whoops. Hold on a second. Oh, got a new warning. Let's do this first. Got to go back over to this. So stand by. Get out of studio mode. All right. Now, speaking of Blue Ridge, that's the way I was trying to get that camera up real quick. Severe thunderstorm warning here up. This is for northwestern Lumpkin, Gilmer County, Murray County, northwestern Whitfield, Union County, and Fannin County. It goes until 5:45. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from Gap Springs to Eaton to near Ramhurst, moving east at 65 miles per hour. So again, when you see a line that starts to accelerate, that means you're getting a push from some pretty good winds aloft here. Again, we're at max daytime heating, so these storms, as I was telling Alan earlier, I did not think we're going to lose their muster at all on this. So I want to get this other camera up in Blue Ridge up. So just bear with me for a second while I go in here and fix that real quick. So hold on one second while I go in here and do a little bit of editing here. Okay, take that full. All right, and getting this all set up here. So I got to craft this thing real quick. Actually, you know what? I messed it up. My fault. That's all my fault. Oh, well, first of all, take it off refresh. Duh. That would probably help. That would probably help. All right, get this thing signed up. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Now we're getting it. It's amazing how some of these cameras, the YouTube cameras are different from the resort cameras they use. So their placements are off a little bit. So what I got to do is I got to reline these things up whenever I pull them up. So bear with me for a second now that I've got this one set, which I do. I just got to change the name and ready to go. This is what you call doing it on the fly. So here we go, Blue Ridge, there we go. So we got the Blue Ridge camera up here. We'll watch as those storms get near the Blue Ridge. Obviously, we got the new warning that just came up for that area, and we'll watch that very closely. We just had the bad stuff go through the Dalton area. I would suspect it's looking a little bit better there. Yeah, obviously the main thrust of those storms have gone through there. It looks a lot better than it did just a few minutes ago, but still a bit breezy. Look at the winds there blowing that tree back behind there. Still a little bit windy behind that line of storms. Miss Mary says kicking up in Calhoun right now. Yeah, I don't doubt that. And, one thing I will say, having worked in broadcasting and done severe weather and doing stuff, when we're in severe weather mode in TV stations, most of the time you're wearing a tie or a shirt, or you're taking the jacket off and you're rolling your sleeves up and you're kind of in there, and you got to be very formal and upfront, and you can't really goof around anything like that. You can't be, you got to be a professional. And I got that. I like being professional here when I have to be, but I also like to have a little fun. It's especially when you're doing wall-to-wall coverage for a long, extended period of time. You want to be serious, but you also want to kind of balance it a little bit. And doing some of the things I do on my own personal channel, there's no way in hell I could do it on a regular TV station. So I get to be me a little bit, which I kind of like. All right, let's see here. One good news about today, we did not get botted so far. Knock on wood. The last two times that we were on, somebody was botting us to death, and I kept having to block them out. And I think I blocked, what was it? God bless. What was it, Evil Queen? You remember how many? It was like 6 or 7 dangum different bots that were coming in, and we had to keep blocking and reporting. That was crazy. Crazy. The number of bots we were getting. Oh, there's the wall cloud there. You can see that coming out of Bartow. Looks like a little Momatis here too, a little bit. A little bit. All right, we're up to 78 likes. All right, guys, we're getting very close to that 100. Let's see if we get, there's 79. Just hit 79. Let's see if we can get 21 more likes. Let's get 100. We always like to get 100 likes on a broadcast. It's kind of a way to make me know that we're doing our thing right. We're almost to 1,000 views on our broadcast here for 2 hours, which again, for our small channel, not bad. We'll definitely take that. Not bad. I am looking, by the way, I'm going to share some news. I can't share who it is. I won't do that just yet. But I did get some confirmation from 2 of my weather buddies. When we get ready for like a landfalling hurricane stuff, I will have somebody to cross talk and chat with. So I got 2 of them, Either one of them. Now, whether they're going to be for the duration, I don't know. They probably will come in for little periods and stuff. But I got two very, very well experienced meteorologists. Both of them are kind of retired, but I keep in contact with. I used to work with them at the Weather Channel. One is an on-air person you probably recognize. The other one was a behind-the-scenes person. So I got two of these guys that hopefully I'll be able to bring on for hurricane season. When we get to our landfalling hurricane, I'm going to have those guys on the channel. I can't give names or anything out right now, but just know that when we get ready for hurricane season, landfall hurricane season, I'm going to have some additional support to have somebody like above me that we can cross talk and do some things with here on the channel. So I thought that was some very good news there for that. And make sure. I just put hello in the chat. I make sure the chat had not moved in 7 minutes. I just want to make sure we didn't lose the chat. Is anybody still on the chat? I just noticed it had not moved in 7 minutes. That usually means that we got a problem. All right, let me do the pop-up here real quick. Hold on one second. Here we go. Take that down. Let me take this. Let me do. I'm gonna have to do a reboot on the chat. Nope, there it is. It's there. Okay. All right, you're there. All right, coming down in Rome, no damage. Hey, okay. All right. I thought the chat had gone down there for a second. Sorry, guys. All right, got a new warning up here. This is up into Tennessee over the line here. This is for western Cherokee County, Bradley County, Polk County, southeastern McMinn, southwestern Monroe, southeastern Hamilton goes till 6 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm is located south of Cleveland to near Cleveland, and this is in Tennessee, by the way, moving east at 60. Not Cleveland, Georgia. That's up in Cleveland, Tennessee. So all of North Georgia is going to get hit from this, everywhere from Metro Atlanta up to the north. So everybody out ahead of this. We're talking LJ, we're talking Dahlonega, we're talking Blue Ridge, we're talking Helen, Gainesville, Roswell. All of North Georgia is going to get hit. And looking at where this is as far as the proximity of the line is, as far as the curvature, the worst of this looks like it's going to fall between Dahlonega, Gainesville, Roswell area. Just looking at how that squall line is looking from a radar representation. Hey Diane, yeah, just making sure that the chat had not moved in like 7 minutes. I was just making sure it had not gone down. So sorry about that. When it stops moving like that, I get a little nervous. And yes, it does look like a baby shark. I'm not going to get that out of my head now. Every time I see that, I'm going to be looking at that. Maybe I should go over to this for a while. A baby shark. Now I got that little tune in my head now. There's the sky conditions there. I'll watch that closely. Let's look at so as these storms get close to Pickens Cat. Oh, look at that shot. That's a pretty shot. Got a new warning. Probably out ahead of here. Wait for it. Pea-size hail in Stockbridge now. Yeah, that wouldn't shock me. You got that little storm there to the south. See the sky conditions in Rockdale County. A little bit low there. Yes, you cannot unhear that song. Oh, you know what? I probably need to go ahead and swap out microphones. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. This one's been going for a couple hours now, so I'm going to swap mics. Oops. There you go. Swapping microphones out. I think we had another warning. It was another part of the state where it was out in the Carolinas. All right, we're not going to worry about them right now. Got a couple of warnings there. Very impressive line, though. This line, earlier I mentioned the fact when it was coming through Alabama, it looked like it calmed down a little bit. But now that it's moving into through Georgia, through max heating, it's looking a lot healthier than it did a little while ago, about an hour or so ago. So looking very, very intense here. Let's look here at the Bartow County Station. See if this camera will come up. Ooh, there it is. Oh, yeah, there you go. Getting the heavy rains there in Bartow County right now. See a little winds kicking up there. How about this camera here? Checking the other fire station there. Yep, the wind. Notice the wind's coming up here as well. Look at the trees. I always tell how you can tell you know it's windy when you see the camera start moving like that, and you start seeing the trees start to sway. So we're getting some pretty good winds. We begin winds reported all up and down this line up to 60 miles per hour and even greater. But they see that wall cloud moving on into Bartow County right now. So again, we're talking about Canton, Ball Ground, Nelson, Jasper. New warning just came out right when I'm on it. Gotta love that. So again, we're talking about central Paulding, Cherokee County, Cobb County, west central Lumpkin, southern Gilmer, south central Murray, western Dawson, eastern Gordon, north central Fulton, Pickens County, and Bartow County. Goes till 6 o'clock. That's a big one. That is a big one coming now into Metro Atlanta. Basically straight down 575 and up 75. All right, I need to get 2 more subscribers. Can I get 2 more subscribers to push that subscribe button up to 8150? Who will do me the honor and the privilege of getting those 2 new subscribers and get that subscribe thing moving? It hasn't moved all that much today. I think we've added, what have we added? 8 subscribers so far today when we started. So let's get that subscribe button moving, guys. Right now we're up to 84 likes. Only we need 16 more likes to get that 100. So let's get that like button going. Again, you got to feed that YouTube algorithm out because we are averaging 5 minutes and 36 seconds per viewer. And the way the YouTube algorithm works is you got to feed it. You got to give it subscribes. You got to give it likes. You got to give it comments. Give that religiously, repeatedly, and we can maintain our audience. So please help us out there if you can do so. I would appreciate it. James Patterson from Rydell. Doing laundry. I should do laundry. Calming down in Rome. Yeah, Rome's looking better. Looking at some rain back there. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. See? All you got to do is ask. It was like it was sitting there idling for a little while, and then it went down one. I was like, oh, come on. Let's get that subscribe thing going. Come on, guys. You guys can do it. I tell you, I'm really looking forward to a day where I've got maybe 20 or 30,000 subscribers. I ain't worried about that stuff anymore, and it goes on its own. I'll be very grateful when I get to that point where I don't have to worry about it. But unfortunately, that's how that stupid algorithm works. I can see the thing drop off. Debbie Reynolds, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And unfortunately, I can see the track line when I don't do that. It's just, ugh. I hate doing it though. Ugh. But gotta do what you gotta do. Here's Pickens County. Not looking bad there. Let's check out this other. Ooh, look at the dark clouds here. I want to see what this flagpole does when that storm gets up there. There's got the flag right there. That's going to look very interesting when that storm gets into that one. Is that one? Oh, that's not that one. It's this one right here. South. Yeah, that one. Okay. So we got to watch this closely. So we got this pretty good sail here to the north coming across Fairmont up 411. So as that storm gets over that site, that flagpole is going to be going. All right. Elise is saying it's calming down in Rome. No damage. That's good to see. Hey, Sam, have you heard any reports of any power outages so far in Georgia so far? Is Georgia getting a lot of, getting any kind of damage, power outages here in Georgia just yet? I got to assume with a line like that, with the history of the damage reports and stuff, that we get some. Hey, honey.
I'm going to the store to get some stuff to make some soup.
Okay.
Soup I made last week.
All right. My wife's going to the store, folks, to make us some soup tonight. So everybody says hi, Julie. Bye. That's my lovely bride of 28 years. And we're planning on going on an Alaskan cruise in September. Ooh, big warning down here to the south. Now we're talking to you guys down there in South Metro. I said 6, so this one probably goes. Damage threat considerable, 70 miles per hour. And this storm goes, and this warning goes until 6. So I was pretty close. All right, so southeastern Paulding, southwestern DeKalb, Fayette County, northeastern Meriwether, eastern Carroll, southern Cobb, Douglas County, northern Heard, Coweta County, Clayton County, and Fulton County. Goes till 6 o'clock. Storms from a line extending from near Dallas to Clem to Florillona, moving east at 50. So the entire metro, just about the entire, basically from Georgia 400 right down 75 to the west, all under warnings right now up here across North Georgia. So North Georgia is getting buried really good right now. And you guys need to just get, if you're out ahead of this area, Helen, Dahlonega, Gainesville, Commerce, Athens, Lawrenceville, over to Rockdale County, all you guys over here on the west side, make sure you've done things to secure your property, okay? Lawn furniture, umbrellas, which I'm going to have to sneak outside here in a little bit to make sure mine's down. And I should have told my wife before she left. Just make sure your trash cans are secure. Just make sure you got everything ready to go before these storms blow on through. Again, it's going to be a quick hit and run, maybe intense weather for maybe about 10, 15 minutes, and then it'll settle down and things will get better for you. Diane says, no power outages there. I will take a look. I can't. It's gone back down again. All right, but I'll look at that here in a second. So look at the lightning. Look at the tremendous amount of lightning with this. Again, whenever you see that red concentration of lightning there on a cell, that's a pretty good. You got a pretty good complex of storms going on there. Let me try to get a. Let's try here. I think I can move this over to. Hold on one second. I'm going to move this location. There it goes. I think you can see that. There we go. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. So I just went in close on this. I wanted to show this is the high resolution model. Or I mean the high resolution satellite imagery with the lightning data on top. So you can clearly see how clustered this lightning is. Tremendous amount of lightning here showing up here across Alabama, Georgia here, right along that line as this comes on into Metro Atlanta. So we're going to see a lot of potential power outages from the lightning as well as from the gusty winds coming on in here. So just a tremendous amount of lightning, cloud to ground lightning with this. And again, look at all the warnings. I mean, my Lord. I mean, all the way from the northern portion of the state here, right near the Tennessee line, all the way down, straight down toward almost just north of LaGrange. I mean, that's a huge area there. Looking at those warnings right now. So again, I appreciate you guys checking out the channel. If you're new to the channel, please hit that subscribe button if you can. If you are in the Georgia area, if you are living in the North Georgia area here and you're not a follower on my Facebook page, I'm putting the link in the comment section right now. And if you would please go ahead and hit that, go to that page, give me a like on that page. I'm having to rebuild my Facebook page because some corporate TV entity here in Metro Atlanta said two words that I had in my title they owned and had a trademark for. So I had to take, they basically blew up my page and I'm having to start all over again. So please go ahead and hit that like button on that Facebook page too if you'd like to support my local channel as well as my big YouTube channel here. Let's go back over to the radar here. I want to take a look at I want to see what the hail's doing in here real quick. Let's look at the Ville. And we do got some hail. Not bad though. Looks like the hardest hail is just north of that camera here. Again, probably getting close to probably some 1-inch hail right in here near Talking Rock and Jasper. So if you're in the Jasper area, you could be seeing some coming right down 53. Yeah, you probably might see some 1-inch hail potentially between Talking Rock and Jasper going up there from 575 going north. So just watch out for that. Let's go back to reflectivity again. Let me look at this radar. Let me look at this camera again. Now there's the flagpole picking up a little bit. Okay, Sam says, Georgia's at 12,000 people without power. Well, thank you, Sam, for sharing that. I knew when I checked it just a few minutes ago, it was at like 600 and something. So we're up to 12,000. And I got a funny feeling it's going to go a lot higher than that before it's all said and done. Again, appreciate you guys checking out the channel. If you're new, please make sure before you leave to please give us a like if you can. Helps the YouTube algorithm out a little bit. And if you are watching somewhere, please use the chat and let me know where you're watching from. And consider hitting that subscribe button too, please. Oops. Yeah, this is going to get real nasty real quick. At the speed it's moving, where I live is right about there. That's where I'm at. So I'm going to be getting hit with these storms here pretty soon myself. You know, in fact, I'm getting a little nervous about that. Hey, give me 1 second, guys. I need to do something real quick. It's just bothering me because I know that portion. I'm going to go out real quick and lower my umbrella off my back porch because I don't want to end up in the neighbor's yard. Give me 1 second while I go do that, and I'm going to go grab me another soda too. So I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe considerable destructive
Well, guess what, guys? My wife actually already did it. I went back there. I was like, oh, it's already down. She must have heard me talking about it. So that my brought down the lawn umbrella in the backyard. So if you got that in your back porch, please do that. You may want to do that. Trash cans, bring that in too. So if you're out ahead of this stuff, again, you got some pretty heavy weather coming over. Oh, look at that wall cloud there coming into Cherokee County. That is some nasty looking clouds there. Looking very, very dark. It's going to go downhill very quickly there. Let me check something here. Doo-doo-doo. I got to get that changed. Let's see here. Whoops. Hold on a second. I'm looking for. All right. Nothing updated there. All right. Good. All right. Let's get off this. Get back on the radar here. All righty.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Sam Epps says close to 700 people are out without power where he's at. All right. Yeah, we're going to see those go up quite a bit, I think, along this. So very strong gusty winds, pretty good heavy lightning, obviously. Seeing some of these damage reports coming in here. A tree was down onto a vehicle at the 500 block of North Tibbs Road. Here's another report here south of Rome. A caller reported 2 trees were down to the 90 block of Donahoe Road. Here into, what county is that one? That one is Polk County. Tree down on power lines blocking highway and College Street and Central Street. Trees down across 1300 block of Hatchings Mountain Road. So again, you're seeing a lot of these storm reports coming in here now, and we'll probably get a few more. The Dahlonega camera. I'll look at them in a minute. Actually, I need to pull back up the with Dalton. There's Blue Ridge right now. Starting to get a little bit stormier up there in Blue Ridge. Not quite. Looks like the stuff's just to the south of Blue Ridge there, so it's not quite into there just yet. I'll probably switch over to the Dahlonega camera. I've been having some issues with the Dahlonega camera. I need to get my account reset, and the reason why, it's not a video image, it's just a still. Okay, it is not a streaming one, and I had access to it, and I think my login got messed up or something, so I can't get in there to get the streaming anymore on the Dahlonega camera. But I had one there at one time. I have to get that back. Look at the southern part of this line. This stuff down here across Alabama, this stuff down here needs to be watched. It's good. LaGrange is not looking bad. I know we had some down at LaGrange walking. Looks like the bulk of the stuff's to your north, but the stuff on the tail end of this stuff has to be watched just in case it goes severe. These are going to be, it'll be close, but right now it doesn't look too bad for that area. The worst of it appears to be right up here near Pickens County. This is going to get real rough in here. James Patterson is reporting trees are down at Dog Lane, also String Place Road in Folsom. Thank you there, James, for sharing that. And if you guys have any damage reports or anything reported in your area, please put it in the chat here to share with everybody else. But it looks like, again, that worst of that cell that went right over Jasper, that was really looking nasty. There's the Pickens County camera. That wind blew that camera right around, didn't it? Wow. That camera was turned the other way a second ago, and it got blown. It looks like, I think the wind blew it over. Some very strong winds with this stuff. All right, we got to get 12 more likes. 12 more likes. Let's get the 12 more likes. Let's get that 100 like, my friends. Let's do that. We had 1,100 views today, and we need to get 12 more likes. So hit that like button. We're not getting a lot of subscribers today, which is okay. That usually tells me that we're getting a lot of returning folks who are already subscribers, and that's fine too. Nothing wrong with that for you guys coming back. So that's kind of an algorithm thing. Nothing much we can do about that. But as long as we got our returning viewers, I'm very happy with you guys. Thank you for supporting us. Check out Sky Night, Forsyth County, getting dark there a little bit. Well, the skies there in Cherokee County. See these two. These are. Look at the wind. Yeah, look at these winds. That's probably a big part of the story is the winds. We're getting a lot of heavy winds blowing in with this. When you see tree branches blowing like that, pretty good indication you got some good winds in here. The Pickens County, that don't look too bad. I mean, that flagpole, that flag is not doing very well, is it? I mean, some pretty good winds, but doesn't look too bad. Although it's picking up. All right. Let's go look at the let's look at the wider view here. Again, you see where all the warnings are. Wow, they're just lined up so well. Look at that. Just really lined up in here from Tennessee all the way down through Metro Atlanta, coming right through there. Notice that all the counties here, pretty much everything behind that line is pretty much go out of the woods here. Now, like we mentioned earlier, there is another chance we may get some more severe weather overnight into parts of Alabama. I don't think North Georgia will get another shot at this tonight, but I do think Alabama may toward tomorrow morning. Those across east Alabama, maybe getting West Georgia tomorrow morning, might see another complex of storms coming in overnight. But once this goes by your area, things will begin to improve here from west to east here across North Georgia. So Dalton's looking better, Calhoun, Lafayette, Rome's looking better, Cedar. But right where this line is first coming into, obviously we're talking about going into Blue Ridge right now is going to get the worst of this. LJ is getting the worst of this. Jasper obviously just got hit pretty good. And now Dahloneg's in the path. Dawsonville's in the path. And getting into Cumming, Coal Mountain, Cumming, y'all are getting here. Canton's getting hit pretty good right now, just coming in there. Here's Holly Springs camera. Cherokee County, see the dark clouds coming in here with some heavy rains coming on in here. Barb W. from Blairsville coming in. She's saying it's getting very dark up there, and you guys are going to get it pretty good there as well, Barb. Watch out for that. Again, we're getting this all up and down the line here. Hayesville, Andrews, all you guys here across the northwestern portions of North Carolina, my folks from 389 Country. They're on the internet radio, one of my radio affiliates. You guys watch out for some of this heavy stuff that'll be in your area here within the hour. Helen obviously going to get hit. Gainesville, within the hour. Lawrenceville, heading over toward Beaufort. Cumming, obviously. Alpharetta, Sugar Hill, Johns Creek, all these folks. You're already getting some stuff, early stuff out ahead of that main line. Look at the stuff coming through Atlanta right now. Atlanta, Decatur, Tucker, Little Bird getting in the action right now. So all that stuff getting ahead of that out ahead of that main line. And the storm, the worst of the storm on radar signature, it still looks like to me it's up here because it's bowing a little bit, and this is where the wind energy has been the strongest. Look at all these wind reports behind here, just a number of them. All right, we got a new warning coming out. Let's see where that one came out. There it is. This comes into Dahlonega. Yeah, I got to work on that Dahlonega camera, though. I really do. Lumpkin County, southeastern Gilmer County, and Dawson County, and northwestern Hall County and Pickens County. This goes until 6:15. Severe thunderstorm was located over Jasper, moving east at 35. That's the most intense part of that cell. It says 60-mile-per-hour winds, but it could be a little bit more than that. Penny-sized hail. But that's getting ready to come into the Dahlonega area, Dawsonville. We got these other cameras here to watch. There's the Crystal. I would not be on that golf course. You got out there playing golf. That's the last place you want to be in a thunderstorm is on a dang gum golf course. I mean, they got to be hearing that thunder. That's probably the worst place to be right now. So if you're ever on a golf course, did you know golfers get struck by lightning more than anybody else? And there's the reason why. So we got a few cameras in that area. We're going to watch as these storms get ready to come through here. We got several of them. And there's the other golf course there. So we got 2 golf course cameras to watch.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning.
So I'm very grateful. One of the good advantages, one of the radar systems that I use here, it's called Radar Omega. It is a paid service. They are based out of Metro Atlanta. They're actually about on the north side of near Dawson. They're actually right up in here. I think they're right here. In fact, is that where they're at? No, it's at Forsyth County School. They're one of these cameras over here. I think it's this one. That's Dawson High. They're in Dawson County. They're right over here. So it's good to have them in our backyard. They have a good network of cameras here across North Georgia, so we can kind of see what's going on with these storms as they move through the area. Like going back over here toward, the Atlanta Systems camera went down. Wow. I hope that was because of lightning or something. Yep, that's down. Lost that camera. That was there earlier. And the Cherokee County camera's down. All right, so some of these storms are causing some problems with the cameras. That's one of the bad things. Yep, Sue, we just had that new warning that just came out for your area. So that is that just came out in here. Again, that is for these counties here that just got issued. That's for Lumpkin County, Southeastern Gilmer, Dawson County, Northwestern Hall, and Pickens County. Goes till 6:15. Severe thunderstorm is located over Jasper, moving east at 35. So, all right. So yeah, you just got all those warnings. So, but here's the thing now, all you guys out ahead of here, now we're talking Rabun, Towns, Union, White, Habersham, Banks, Jackson, Barrow, Walton, going down to Rockdale. All you guys in here out ahead of this, you're gonna get some more warnings as well. That one's over near the Carolina coast. So Carolina's getting hit. These are some air mass thunderstorms here along the coast with some of the sea breeze action there. But I'm focusing on this over here in Georgia. Sorry about that. Hey, Sue, you're in Jefferson, Georgia. Hey, good. You're out ahead of that. You're going to get your warning here soon enough there, Sue. Yeah, you're over here in Jefferson. So you are still probably got about an hour before it gets in your area there in Jefferson. So I'm over here near Brazelton, so I'm not too far from you. I'm over here. So there's the Pickens County camera. There you go. That's gotten a little rougher there with the weather. Good winds with this stuff. Barbara's reporting some thunder in Blairsville. But you can see that wind. Yeah, it's going to be very, very gusty winds. They'll be short. You're going to see that going on. Some very heavy rains, and then it'll settle down. See the temperature cooling off to 70 degrees behind this. So Blairsville's right there. You got a very hefty thunderstorm near you there, Barb. Look at that purple showing up on there. Got a little bit of lightning there. Right near Sharptown, you got a very intense cell. Maybe a little hail coming your way. So watch out there, Barb. You got a pretty good cell coming right down 76, coming right at you. See right there, see that purple? You got some very strong thunderstorm coming your way. So Hiawassee, Clayton, Dillard, Helen, Cleveland, all you guys out ahead of this, you're going to have a warning here within the next 30 minutes or so. Thank you for the new subscriber, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. And we're up to 91 likes now. We only got to get 9 more, guys. That's good. Let's see if we get 9 more. Let's get that 100 likes. We've been on for about 2 hours and 43 minutes here. So, again, you got these storms all the way going down into Metro Atlanta. Tucker, all this stuff out ahead of us is not severe. It's still pretty good weather here coming across Lithonia, coming up towards Snellville, Lawrenceville, getting some stuff right now. My pleasure, Barb. Like I said, I am you guys' personal weatherman here. If you guys are watching, you got a question, you got an area you want me to focus in on, please just let me know as we track this across North Georgia. And I think, I got to double check, but I think we're getting pretty close to, see how we're doing here. We're at 978 on my Facebook page. So probably within the next, probably an hour, we'll officially get back to 1,000 followers on my Facebook page. Only got to get another 10,200 and I'll be back where I was. For that corporate company took me down. That's all right. We're going to get him back. I'm gonna be like the $6 million man. We can, gentlemen, we have the technology. We can rebuild him better than he was before. Where's that one at? Where did that warning go? Oh, wait. Ooh, get some warnings way up here in the Dakotas, man. Ooh, look at that little line. That's a pretty nice little impressive line. That's up in Grand Forks Trail in northeastern Still. Goes till 5:30. Huh. Nice little line up there in the Dakotas. And oh, by the way, this is the area where I suspect we're going to start seeing more storms. The MCSs we're getting down here in the south, I think as we go toward next week, it's going to shift up here and they're going to be dropping down this way, coming across Wisconsin and coming down into the Midwest. I think the path's going to shift up here. So I think we're going to get a chance to stop these complex storms from coming through us, but I don't think that's going to happen until the end of next week. If the pattern change is holding true past the 15th of the month. And Barb says, here comes rain. Hey, Lauren in Henry County is watching. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. You guys have had some rains already down there in Henry County, but you got some more stuff coming your way. Now, we'll say the southern part of this line does not look as impressive as the northern part. The northern part looks a lot more intense than down here on the southern part. So from Metro Atlanta southward, yeah, you got some severe thunderstorm warnings in here. But this line does not look nearly as bad as up here toward the north. Now, this northern part of this line going through the northern part of Georgia, that is definitely the most intense part of this line. So I might need to switch back over to the Helen camera here in a minute. Do I still have the Helen camera up? I'm not sure if I still have that camera up or not. Let's see. I had this Blue Ridge, Auburn. Oh, I lost that camera, didn't I? Oh, well. All right, I'll have to go back over to Helen here in a second. Let me put this back in studio mode. I will switch up the Helen camera real quick. We will switch back to the Helen camera. Auburn, I'll leave up. Birmingham's pretty much done. I guess I can use that one. Let's do that. Let's do that one. I'm going to put the Helen camera back up here. Oh, yeah, sky's sky's starting to get dark there in Helen. I'm going to go ahead and put the Helen camera up here for a second. So bear with me for a second while I go ahead and put the Helen camera back up. The only thing is with these resort cameras, they're not the same as the YouTube ones. So I have to situate them whenever I use them. So I probably need to make these permanent, at least the Georgia ones on here, and just leave them down below. I have not done that. I probably need to do that. So that's something that I will need to do. Make sure I'm not. No, that's another part of it. There we go. And there's that one. All right, there we go. So I'll be able to line this up real quick. Stand by. I'm almost there. Definitely a busy day there, and a lot of people in. There's a lot of people there in Helen right now. Quite a bit. Let me change the location here.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
A lot of folks in Helen right now. It's a good day to go tubing, that's for sure. I love going up to Helen for tubing, but there's our shot there in Helen. We'll keep a watchful eye on it. See the dark skies there coming in from the west. So Helen is about ready to get hit, and they've got that severe thunderstorm warning there in effect. So hopefully the folks are getting out of the water. Obviously, if you've ever gone tubing up in Helen, you know they go right down the Chattahoochee right through there because that small little part of the river can become a rapids very, very rapidly with some heavy rains. So hopefully with the warnings out and stuff like that the folks are getting everybody out of the water up there, because the last thing we need to have is a drowning death, obviously, there on the Chattahoochee. But you can see there's a lot of people in Helen, Georgia right now, and they got a pretty good heavy thunderstorm coming their way. Susan Osborne in Gilmer County is reporting some very big winds. Yep. And that's been the story all up and down this line, as we've been getting a lot of heavy winds with this. So Helen, Georgia, right up here, storms are knocking on their front door. Again, real concern. I'm pretty sure those guys, they know the drill when they get heavy rains there across North Georgia, that the folks got to come out of those from tubing, because you can't tube when that little tight narrow waterway becomes like a rapids. Can't do that. Not a problem, Lauren. I am your personal weatherman here. If you got a question, I'm here to answer it. So thank you very much. And thank you for you guys checking us out here on the channel. I did put the link below, by the way, for my Facebook page if you guys want to follow me on Facebook as well. Hey, Erica Tidewell, good to see you. Welcome back to the channel. Scooter's wondering about Conyers, Georgia. You guys have got to wait for the line to come through. The heaviest stuff's to y'all's north. So you guys saw that little rain that just came through you, right through there. That's kind of out ahead of the main line, so you had a little rain that came on through. But the main line's back here. But there is gaps in the line. That the southern part of the line's not as bad. So you're not through with the rain yet there in Conyers, but I don't think it's going to be quite as bad for you guys. All right. Hey, only got to get 2 more likes, my friend. Thank you for those 2 new subscribers, by the way, man. That's awesome. I love to get 2 new subscribers. We need 2 more likes, and we got 100. And we got 2 new subscribers, and thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. We've added 12 new subscribers back to the channel today. And any day that we can leave a broadcast with new subscribers, that is a good day. So welcome to everybody new here to the channel. Again, I do cover national stuff. We do focus a lot of the Southeast stuff because obviously I'm here in Georgia. And if you are in the Southeast anywhere and you'd like to get your weather updates without being scared to death and you want it straightforward, please hit that subscribe button. I do appreciate you guys helping our channel. And thank you for that new subscriber there, bringing us up to 8153. And one of these days we'll get to 8,200, but I'm out of money. It'll be another month before I'm able to roll YouTube money into do another subscriber buy. But we'll get to 10,000. I'm very confident we will get to 10,000 by 1 October. We'll have some hurricane or kind of coverage. And thank you for that subscriber, by the way. You know, we're going to get there. Once we get to 10,000, the YouTube algorithm treats you a little differently. So once we get to 10,000, I think we'll have a little bit better luck with our live broadcasts, at least from what I've been told. So we'll see. But this lightning is really starting to go up here across southern DeKalb County and up into Gwinnett County. I'm surprised this one's not warned. See that lightning really starting to increase in here? Line is losing a little bit of its punch a little bit. It's still looking healthy, but not as bad as before. I think we might see a warning come up here in Gwinnett County. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Y'all keep that subscribe thing going, man. I love watching that thing roll up. It makes me feel good. And we got a new warning. But where is that warning? That's over near the Carolina coast. All right. So, yeah, North Carolina getting some pretty good storms over here. That is for Onslow County, eastern North Carolina. Goes till 6:45. Storm's moving east at 35. Preston Williams Outdoors. Well, thank you, Preston Williams. Thank you for being a new subscriber here on the channel. I do appreciate it. And if anybody else wants to hit that subscribe button, and hopefully, unfortunately, I wish that damn program would work for everybody. I can't say welcome to everybody because it doesn't, for some reason, I don't know if it's what device you're using or what it does, but the Streamlabs doesn't identify everybody. I've never figured that out why. But if you guys would hit that subscribe button, I do appreciate it. And we did go over 100 likes, so I'm very happy there because I always like to get 100 likes per broadcast. That's very good. And we did over 1,200 views today. So a very successful broadcast. And again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You know, whenever you start a YouTube channel, whenever you want to do something that's new and you're trying to get an audience on board, you know you're moving in the right direction when you get people to join your family. And I want you all to think of this as a family and you guys to be cordial to each other in the chats and cross-talk and y'all say hello to everybody. And that's Mystic Monkey Creations. You said you just subscribed. Well, thank you, Mystic Monkey Creations. Thank you for coming on board here. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Cheese Grits Girl, not a problem. You guys got that weather knocking on your door there in Helen. But like I said, it does appear here, the latest few images, that does look like the storms are weakening a little bit. Let me put this back into the loop mode. You kind of can see a little bit. They're kind of holding their own, but they're losing a little bit of their punch. Look at the camera here in the Crystal Falls area. Yeah, there's that heavy rain coming up on that golf course. You notice that the flasher's on right there. I don't know what that light pole's doing there, but again, thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you guys. Look at that heavy rain and winds coming up there on the golf course. There was somebody out on that golf course just like 10 minutes ago. But that light's flashing up and down. That's interesting. Look at that heavy wind. Wow. That's some pretty gusty winds, man. That is a nasty cell. Now, we're going to get some more warnings on that. That's a nasty looking cell. That is this cell right. That's that camera right here. Crystal Falls Golf Course. We got a new warning up. Is this for us? No, it does not appear to be. This appears to be for North Carolina again. And really? A warning for that, Raleigh? Ah, come on. This is central Wake County and northwestern Johnson. It goes till 6:30. And the storm is moving east at 30. Be the ball, man. Be the ball. Young Harris, Travis Dockery says the Young Harris is getting it right now. Bethany, watching down in Noonan. Y'all are on the tail end of this line. It does not look as bad. Obviously, the rain, you're in that warning area right now, but the storms are just coming into Noonan right now. There's Noonan. There's the stuff coming into your area. Cheese Grits Girls going to the Gulf Coast. Well, you have fun down there. I'm going to be taking my dad down to Florida on Wednesday, and the weather looks good on Wednesday, so I'm doing a 12-hour turn and burn, taking my Vietnam-era dad. He's a retired veteran. He's in assisted living near me. My mother still lives in Florida, but I do take him back for a week for some time and be back home in his home and stuff like that. It's good for him mentally to do that. I just can't leave him down there all the time, unfortunately. He needs special care. Again, I appreciate you guys helping us out. We had 105 likes today. Keep that like button going if you can. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, please consider subscribing. It'd be an honor and a privilege to be one of your weather sources. I know there's a lot of us out there in the YouTube universe. I know there's your app. I know there's your chat start. There's your local TV guys. But if you guys want to help support our channel, I do appreciate you there. Again, thank you for the donations we've had today. I appreciate that as well. And we're averaging 6 minutes and 12 seconds per viewer. So again, appreciate you guys helping us out here. Right now, no, there's nothing behind this line, but I am suspecting we're going to see some more activity here for tonight. Let me look at the latest model grab here real quick. I do want to make this point that once this goes by, we're not going to be through with the activity tonight. So let me show you the 6 o'clock. This is a little bit off. Just a little, but let me show you this real quick. I want to show you the overnight model run. This just came in. This is hot off the presses. So let's look at the latest high resolution model data here. And what I want to show you is the fact that we're not going to be done with the range yet. So here's the model. Here's North Georgia. Here's our line. So here's our line right there. Again, your timestamp's up here in the right-hand corner. So notice this goes on through. By 8 o'clock, we're kind of going, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, we're going into South Carolina. So we're quiet after 9 o'clock. But what happens if we go to the overnight hours? Okay, seeing those storms here, that by 3 in the morning, we're getting more storms back over in Alabama, and we get some more storms here across North Georgia. I don't think these will be severe, but we may get some more storms here overnight toward 5 o'clock in the morning. Now, this stuff back here in Alabama, that's got to be watched. That could potentially go severe here going into the morning hours across central Alabama and getting over toward east central Alabama. You see that conglomerate of storms there, so that will go through. So, yes, we're going to break in the rain, but I don't think we're done with the storms tonight across North Georgia. We may get some more storms as we go toward tomorrow morning. Let's go back over here, Radar Omega. Evil Queen is asking about Brazil. All the warnings have dropped off because this line was weakening a bit. Now we've only got one warning, so that's good news there. And thank you for that new subscriber. Brazelton area, you're probably looking at about 30 minutes, but these storms have weakened a bit. They're not as potent as they were a minute ago. Still seeing the strong winds in there. So, again, it's going through the strong here, going through North Georgia. Again, these MCSs, when it comes to these MCSs, when it comes to their strength and their oscillation strength, they will go through these cycles, okay? It was strengthening, it was weakening there in Alabama. I was going there, and then it started strengthening again as it went through Georgia. It got about halfway through the state, and it will do that. It'll do that. Very, very common. See that a lot with the storms. It has nothing to do with the mountains, just has to do with the cycle that the storm is in. My guess is that once it gets back over here give it a few more hours. If it's still warm and we still got some good juice in the air, they may pulse up again as they go back over here into South Carolina. So not unusual to see that fluctuation in strength. Very, very common. Just got a severe weather statement there in the northwest. Yeah, now what will happen is that if it's not quite severe, let me show this to you guys here, because I only get them plotted here. So let me go to this real fast. So what will happen is that they'll put out these special weather statements. You see these blue areas in here? The blue areas all of them there. All of these are special weather statements. So what these are like storms that are not quite severe. They're just under that criteria. So they put these special weather statements out instead of the warning. So there's only one active warning right now, and this map will update here in just a second. But they'll put those special weather statements out instead of the actual severe weather. So just when it's a little bit close to that right there. Got a new warning, but I don't believe that's for the area that we're covering right now. Looks like this is for, where are we at here? Pulling all the way back here. Don't see it. That's in Indiana. That's a tornado warning. Ooh, wow. That's something. I was not expecting that. This is radar indicated tornado warning with nothing around it. Central Spencer County goes until 5:45. That's kind of weird, but not saying anything with that. Another one. Oh, new warning here. They just put a new one across central area. This was the area I was wondering about, Gwinnett County. I was wondering about this going severe just a second ago. So this is for northeastern Rockdale, Barrow County, DeKalb County, eastern Cobb, Gwinnett County, Walton County, central Fulton County, and northeastern Newton. Goes till 6:45. Severe thunderstorm was located over Tucker or near Decatur, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So there's that one there. I was wondering about that because the lightning was going up in this area. I was like, I'm surprised they weren't putting a warning up for that, and they just did. So this cluster of storms that was moving out ahead of the main line, they're kind of interacting with each other, and we're getting that severe. So Lawrenceville, Snellville, Redden, Tucker, Peachtree Corners area, getting over here toward Monroe, between Walnut Grove, all getting in on that action right now. And this stuff's kind of moving up toward the north a little bit, so this will probably sneak into Athens and into Commerce a little bit. A little bit of a squeeze play going on there. So let's take a look here real quick. Getting really close. I keep checking my Facebook because I'm getting so close to 1,000. I'm like, yay, I'm back to 1,000. I'm like at 982. It's getting close. We'll get over 1,000 today. That'll be nice. Get back to 1,000 in 2 days. That's not bad. Considering we had 11,200 on the whole page, and we're getting back to 1,000. For those who are just joining us, my original North Georgia, the words I cannot say, Facebook page got taken down by a corporate entity that owns a TV station in Atlanta because they have trademarked those two words. And because I was using them as my title, they had Facebook take me and blow up my page. So I'm having to start all over again. I had to rebrand. You notice the corner there, it says North Georgia Majestic Weather now because of that brand rebrand. So I had to redo my page once again. I will put this in here. I've been doing this throughout our broadcast because I want to try to put folks over to my Facebook page. So I'm going to go ahead and put this back in here again. Is just so you guys, if you haven't done so, please consider this. Go over to the low, especially if you live in North Georgia. If you want, I do weather daily shorts. I do weather updates on there on a regular basis. So please hit that like button on that link I just dropped down in the chats area, and I appreciate it. Again, I wasn't really caring too much about the local TV stations, but since one of them decided they wanted to declare war on me, I'm declaring war on them, and I am really going to be going after them hot and heavy. They've awakened, the sleeper has awakened, and they're going to see what they did. So I can't believe I got to put this review in. So Facebook, they won't allow me to do live on that page until it's 60 days long. And typically I like to simulcast on the YouTube and Facebook when I do the stuff. So what I did on the last page was that whenever I did a live broadcast, I would put the link to this YouTube page over on my Facebook page, a lot of folks to come over. What Facebook's doing to that link, it says, oh, it's spam, and they're blocking it, they're deleting the comment out every time. So I can't even I can't even direct people from Facebook over to the live broadcast. It's like, well, damn guys, y'all won't let me do live on Facebook, and you won't even let me bring traffic from my own Facebook page over to the live broadcast? That's just crazy. Ronald is saying thunder in Swanson. No, I will not do that. I will not say the two things I will not do because I don't want lawyers coming after me. It was bad enough to get the letter they sent me. I will not name the corporation and I will not name the station, but I'll let you guys figure it out. You guys remember what our name used to be. You guys can figure it out. I can't do that, unfortunately. I'm not going to take that risk. I don't have that kind of money. And thank you for subscribing to the channel, by the way. You just kind of gave us a subscribe there. But I will tell you, I will defeat them in my own way. And the way I'm going to do that is, again, I'm going to start a Patreon for my Facebook page. I'm going to start a GoFundMe on my Patreon page. I'm going to raise funds to advertise. I'm going to grow the crap out of that Facebook page. And I'm going to be the top dog in the Atlanta market. 1 year from now, June 5th of 2026, I'm going to have so many damn Facebook followers, and I'm going to be the top dog. There'll be nobody in the TV market that have more Facebook followers than me, and they're going to go, damn, where'd this guy come from? All they had to do was send me a nice little letter and say, hey, those are part of our trademark. Can you please take that down, or we're going to send a legal notice? That's all they had to do. No, they had to send this to some damn lawyer and then come after me and then have Facebook blow up my page, and then I can't even get it back. They made it personal. They picked the fight. They picked the war, and I'm going after them. You know, they want to go after the little guy. I'm just a weather guy who likes weather. I live here in Georgia. I love doing weather. I love doing it on the YouTube channel. I love doing it on Facebook. And for them to sit there and spend thousands of dollars with some damn lawyer to send me some damn letter that was condescending as hell, and to be honest with you, threatening. I should get my own damn lawyer because I think I consider it threatening, in my opinion. And to have them do what they did was uncalled for, unprofessional, and they picked the fight, and I'm going to finish it. I've been to war. I went to Afghanistan. I went to Iraq, man. I went to 2 damn wars. I could have got my ass blown up both times I was there. If they want to start a war, they got one. I'm going to give it to them too. Now, see, I got myself mad. Sorry, I'm getting worked up a little bit. I'm sorry, man. This really frustrates the crap out of me. Look. I worked in TV for a lot of years, and I loved doing it. But the only problem is I was always fighting for that next damn contract. You get one news director, hey, I like what you do. You're pretty good. New news director comes in, nah, I don't really like you. I want somebody else. So you're always fighting for your next damn job. And then when I did my second tour, I was working here in Atlanta. I was at the prime of my career. I get involuntarily sent over to Iraq. I come back, they changed my job. They called it a promotion. And I basically quit. I got out of the TV business at that point. Then I tried to get back in. And so to have somebody go after me after the fact, on my own, working in my own damn office, it's annoying. Like, man, let's get to this new warning. I'm sorry. So there's this new warning up here, the other part of the line. Lumpkin County, northwestern Banks, southern White, southeastern Dawson, northern Hall goes till 6:30. Severe thunderstorm is moving east at 45. Storm is located over Dawsonville. Let's look at that Dawsonville camera here. These guys are getting hit pretty good here right now. Yeah, you can see the windy conditions there in Dawsonville. Let's try this camera over here. Oh, yeah, there's the chest. Oh, get off. I love watching the golfers take cover. Don't get struck by lightning, man. Look at that wind. Wow. That's some good winds there, folks. Look at that. Holy cow. They should have been watching their damn phones, man. You guys knew this stuff was coming. Wow, that's amazing. I'm sorry, guys. I kind of got worked up there. I apologize for that. But as you can tell, I got a passion. I love what I do. And every time you guys subscribe to the channel and support what I do here, I get excited. Okay, whenever I see that stuff. But when you sit there, and I'm glad I lost their first Facebook page because it wouldn't have been bad, a lot better. But I spent my own money advertising to grow that channel. The relaunch, I spent like $1,000. And then they basically tell that, some company that's got billions of dollars and make millions of the station, they come after me, and I just lost $1,000 because of the fact that, oh, we own those 2 words. That's our trademark. You can't use them. So bye. And they blew up my Facebook page. Didn't even give me the courtesy to send a damn email. My phone number's there. My email address is there. They could have told me something. I would have taken care of the problem. They didn't have to do that crap. But no, they're going to have some lawyer up in Philadelphia send me a damn form letter and say, hey, dude, you got to get rid of this stuff and do this and do this. And oh, by the way, you got to sign over your website over to us too. You can't have that domain either. I mean, just a bunch of crock of crap. Well, what the hell does $1 billion company give a crap about it? Some guy here in North Georgia trying to do weather here across Georgia with his 11,000 followers. I mean, come on. Give me a break. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, whatever you do, do not put a blood pressure cuff on my arm right now. My blood pressure's up. Oh, man, that's just frustrating. Anyway. We got the severe weather here coming across. The good news is behind this is getting better, and we'll be okay here for tonight. But boy, that North Georgia area is getting pretty good. Let's go check the Helen camera back. I looked at Helen in a hot minute. There's Blue Ridge. They're getting a little wet and rainy there. A little stormy there in Blue Ridge. Let's check out the Helen camera here. Not looking too bad there. It's a little dark. Let me make sure that camera is being updated because sometimes it's on refresh. That's correct. Okay, not looking too bad. Not quite into Helen, just like maybe just to their south where that storm is. Yeah, just to their south a little bit there. All right, I'm sorry. Let me get back to here. They're already blocked them. Yeah, we're on a mission. Settle up. Ain't that the truth? I'm on a mission, guys. I'm telling you, I'm on a mission. Especially if you guys walking in Georgia. I can't take on those big channels on YouTube. I can't do that. That I can't do. But the local Facebook community, I damn sure can do that. It is a wide open there. I can go after those guys, and I will. Michelle Joyner says, looking bad in Gainesville. Yeah, you guys got some pretty good storms getting ready to come to the Gainesville area. You're on the corner of that warning area. Claremont's got a pretty good cell there. But Gainesville's going to get hit pretty good here. I have said to many patients, trust me, I'm a paramedic. Oh, that's funny. And thank you for that last subscriber, by the way. I don't know if I said thank you on that. We added 19 new subscribers today. We've had almost 1,400 views. We've had average 6 minutes and 23 seconds. We've had 109 views, and we had, what was that, $10? Like $10 in donations. So that's a good broadcast, folks. Good broadcast. Let's check out the Raven County camera. Let's see how this is looking here. Love this shot. One of my favorites here in Northeast Georgia. When it's not out of focus, but that's a good shot. We should see the storms coming in there across Northeast Georgia here pretty soon. Boy, what got me on my soapbox, man. Woo, got me riled up. Winds, Ronald Swanson says winds are hitting in Dahlonega. Yeah, if it's anything like that golf cart scene we just saw, we know it's getting pretty bad there. There's the Chesapeake. That's looking a little bit better than it did a minute ago. I just thought that was funny as hell watching the golf carts trying to quickly get inside. Only bad thing with those golf carts, those winds get high enough, it can blow them right over. Let's look at the power outage here in Georgia real quick. Have not updated this in a minute. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at the power outages. 106,000 now in Georgia. That's 2%. Alabama's at 120,000. So we got 106,000 without power in Atlanta. That number is going to go up, folks. That's going to go up a little bit higher, especially since we got so much of Georgia still to kind of go through here. And we got Gwinnett County, most populous county, getting hit pretty hard. So we're probably going to see some more of that. Be the ball, man. Be the ball. That ball is your home. That's not Caddyshack. That's Happy Gilmore, of course. Get in that hole. Michelle says she just got hit real here in Gainesville. Power out and the winds are unreal. Well, I hope I don't get that same weather coming in my way. It's looking pretty rough here. I got storms from the south coming in. I got storms from the west kind of converging on me on my location. So hopefully I do not lose power in my area, guys. Again, I want to thank everybody for checking us out. We have 111 likes here for today. And thank you for that new subscriber. And if you would like to, like Fall of the Republic, who just joined us, if you would like to join our little growing channel, it'll be an honor and privilege to be one of your weather sources. God knows there's enough out there in the YouTube universe. You got storm chasers out there. You got those two big channels, and you know who they are, who kind of dominate everything out there. So anything we can do to help a small channel like mine try to survive, I do appreciate you guys checking out. You guys have had good viewership today, and we may make $10 or $15 on the broadcast for advertising. That's a good thing. And again, any money I make on this channel goes back to advertising the channel. That little tornado warning up in Indiana, I'm really not going to worry about. So again, I do appreciate you guys checking us out. Hey, yeah, you're right near Braselton. We're going to get hit pretty good here pretty soon here. So again, I'm hoping I don't get the power outages and stuff here real soon. I'm really close. It's coming into Oakwood, Flowery Branch, Sugar Hill, Johns Creek. I'm hearing a little bit of thunder outside my area here. So again, hopefully I do not lose the wind. What's interesting on this view, look how this thing kind of bowed out. Look at that. Wow. That wind you were just seeing there, look at that. Look at that line. See how it bowed? Yeah, that's a wind push. Boom. You see that thing make that turn right there? Look at that. Bam. That's why those winds were gusty, like a big gush front. Yeah, you know what? I don't understand why the big channels blow off Georgia and Alabama. I don't know why. I guess it's because it's not a storm. They're kind of a little more storm chaser centric, so they can show the storm chasers and stuff. They do tend to blow it off. And if they're going to leave that hole for me to fill, then I will try to fill that as best I can. I know we're looking at more severe weather potential here on Monday. I probably will do some live severe coverage on Monday here again across the southeast. For those who were not watching, again, I want to show this. Let me pull this back out. Although, again, we were saying earlier that this looks very much like a shark, and it does. But we've got multiple days here. This is right now day 1. Day 2, the slight risk kind of shifts to the south. North Georgia's just in a marginal risk, but we could be looking at a derecho event out there into Oklahoma and into Texas tomorrow. I know the big boys will be out there broadcasting tomorrow. Day 3, a lot of the southeast is in this slight risk, so I probably will be broadcasting on Monday if the big guys aren't broadcasting, which I doubt they will be. So I'll be watching this closely for broadcast on Monday. Let's go back over to Radar Omega. We got a new warning here for Metro Atlanta, so let's go check this out. This is kind of getting into the Athens area, the same storms here. So again, we're talking about Oconee, Barrow, northwestern Morgan, east central Gwinnett, Clark County, Walton County, southern Jackson, western Oglethorpe, and southwestern Madison. Goes until 7 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm is located along a line extending from Lawrenceville to Ebenezer, moving east at 60. These storms really accelerated quite a bit. And it's amazing, these warnings are just to my south. Yeah, like I said, I thought Clayton County was going to miss a little bit of this. It looked like the southern part of that line was falling apart a little bit. Got a new warning. Where's that one at? And over near the looks like one over here in North Carolina. Let's do an update on this one real quick. This is for northeastern Pender. Goes until 6:45. Storm is moving to the east at 35. Right in the stocking area. So it's good. We've added a few followers today. We added our new subscribers. We added 21 today. So that's a good day. Like I said, anytime we can keep that going. The only thing I hate with it is that we always gain new subscribers, and then if I don't post every day, I might lose 1 or 2. So it's kind of tough. Got to try to maintain that quality there.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, so it looks like we're getting downtown Atlanta's looking better. Roswell's looking better. Dahlonega should be looking a little better here. Let's look at the camera up here. Chestatee, that's looking a lot better than it did earlier. So the worst is down there. Athens is going to get hit pretty good. Watkinsville. I told you, I think someone from Watkinsville was walking earlier. I said about 7 o'clock, so I was pretty close. Wasn't too far there. Yep. I did tell you that would, and it looks like you're right in the middle of that. And yeah, Kristen, I told you around 7 o'clock, so I wasn't off by that much. I was pretty close. I was pretty close. So yeah, you got that. You got a pretty good storm coming your way. A lot of lightning with that one as well. So watch out there for Watkins County. Again, we're looking at 6:15 here on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel. My name is meteorologist Greg Majeski, your personal weatherman here. I always like to say I bring you the weather without all that social media hype. At least that's kind of my motto here. My motto here is stay prepared and not scared. That's kind of my thing. If you're new to the channel and you haven't subscribed, please consider hit that subscribe button if you could. And if you like what you see, give it a thumbs up. We've got a pretty good audience right now watching our channel. And this is always a good opportunity if you get somebody new to consider subscribing to the channel, because this is really the only times we get a chance to grow the channel is during live events or when I do an advertise buy. That's really kind of the only times. Back in the early days of YouTube, I used to be able to post videos and get subscribes that way, but I really don't get that much for those anymore. I get maybe one or maybe a handful if I'm lucky, and all that does is kind of help me maintain my audience. So if you consider subscribing, be an honor and privilege to be one of your all's resources out there. That's interesting how that blew right there, how that kind of just blew right out going through Hall County there. I'm getting really close to seeing. I almost want to stick my head out the door and see how the weather here is doing. It doesn't hear that. I'm not hearing anything out there just yet. But it does appear like the worst of it's going to be to my south. Winds look almost like a small tornado. Wish my phone would stop buffering. Well, when you get a lot of heavy rain, and thank you for that new subscriber, by the way, thank you. When you get that heavy rain, Mary Steinfield, I think it's Mary Steinfield, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being 8162. Hear that thunder outside here. I'm glad the worst is staying to my south because I don't want to lose power. So if I lose power, I'm down. So I'd have to get, I definitely need to get a generator, I think, at some point. But we are looking forward to not only for events like this, guys, for those who are new and just subscribe to the channel, we will be doing a lot of coverage for the hurricane season. I've got a couple of special partners involved that we hope to do some severe weather coverage for hurricane season. The only period that I won't be here for hurricane season, I know it's in the heart of hurricane season, but my wife and I will be going on a cruise in September. It was the only time she could be off from her work. And but even if I do go away for said cruise, I still will be posting, especially on my Facebook page. So I still do some posts and stuff. But as far as the big storms and stuff, we will be doing a lot of wall-to-wall coverage. Last year we did Helene. We did what was the M storm? Not Mitchell. I forget whatever that. Anyway, those storms. I can hear the wind outside my window now, boy. Yeah, it's howling. I feel that. I can hear that wind out there now. Hopefully, I won't lose my power. Yeah, hearing that wind out there now. Man, that's pretty bad. I'm gonna go out the door. I'm gonna see if y'all can hear my microphone. Let's see if it'll pick up.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Holy cow! That is some serious wind. I don't know if y'all can hear that on the microphone or not. That is some big time wind. Holy cow. Woo! I'm not sure if you guys could hear that on the microphone or not, but that is some serious wind. Wow. Just a big, huge wind gust just came into my neighborhood in Brazos, Georgia. And I don't even have a warning up for that, but that was some serious wind. I mean, they were whipping the winds around pretty bad. Florence, South Carolina in the house. Good to see you there, Mystic Monkey. Oh, you did. You guys did hear the wind. Okay, good. Y'all could hear the wind. Yeah, that was a pretty good. That was a pretty good wind, man. That was at least 50-mile-per-hour winds out there. That was something. You could hear that wind. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Edith Roberts, Tipton in the house. Tipton, you guys will be okay. You're kind of far south, but you may get some storms tomorrow. What's going on happening in the Piney Flats, Tennessee? Austin, where's Piney Flats at? That's up in Tennessee. Tennessee's not looking that bad. There's no warnings up in Tennessee right now. Andrews or Hayesville up to Knoxville. There's some storms in the area, but nothing severe up there. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Thank you, guys. We got a radar indicated tornado still up there in Indiana. That one's been there for a while. That's radar indicated. I didn't even look that bad on the radar. That's interesting. I mean, that doesn't even look that bad on there. Y'all heard that wind. Yeah, I was wondering if y'all were hearing that wind or not. Let me switch back over here. All right, they're canceling out some counties here on the watch. Oh, let's go back over here. Yeah, there you go. They're pulling away some of the more of the counties away. So you can see the counties are being trimmed away now. And we just hit 1,500 views today, guys. We just hit 1,500. Outstanding. And we had 117 likes, and we've added, what are we up to now? We were at 40. We've added 24 new subscribers today. Outstanding, guys. Yeah, the winds are really bad down here. I mean, what's so weird, you see this line? You see where it's doing this right here? That is a gust front. This is a very pronounced gust front right through here. There's no warning on that, but I tell you, there's a very serious wind gust blowing right through there. That's a very big gust front there. And I caught the town edge of it very badly. Yeah, there's a lot of trees across the street in my neighborhood. There was some very strong winds going through Hall County. There was no warning on that, but boy, it was pretty intense. Now, I've got these storms here from the south. I'm worried about these storms here. They're kind of coming north. This is getting very close. I'm right here. I'm literally right here where all 5 of these counties mixed up. I got these storms here to my south, so it's getting awfully close to me. And there's a lot of cluster of thunder and lightning here. So again, I hope I don't lose my power here. Again, I appreciate everybody checking out our coverage here. We've got some pretty good thunderstorms here moving through the Georgia area here for today. Again, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please consider it. Love to have you on board for future updates. Please hit that like button if you can. If you'd like to become a member, go ahead and hit that membership thing. Always good to have another member on board here to help support our channel. And I do appreciate everybody's broadcast. We've been on for about 3.5 hours now. Been tracking these things all across Alabama. I've not looked at this in a hot minute. Look at all the wind reports. Wow. Up to 139. Look how concentrated they are. This thing is really, this is a classic looking MCS display. I got to be honest with you. When we're talking about multi-cellular system, we're talking about very wind-driven systems. You can get tornadoes. They're very isolated when it does happen, but you get some very strong stuff. My wife's probably calling here. Yes, dear.
The electricity went out at Kroger.
Oh, well,
they had to reset all the 12/23/1965.
All right.
Old lady.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
I was just gonna tell you. Bye.
Okay. Bye. So my wife was down at the Kroger and the power flickered out. So, but this is a textbook setup here for what's called an MCS. So, and the thing is, we're going to probably see something like this similar again tomorrow back over here, but it could be its bigger brother. We call it a derecho. We could see that for tomorrow where we're talking 80 to 100 mile per hour winds, even more for tomorrow. Now, I'm not expecting that to roll into the southeast, but it's definitely something to watch here. Again, kind of watching the big picture here as this is kind of coming on through. This line is definitely, it's starting to pulse back up again. Remember what I said, these things tend to go through cycles, all right? So it was weakening a little bit. Now it looks like it's starting to strengthen again as it's kind of snaking here through North Georgia. So it's starting to pulse back up again. We only got the warnings down on the southern part of this, but these storms on the north, they're packing a punch too. There's the skies in Rabun County getting a little bit dark. Yes, I'm hearing it outside my door. I know you're right down the street from me there, Evil Queen. It is right down the road here. But this storm's really boxing out right here, and we're getting it right here in Brazelton right now as well. We'll see how things are going here a little bit. We're going to keep tracking this as it goes into. If this thing follows what the model data was suggesting, I think it holds its punch for probably another couple hours, and then it should start to fade on off there. So we'll see how that works out. All right, it's on you. Well, I tell you, you heard it outside my door. I know you're down the street from me. Still hearing a little bit of that thunder outside. Yep, there's that new warning. It covers my area. So I got a new severe thunderstorm warning. And Evil Queen, this includes you too. So here it comes. This is that storm coming out. Northwestern Barrow, northeastern Gwinnett, south central Hall, and Jackson County. You couldn't have painted a box more on top of me. Goes until 7:15. Severe thunderstorm was located over Hog Mountain, or 8 miles northeast of Lawrenceville, and moving east at 50. Gusts to 60 miles per hour wind. I can verify that. Heard that out the door. My dog is getting a little antsy. You don't like all that wind and storms, do you, Ollie? You don't like that storm, do you, boy? No. Come here. Let's show everybody Ollie. Let's show everybody Ollie. Oh. There. Oh, this is Oliver. This is good. This is my buddy Oliver. He's 13. He's a little bit of part Jack Russell, and he don't like the storm too much. He's acting a little scared a little bit. You don't like that? You don't like that storm, Oliver? No. All right. So interesting. Animals don't like the weather too much. He coming over to me like, hey man, I like the thunder. Yeah, there's a nice cluster of lightning that's coming right at me. This is a nice little cluster of lightning. Again, I'm right here. This is really close. So this is coming up near the Hog Mountain area, coming up right down near the Mall, Georgia. So it's getting really close to where I'm at right now. Seeing the worst of that kind of coming on in here. Yes, Oliver is precious. He's my buddy. I tell you, that Jack Russell, they're so time-oriented. I don't even have to look at the clock, and I can tell what time it is by what he's asking for. Whether it's time to feed him, time for his car ride, time for his cheese. He's very much set on what he wants there. Again, I want to thank everybody for checking out our channel here for today. It's been a successful broadcast. Again, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please consider it. It'll be a privilege and honor to have you on board here. If you are in the North Georgia area, I do want to ask you to please help support my local Facebook page. I'm putting that down in the comments section right now. I had to rebrand my page because some corporate entity, news station, or ownership in Atlanta said that I was using two words, which I cannot say and will not say, in my previous page title, which used to be down below. Now it's North Georgia Majestic Weather here on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel. And so I lost my Facebook page. So I had to relaunch that thing 2 days ago, and we're trying to get our numbers back up. So please, if you can help me out, go to that Facebook page. If you live in Georgia, if you're watching from Georgia, please hit that and do me a favor. Share it with your family, share it with your friends, because I'm telling you, I'm going to war with those corporate entities out of Atlanta, and I'm going to kick their butts. That's what I'm going to do. I just can't believe a billion-dollar corporation is going to spend thousands of dollars to send some retainer to some lawyer up in Philadelphia to have Facebook. And thank you, Harley Yaya, for joining our channel and spend all that money and freaking do all that crap. And here we have a new warning. I told you it looked like these storms were getting stronger again. And they are. Here's a new warning. This is for Franklin County, Stevens County, Habersham County. Goes until 7:15. Severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles northwest of Homer and moving east at 40. 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail possible with this. Yeah, again, look at this classic setup. I can't tell you this anymore. I wish I could use my wall, but I'm not ready to use it today. See how this thing is bowing out in here. Look at that. See that bow? That is a gust front of wind right here. So the wind's busting up this way. So Cornelia over to Toccoa, which you're going to see that winds really kind of pick up into that zone as this is bowing on out in here. Some very strong winds. We're kind of between radar ranges here, so I really can't use the velocity look, but I can look at the reflectivity, and I can tell that's going to be a problem there. So that's coming an issue. I've got it coming through. It looks like I think the worst of the winds have come through me now, so I'm looking better down my way. LaGrange, y'all just had the worst come through y'all, looks like. Yeah, LaGrange looking better down there now. Yeah, a little bit came through you, but not that bad. So you're looking pretty good. Oh, man, I didn't see it. We got 2 more subscribers. Thank you, guys.
This tornado warning has been updated.
So I appreciate you guys. It's still thunder and lightning outside my place. Peter just subscribed. Well, thank you, Peter. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. You're number 8169. You're bringing us up to 29 more subscribers for today. Hey, I appreciate you, Harley. Again, that's the whole story. Again, if you are Harley, if you're up there into Clarksville, if you're not a follower on my Facebook page, please do so. I did put the link down there in the comments section. I cover North Georgia, and you guys are right in that area, so please do. Hey, thank you there, Peter. Where are you watching from, Peter? Let me know where you're at. See, and this is the part of this that I really like. I love my chat ninja. What's great about chat ninja is whenever we're simulcasting on Facebook and on YouTube, I can pull up the chats from both, which is really great. And this is what makes it better over TV, is to give you guys personalized one-on-one service. Again, we're a small enough channel to where I can answer y'all's questions and do some stuff one-on-one with you. Whereas the big boys, the only way you can get a question is that unless you like donate them like $20 on a super chat or something like that. That's the only way you can get them to answer their questions, because they're just too big and they got too many people on there. So watching from Michigan. Well, Michigan, great. I appreciate you watching this from Michigan. I do a national weather daily, and I cover the whole nation. So I'm glad you're here on the Weather Nerds channel. And just know that I'm going to give the weather to you straight. I do not hyperventilate every event. One of the things I hate about social media that I see going on out there, and even the big channels are guilty of this, I don't like it sometimes, is that they treat some of these storms like crying wolf all the time. I don't like that, okay? It's summertime. You're going to have some very weather. Springtime, you're going to have spring. Don't treat every storm like the storm of the century, or no storm is the storm of the century. You know what I'm saying? Be smart about it. Best thing I can do as a meteorologist is to keep you guys prepared and to keep you guys safe. That is my mantra. That is what I like to do. I served 30 years in this country in uniform as a military officer. I'm retired now, so now I serve in a different capacity. I serve as a broadcast meteorologist, a digital meteorologist who has a passion for weather, if you can't tell. I love doing this, and I love sharing this and keeping you guys safe. So that's how we go. Got a new warning came out, but looks like this is not for Georgia. Where are we at? Back in Texas. Yeah, I started to get some stuff down there in Texas now. Ooh, that's a nasty looking little cell. Golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is for central Brewster County in southwestern Texas. Goes till 6:30. That's a nasty looking cell. Out there in no man's land.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
But look at all of those look at all those wind reports, man. Wow. You see all these black dots back in here? These are all wind reports, wind damage reports. Quite a bit of them. Look at all that. Oops, turn that down. Hello, everybody watching from Valdosta, Georgia. Hey, good to see you there. Welcome from Valdosta. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Roy, we're making a nice little run here. Man, you guys are making me feel like $1 million out there. I love when you always get that subscriber button going, man. I tell you, I get excited. I get pumped up about that stuff. And it ain't about the money. It really is not. I mean, I'm worried about, all I want is I want the channel to be healthy. I want it to be self-sustaining, and I want it to be efficient. And unfortunately, I don't write the rules for freaking YouTube. If I did, I wouldn't be having to do all this crap. But the rules are, you got to have an audience. You got to have a subscriber base. You got to have likes. You got to have thumbs ups. You got to have comments. All of that's got to be part of that. So whenever you guys add this is the thing, and I've read a lot about this. With all the new subscribers that we add on this broadcast, the algorithm remembers that for a future one. So it's a little bit easier the next time we have to do this. So you guys doing it now, not only help me now, it helps for later. New warning. Let's go back into this. New warning. This is for southeastern Coney, Morgan County, southeastern Walton, Greene County, western Teleford County, southwestern Oglethorpe, and northeastern Newton. Goes till 7:15. Severe thunderstorm was located over Brickstore to Covington, moving east at 45. So that's southern part of that line. As I said, going through the cycles, starting to pulse back up again. It's amazing. It's weird. When the storms were getting here, they weakened a little bit. Then they pulsed up. Then they weakened a little bit. Now they're pulsing back up again. So it's just kind of, typical. Hey, Kathy Lameson, new from Hendersonville, North Carolina. Glad you're here. And if you are a new subscriber, Kathy, thank you. And by the way, you can catch my forecast for your area on 389 Country. That is a digital country station, 389 Country. I do forecasts for those guys up there in your area. Hey, War watching from Athens. You guys are going to get hit pretty good there in Athens right now. You guys are getting real close. You're watching from the Athens area. Watch out. You got some very strong storms coming at you. You're going to see some very gusty winds like I heard out here, about 60 miles per hour. And you're going to have some lightning and some brief heavy rain. So watch out for that. You're probably going to see some power outages too. Actually, Erica, no, I don't think so. I think you for that new subscriber. I think you're going to have some rain that's going to come in toward morning. There's another group of rain I think that comes into the Columbus area for tomorrow. I think it'll be all right. I'd hold off. I think you get some rains tomorrow. And thank you for that new subscriber. All right, we're close enough now. We're at 8177. We're 23 subscribers away from 8,200. And for those who watch the channel, you know that I love even numbers. I'm a big fan of even numbers. So for the 80 of y'all folks who are out there, if you're already subscribed again, thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed just yet and you like what you see with this broadcast and you'd like to help us out for future broadcasts, consider hitting that subscribe button. Let's see if we can make a little push to make to 8,200. I haven't seen my cheerleader out there today. I think I saw him earlier. I think he's working. But let's see if we can make a push and see if we can get there. Like, hello everybody who just subscribed to us, who was 8177. Let's see if we can make a little push and try to get to 8,200. That'll get us 1,800 from our big goal of getting to 10,000 by 1 October.
How likely is one to get struck by lightning with the number?
Oh, I don't know, Julie, but you're back inside now. You're okay. Thank you for the subscriber. My wife just got back from the store. She said the power flickered out. There we go. We only got to get 22 more. But anyway, that's my push. If you guys can help us out. Hey, we got Bronson there watching from Augusta, Georgia. Hey, Bronson, how you doing? I lived in Augusta, Georgia as a kid. I lived there from 1976 to 1980. Now, Augusta, I think you can get some stormy weather, but the worst of it may stay to your north. It'll be close. It's very close. Obviously, you look at where the watches and warnings are right now. It's just off to y'all's east. Here's the big picture there. Let me fix the view on this real quick, as that's kind of gotten trimmed away a little bit. So again, these storms should begin to weaken, and thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. So Augusta, you're not officially in the watch box, but you're close enough where you might get some hefty thunderstorms there. So watch out for that. They may put additional watch box out ahead of this, going into South Carolina and parts of East Georgia. We'll wait and see. Let me look at the Storm Prediction Center real quick. Let me see if they've got a meso discussion on this or not. So hold on one second. Let me double check.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This is the name of the game. And no, they don't. No meso discussion for that. All right, so it's possible they could possibly add some counties to this if they seem necessary, but right now they do not have a push out for them to try to put out an additional watch box. At least they're not showing one right now. Not to say it might not change, but they're not showing it right now. Again, I appreciate you guys checking out the channel here, and we're knocking on the door to 8,200. If you want to subscribe to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Come on board, be part of the Weather Nerds family here as we'll continue to track this water. And thank you, Ward, for Ward 2025. Thank you for just subscribing. Thank you, another subscriber on there. Again, my Streamlabs does not alert me on everybody. I wish it would. So if you subscribe and I don't call your name out, go ahead and put your name in there and say hello. I love to say hello, like Bronson and Ward 2025. Yeah, I think the worst is over there in Gainesville now. Y'all are just looking at plain old rain now. So Gainesville, you're just looking at just plain old rain. The heavy stuff's moved on out. You got rain for maybe another 30 minutes, and then you're done. So you're looking better there. Coming into South Carolina, Anderson, we'll see. Again, the worst part of this line is right through Athens right now. Athens, I know we got a viewer from Athens watching. Again, watch out for that area. That's looking pretty good. I guess somebody didn't like me. They just unsubscribed. It says, that guy's too crazy. Oh, there's back up. Okay, I know what that is. Sometimes you'll sit there and you'll subscribe and you go, oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, I hit the button twice. I've done that before. I try to support the smaller channels. There's some storm chasers out there. The smaller ones, I like to subscribe and kind of support them, help them out a little bit, keep their count up a little bit. The big thing, like I said, for the whole reason why the subscriber thing is such a game is because the algorithm does not favor the smaller channels. It does not. Today, like today, when the big channels are not broadcasting and they're not, this is the opportunity for me as a small channel to try to grow it. Because tomorrow afternoon, and I know the two big boys are going to be out there broadcasting because they're looking at a derecho event out there in Texas. The storm chasers will be out there. If I was to broadcast the same time that they are, you guys watching would never know I'm even on because the algorithm will not light it up. That's how it works. So when we get weather like this, and I got an opportunity to grow the channel, I got to ask the viewership as the numbers are coming up for you guys to hit the subscribe button. And whenever the subscribe button starts flying, I'm telling you, if I could show you my chart over here, as all these new subscribers come on, the line goes up. That's how the game is played. I don't write the rules, but that's how YouTube plays the game.
You're not beating people to death over the
Not today. No, actually doing pretty good, actually. Let me swatch my microphones out. No, it's good, man. I'm getting pumped. I get juiced when y'all do that. I get excited. Well, thank you, War. I'm glad you like the smaller channels, man. I thank you. I really do. You know, I don't need an algorithm. And, you know, I'm not going to put in the, you know, I know the Max kid, he just graduated now. He's now an officially a meteorologist. But boy, that kid put in so many damn hours. I was like, man, I'm 54 years old. I could never work that kind of ass. I got a wife. I got some daughters. I got some other things I got to do. Thank you, Jen Cobb. Jen Cobb just joined us. Thank you, Jen. So I can't put in the kind of hours that he did. So God bless him. He's got his own little job now. He still goes over the top on certain things, but to each his own. And then the Godfather, and you guys know who the Godfather is. He found a niche that nobody was hitting. So he didn't have to do what like I have to do to fight to get the stuff because he got that audience right out the gate, and he's taken off ever since. And now he's got so many people. He's a corporation now. He's kind of got all these. He's got all these different assets and abilities to stuff. I couldn't even match that if I wanted to. So all I can hope to do here, if you wanted to ask me what my goal was for this channel, real simple. Like to probably get to, I don't know, 30 or 40,000 subscribers, to where whenever we do live coverage, we got a couple hundred on at a time. And I'm happy. The channel would be self-sustaining. It would bring enough money to pay for like the different equipment and stuff that I use. It would be self-sustaining. That would be my goal. My goal is not to be the next Max or Ryan or whatever. Those guys do their own thing. I don't care about that. So as far as YouTube's concerned, my thing is just drive down it's there. Now Facebook, that's a different story. You already know what my goal is there. My Facebook is to be the Ryan or the Max of North Georgia. That's definitely my goal. Alan Gonzalez, thank you for watching. Erica, right now I am not leaning toward going live tomorrow because, like I said, I've not had a lot of luck doing live broadcasts when those guys are on. I just don't get the audience. And then when the algorithm drops me, I never get it back. It's so difficult. And I'm such an emotional being, as you can already tell, that I take it personal, and I shouldn't. And I get down on myself. But on Monday, there's severe weather across the southeast and my neck of the woods too. And I suspect the guys will not be broadcasting on Monday. So Monday's a good opportunity for me to come back again on Monday. I'll play it by ear. I never say never. I might try it. Who knows? We'll give it a shot. But the big thing is, I think once we get over a certain subscriber level, we'll have a better opportunity. Just right now, it really is not the time. Samuel, you're watching from Vicksburg. Well, guess what, Samuel? My wife grew up in Vicksburg. She is a Mississippi Magnolia. She grew up in Vicksburg, Mississippi. So hi from Vicksburg. Kristen's talking big winds in Watkinsville, and yeah, you can see that. Look at Watkinsville right there. You get some pretty good winds, pretty good heavy rains coming in through Athens right now too. So some very good winds coming through there. Crawford, there's a new warning just came out. Let's talk about this. This is for Oconee, Morgan, Banks, Eastern Clark, Northeastern Jackson, Northeastern Wilkes, Oglethorpe County, Madison County. Goes until 7 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm is located along a line extending from near Banks Crossing over to Diamond Hill to Farmington, moving east at 50. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Thank you. 17 more to go, baby. We're at 8,200. Well, thank you for subscribing, Samuel. Appreciate that. And my Vicksburg wife says hello. I grew up in Vicksburg. Yeah, I know that. Hey, listen. Hey, look, listen. Let me be up front here, okay? Look, he does a great job. I want him to go back to school. That's the big first thing. As a meteorologist in the broadcast industry and stuff, I want him to go back to school and finish his degree. It will help him out a lot and keep some of the big meteorologists off his back. You know, he has done an amazing job. He's got amazing resources. He doesn't go quite as over the top as he used to. I think he's gotten enough negative feedback from other people in the business that he stopped doing it. But I've always told everybody, you go with who you feel the most comfortable with. Okay? Just make sure that whoever you pick, and thank you, Exotic there, just make sure whoever you pick to be your weather source is that they're trusted, they're not going to mislead you, they're not going to lie to you, and they're going to give you good information. If they meet that criteria, then go to them. If that person is who you feel the most comfortable with, I want you to go to that person. If someone doesn't feel comfortable with me, then please go find someone you're comfortable with, because to me, it's more important for you to get the information than it is to play a competition on who do you like and who do you don't like, you know? All right, so this is for northeastern Baldwin, southern Morgan, Putnam County, northwestern Hancock, southeastern Greene, northeastern Jones, Jasper County. Goes until 7:30. Severe thunderstorm is located on the line extending from Rutledge to Shattydale to near Turtle Cove, moving east at 35. So I know we had somebody there watching in Augusta. You got to watch that. This is close. I know it's outside that watch box, but again, you're going to get some gusty winds, some thunderstorms in Augusta. I think you're going to get that. Yeah, absolutely. He's a young guy. I think he's like what 32 or 33. He's also about 6'4", so he's got about 4 inches on me. He's a big dude. I know he's a big dude. I love his setup. I tell you, one of the things I hope to do with my setup here is I've got 2 monitors set up right here. I do need to get 4 monitors set up and a bigger desk. Maybe if the channel gets self-sufficient and then we're making some money to do some equipment improvements, I hope to do that. So I do need to get a 4 monitor setup here, a bigger desk, and I got to repaint my green wall over there. I'm not using it today because it doesn't key me very well today. It's not been keying very well. So, well, hey, Haley, just make sure you're following my Facebook page. If you didn't see the link down below, I'm going to put it in there again. I've been doing this all show long. For Facebook, because Facebook is my primary North Georgia Facebook channel. For that, YouTube is my national one, but I do broadcast on both. but please like my Facebook page. And because I had to rechange my brand. I used to be North Georgia, FA weather. I had to change that because some Atlanta TV stations owner said I couldn't use it because it's trademarked. They got a lawyer. They sent me a letter. They sent it to Facebook. Facebook blew my channel up, and I had to start all over again. So please like on Facebook, and please share that with your family and friends. YouTube is YouTube. I accept what's going on here in YouTube, and I will continue to build this channel slowly, and we'll get to 10,000 by October. But when it comes to North Georgia, when it comes to Facebook coverage over there, I'm going after the Atlanta TV market big time, because that particular TV station, who I will not mention, they made it personal, and I'm going after them. No, actually, he's not that young. Max is 22. Max is 22, but not Ryan. Ryan's like 31 or 32, I believe. New warning here. Yeah, Max just graduated. He's now a meteorologist now. Southwestern Warren, Hancock County, southeastern Glasscock, north central Washington goes till 7:15. Severe thunderstorm is located near Devereaux, moving east at 35. So that's the first one we've had down here toward the south. Yeah, and I applaud him for that. That's a great effort. I do love his nonprofit there. Very good way to give back. I mean, he needs to have that tax. I mean, he needs to have that as a tax write-off more than anything else, because that channel he's got literally generates millions of dollars now. It's a big, huge money-making thing, and the reach that he has to bring in the resources he has to help the storm victims. That's a big thumbs up. You'll never hear me say a negative thing on that. That was a very smart thing for him to launch. How's it looking down in Columbus, Georgia? I think Columbus, let me show you all this real quick. I want to show you this model data. Let me look at the latest model run here real quick. I was mentioning this earlier that I thought we were going to have some early warning storms. So let me show you this again for you guys overnight. Let's look at what's going on right now. This is 7 o'clock. So I'm going to show you the model run. Here's the latest model run so you guys can see what's going on. Again, here's the timestamps up here. Watch the timestamp up here. Here's the storms going through right now. All right. Now the storms will go off into the Carolinas, into Columbia, toward 10 o'clock. But then overnight tonight, we got some more stuff coming in. Look at these storms here forecasting back here across Alabama and Mississippi. This is at 3 o'clock in the morning. We're going to get some more storms to flare up across North Georgia. So it's a few. But Columbus, look at that, 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. You got some pretty good heavy storms coming down across Montgomery and Columbus. Some of this could be severe here overnight across Alabama. North Georgia, I think you're pretty much done with the severe once this line goes by. But central Alabama could see another little MCS form here overnight, drop down into Columbus, Montgomery, and then kind of dissipate out. So we could see another round of severe weather earlier in the morning here between Birmingham and Montgomery and coming into Columbus toward morning. So watch out for that if you're in the Columbus area. Hey, look, like I said, let the Godfather be the Godfather, and I'm going to be me. That's all I could say. Again, I applaud him for being. I call him the Godfather because he was the first, and he was the first to take something on a national level and succeed at it. There are a lot of people in this business, especially in the TV side, who are, I'm going to tell you right now, they're jealous to death of him. They hate the fact that he's so successful. They hate the fact that he's got all this money and all the resources, and they can do whatever the hell he wants and not have some news director or some consultant group or some ownership group tell him what he can and cannot say. So a lot of your big TV meteorologists, yeah, they're jealous the hell of him. So, but some of the stuff that he has done, I can understand. Again, I'm trying to look at both sides here. I applaud him for his success. I applaud him for his product. I applaud everything that he's done, his successes, and I wish him all the best. But at the same time, some of the things he's done for some events, a little questionable. And I can understand why some of my other colleagues get a little upset at him. So again, I can see both sides. But at the same time, you cannot tell me in the TV, you cannot be dual-faced. There's always just out for clicks and subscribes and all that stuff. What the hell do you think you guys do in TV? You're trying to get ratings. You're trying to get people to buy. That's why you put these big promos and all that stuff out. Viper 5000 or whatever the hell else you want to talk about. Don't play this dual face stuff like you're not trying to get ratings and trying to get people to watch your service. I mean, come on. It's no different in the social media where you're trying to get people to watch your product as you are on TV. They're two different entities, yeah, but don't sit there and discredit a guy just because he's successful and you're not, or they're taking your viewers and you're not adjusting to the changing media climate out there. That's what got me so pissed off when this corporate entity came after me. Ain't like I'm Ryan Hall. I mean, Jesus, I'm just a little guy up here in North Georgia trying to do a weather product, and they came after me. And that they came after me, they'll go after anybody. Man.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right. Anyway, get back over the radar here. Like I said, man. Look at all these warnings here along the way. This has been pretty much behaving exactly to what I thought we were going to get for this. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, well, I will keep trying to do that. Although, I think he's trademarked that word. So I can't use that word either. And I believe he is that the y'all squad. Just like the TV. He's trying. Now, what I'm going to have to do, my name down below, North Georgia Majestic Weather. I need to go trademark that line, just to make sure that nobody else decides to grab it and try to come after me again. So I've got to trademark my brand. So, ooh, that's some nasty looking stuff. Let's look up here. Seeing the winds and the rains up here across northeast Georgia. All righty. Really, I didn't know about that. I didn't hear about that. Weatherman Plus, a couple years ago back where his channel was doing a little while. I didn't know that. I attended a digital weather forum back here in December. And there were some TV meteorologists out there that didn't want to know that they were there. Because what's happening is you're getting these little entities that are popping up doing their own thing, like in East Tennessee, West Tennessee, me in North Georgia, that are popping up. And we're directly competing with the TV stations. And they're not liking it. And I really think that's where it's kind of going. New warning here. This is for Wilkes County, East Central Georgia, goes to 745. Severe thunderstorm is located near Washington, moving east at 25. So, that's where it's kind of going. So, I mean, again, I was completely floored. I mean, why on earth would a company that's worth billions would take the time, because of a 2-word trademark infringement that I supposedly was doing, would send money to a lawyer group up in Philadelphia to send me a nasty letter, and it was very nasty, and blow up a Facebook page that I spent $1,000 growing, just because they feel that those 2 words would identify me with said TV station, which is bull crap. No way you guys would consider me part of said station, which I will not say. And no way would you conglomerate those 2 words, which I will not say, with the ownership group of that station. That's what was in the letter. I'm like, no reasonable person would think that. Ugh. I'm definitely alive. I definitely have had a very energized coverage today. I'm a little more juiced up because of what happened 2 days ago. I mean, I literally was sitting there. I was doing my Facebook update. I just did my full weather. I just updated it. And then I got this blow up alert, this little thing that said copyright infringement, had a little whole thing on there. I saw the name on there and I went, oh crap, what the hell does that mean? And then I immediately went to my email and I saw the email address and I went, holy crap, you got to be kidding me. And then when I talked to Facebook about making the adjustment about getting my I said, well, can I do the rename and have you guys move my followers over? They said, oh, no, we can't do that. Only if it's the same name, because we don't know for sure if they come over and follow you or not. So I'm like, so I can't transfer them over. They said, nope, you cannot. So I'm like, wow. It just blew my mind. So right now, my Facebook page for Georgia, let's see here, just to kind of, I think we probably just went over, I'm sure we probably went over 1,000 by now. Let's see, we're currently, well, almost there. We're at 993. So we're almost at 1,000 followers. I had 11,200. So right now I got 1,000 back. Took about 2 days to get there. So I'm hoping, what I'm going to do on Facebook is I'm going to be getting, trying to get some Patreon and some GoFundMe going there to try to see if I can get a few dollars donated to do advertising. I mean, to me, it's like, whoa, dude, you only got $75. Well, if I only get $75, that's 750 new subscribers or new followers, because the advertising on Facebook, it's about 10 cents per follower. So if you get $75, you're going to get 750 new followers. So to me, it doesn't matter what the dollar amount I'm able to raise is going to be, because it'll bring me up closer to where I'll be. I can't spend the money I did before. Oh, really? He did get his channel back? I wonder what he was doing to get it back. Thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. We only need to get 14 more. Hey, can we get 14 more subscribers and try to get to 8,200? If we can, I'll love y'all to death. So if y'all can go ahead and roll that damn subscribe button up, let's get that. Let's push that thing to 8,200. That gets me to 1,800 to that 10,000 goal by 1 October. So if we can end this broadcast and get that to 8,200, let's do it. Oh, really? They did that to y'all? Wow, that's pretty sad. They blocked. I don't know. I still think some of these big TV stations and stuff, that I think their egos get in the way a little bit. And thank you for that new subscriber. We got 13 more to go. I think their egos get in the way. I think their self-resilience, and they kind of fall in love with themselves, and they think they got all this stuff that's going on. Hey, American Radio, lawyers on board. Yeah. I literally got a letter from a damn lawyer firm up in Philadelphia. Unbelievable. Blew my mind. I'm like, dude, all you had to do was send me an email, make a phone call. I would have made the change. I wouldn't have already been argued. I would have said, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I'll make that change for you. And there was no need to get a damn lawyer involved. There was no need to blow up my damn Facebook page. All you had to do was ask. But no, they had to make it personal. I'm still debating whether I should talk to a lawyer about them trying to intimidate me from even doing a damn thing. I don't know. I don't have the money to go up against some billion-dollar company. But I can make sure that they pay. And I'm telling you, my Facebook, North Georgia, I'm going to really blow the crap out of that thing. Oh, I remember that one. The Rolling Rock, Mississippi tornado. Oh, God, that was a bad one. Oh, yeah, that was bad. I was just getting started. That was before I got started. My channel launched on October of 2023. My mother bought me my computer. It's a gaming computer. It's a powerful one. As a retirement gift from the Army. So I launched it was my birthday and retirement gift. I got it in September 24th on my birthday. And I launched my channel on 1 October. So 1 October this year will be 2 years. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. And hopefully by the time we get to 1 October this year, I'll have 10,000 subscribers in 2 years. Now, everybody's been telling me, those who've done this thing for long term, say, hey, if you've been doing it for 2 years and you got 10,000 subscribers, you're doing pretty well. I'm like, well, I don't know. At the same time, I know that Max went from 250,000 subscribers to 1 million plus in a year. And I'm like, well, I don't know. But I also know that he was on all the damn time, and I just can't put in that kind of time. So, hey, first time. Hey, Mary Ann Nolan. Oh, thanks from the Jersey Shore. Hey, thank you for watching there, Mary. I do a national weather daily, and I do forecasts and stuff. So I only just do lives. I do weather discussions too. So you guys can get my weather dailies and stuff, and I'll keep you tuned, especially during the hurricane season. All right, good to see that things are calming down for you there, Sue. Outstanding. All right, man, we've only got to get 11 more subscribers. Can we get 11? Can we get 11 more? I don't know. 141 likes. We're doing great on the like count today, guys, and we're averaging 6 minutes and 24 seconds per viewer today. Y'all have been very good on the watch today as we've been tracking the severe weather through Georgia. If you guys have helped me out there on the Facebook page, I appreciate that too. looks like a lot of the weather discussion is shifting over to is starting to shift over to tomorrow's big, what could be a derecho event in the middle of the country. I am a veteran. Yes, I did 30 years in the Army Reserve. I was commissioned in 1993. I retired in 2023. I did 10 years on active duty out of my 30 years. I did 6 deployments. I went to Afghanistan and Iraq both. That's my career in a nutshell. Retired lieutenant colonel, 2 Bronze Stars. I had 3 MSMs and 4 RCOMs. So that's my military resume in a nutshell. Well, thank you for subscribing there, Marianne, and I look forward to serving you and helping you out in the future. Again, I like to tell everybody I like to be your own personal weatherman. So if you ever have a question or something, whenever I post something, please post it down below, and I look forward to helping you out there. Hey, we got our buddy Steve's in the house. Hey, Steve. Hey, let me know when we got that new website. This is our technical advisor here on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel. He also is our tech guy for our North Georgia Majestic Weather. He's helping to migrate the old website over to the new URL. So, hey, Steve, let me know when we get that out. Good broadcast tonight, Steve. We've added 49 new subscribers today. We've had over 2,000 viewers and 150 likes. So, a very good broadcast. So, everybody give Steve a big thumbs up there. Hey, Tyler, I was wondering where you're at, brother. 8190. We got to get 10 more, and we got 8,200, man. We're getting real close. We've had good discussions today, too. My Facebook page, here's the link. I'll put it down here on the Facebook page. This is for, again, it's a North Georgia-centric web Facebook page, but you can catch up my broadcast there. I just put it there in the chat. That's my new page. It's North Georgia Majestic Weather. And if you are in North Georgia and you get that link, I'm asking y'all, I'm dead serious here. It took me 58 days to get to 11,200 followers before the page blew up. Again, it took me 58 days. I do not want to take 58 days to get back that audience. I'm going to be a lot more aggressive on trying to grow this thing. I don't have the money to do it like I did last time. I'm spending $12 a day in advertising. It gets me about 120 new followers per day. That's the best I can do. So I really got to get a lot of you guys to help me out. A lot of cross-contamination, a lot of, I'm going to be sharing on groups across North Georgia. I'm going to try to get other people to share and get the followers going here as we're doing the subscribes here on the YouTube channel. But on Facebook, I really need to get that 11,000 back so I can do my own personal reset as quickly as possible. And then I'm going to start really pushing to go after the whole North Georgia market, because by next year, this boy is going to be the top meteorologist in North Georgia, all of Metro Atlanta. There's not going to be one broadcast meteorologist out there that's going to have more followers than me. I'm going to have the most. I'm going to be the top dog. They declared war on me. I'm declaring war back on them. I went to war, and I'm willing to fight them, and I'm going to. Whew. Getting myself riled up today, man. Thank you for liking my Facebook page, guys. I appreciate that. Actually, that may have just pushed me back over. That may have just got me over 1,000. Let me see. Oh, one more to go. Look at it. Check that out. Check it out. 9,999 followers. One more to go. We actually made it. That's cool. That's pretty darn cool. It'll pop in a minute. I'm sure we'll get one more here in a second. Hey, Raven, good to see you. Hey, thank you, Harley. I appreciate you. Get everybody going, man. I'm telling you. I'm really, folks, I hear enough stuff here across North Georgia of everybody saying that they feel that Metro Atlanta kind of ignores them, because they do. They just kind of lock on in the metro area and they don't really give a damn about the outer counties. So I've really been focusing a lot on that, and I really think there's a market there for it. So just as I'm doing here in the YouTube channel, trying to grow and having folks join us here, and we may not get the 10 this time, but we'll try to get it next time. Oh, you were 997. Thank you, Mystic Monkey. Thank you. So, hey, let's try to get to 10 more subscribers, man. I know I'm being greedy. I know I'm asking a lot, and I know we're getting toward the end of this broadcast here. But I do want to thank everybody here. Yeah, we just crossed it. There we go. See there it goes. We just did 1,001 followers. So back to 4 digits. So we only got to get another 10,200 to get back to what we had before. So, but that's in 2 days. That was in 2 days. The 10 here is I got to keep that momentum going. I got to keep it going every way I can. And just like here on the subscriber, you go, let's go, man. Get that subscribe button going, man. I tell you, I get excited. Y'all will get me going. Thank you, Amy. Amy G just subscribed with us, man. I'm telling you, let's get that subscribe button going. Y'all got that like we just passed 1,000. Your show's got 1,000 followers. That's good, man. Hey, listen, yeah, I'll do some cross promoting for you, man. I will. If you're on Facebook, you share with me. I'll follow you. I'll make sure that I start following you on mine. I have not gone through my follow list yet, but I will do that. I have not done that on the new page, and I need to do that. So I do appreciate that. Only got to get 9 more. We got a new warning here. I don't think it's into this area. I think we're going to get one here. I was just about to say this. God, I love when it reads my mind. I was just about to say I thought we were going to get a new warning here, and here it is. This is for eastern Franklin County, Elbert County, and northeast Georgia, Hart County, and Georgia. Now we're into southwestern Anderson and southwestern Abbeville in South Carolina. It goes until 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm is located along the line extending from 8 miles northeast of Carnesville and moving east at 45. So, and there's another one. This one here is for Lincoln County and central McCormick County. It goes till 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm is located near Washington, moving east at 30. Now, I think we have this one down here. I missed this one. Southeastern Hancock, Glasscock County, northeastern Washington, northwestern Jefferson goes till 7:45, moving east at 35. Now, one thing I am noticing with the speeds here is that it does appear that the speeds are slowing down a little bit. So usually that's indication of the storms losing their punch. And from a radar representation, it does appear that they're doing that. Revenge tour. Amen. Look, YouTube is what it is, and I accept what YouTube is. All right, and YouTube and Facebook are 2 different entities, and I'm okay with that. Again, we finish off today with 8,200 subscribers. That gets us close to that 10,000 goal. You know, I am not trying to be like the 2 big boys. I'm not even trying to get their audience like the 2 big boys. All I want is a self-sufficient channel, and that's my mission there, and that'll continue, and that's not changing. Facebook is a different beast because it's local. It's localized. You can localize it there. It's also highly female to male ratio. My female to male ratio on Facebook is 70-30, where on YouTube it's the exact opposite. It's 70% male, 30% female. So 2 different audiences there. So hopefully we'll continue to keep this growth going. What are we up to? What was our like count up to now? Last one we're up to 148. So we're up to 148 on the like count today. Well, good, really good broadcast. I'm very pleased today. You guys have made it very, very, very well worth our broadcast today. The 2 big boys, that would be Mr. Ryan Hall and Max Velocity. Those 2 channels have between the 2 of them 4 million subscribers. And when those 2 entities are on at the same time, which they typically are, the YouTube algorithm migrates everybody that direction. That's where they all go. So a small channel like mine gets no traction. Nobody knows I'm on. They don't see it. They don't know it. Even my subscribers who subscribe to me don't know it because they don't get alerted to it. So when we have the events like today, and I ask you guys to help subscribe, it's the only way to grow the audience. Now, we're starting to get some momentum where we're getting some return viewers here on a regular basis, which is really great. So hopefully, as we grow the channel. Every YouTuber I have talked to who've done this professionally have all told me the magic number is 10,000. You got to get it over 10,000. Then it starts showing, and then you kind of move into a different level on the algorithm. So that's why we're pushing so hard to try, when we have these live events and we get these opportunities to grow, because today we've added some 51 new subscribers. That's a good broadcast. You got to take it. So what you got there saying? When do we get past this weather pattern back to zero? Actually, that's a good question. I think next week, I think toward the end of next week, the models are indicating a bit of a bridge taking place in the middle of the country. So after the 15th, I think it's just going to be typical summertime stuff. This kind of pattern we're seeing here should go away. So I think by the time we get to next week, after the 15th, we'll see things begin to improve. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, thank you for being the guy to get me over 1,000. I got a long way. I got a lot of work to do. You know, the Facebook and YouTube are not the same. There are different audiences. They're different platforms. The algorithms work completely different. The one thing that's good about Facebook is that if you're saying, hey, I'm looking for Georgia, it's going to look for Georgia people, and that's what I'm going there. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. 8 more to go. We can get 8 more. Come on, man. Let's do it. I can't find a single person online from Oklahoma or Texas. Can you do a quick rundown? Are you wondering to know about for tomorrow? I can show you what tomorrow for your area is looking like for tomorrow. Again, tomorrow is looking very active out that way. Just to kind of show you. And again, this is one way I love to give a service to you guys is being able to answer y'all's questions. So we got this big moderate risk in here across Oklahoma and Texas up near Wichita. It looks like they're expecting an MCS here to fire up here. They got a mesoscale here. And you see this big orange. So there's a possibility. When I see a moderate risk there, that tells me they're concerned about maybe a derecho possible for tomorrow. So I got a new warning. Let's go back over here. Yep, I see the new warning. This has gotten up the Greenville area. So this is for northwestern Anderson, Pickens County, Oconee County. This is goes until 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm is located along a line extending from 8 miles northwest of Walhalla and moving east at 45. So if you're out there in Texas, if you're in that bullseye area, just watch out. You're going to have tornadoes. You're going to have some straight line winds. You're going to have a lot of that stuff out there for tomorrow. Again, we got this line now getting ready to pull out of Georgia. Things are looking better here, but moving into South Carolina. I know we got about 70 of y'all still watching. If you have not subscribed yet, please consider it. I would love to end this broadcast before, if we can, if it's possible. If we come up short, I'm okay with that. But if we can get to 8,200, we're so close. We're so close. I'd love to be able to go to bed tonight and know that we actually crossed 100 threshold, because that's how we kind of do the thresholds here, by the hundreds, because you're never going to have a broadcast where you get I've never had a single broadcast where I had like 1,000 new subscribers. It doesn't work like that. So if we could end it, getting another 50, another 8, whatever it takes, that'll be very nice. But new warning. Let's go down here south of Augusta here. Let's switch radars here. This one is for northeastern Burke County. And thank you for that subscriber, by the way. 7 more to go. We can do it, man. Southeastern Richmond County, southwestern Aiken County goes until 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm was located over, I think it's moving east at 25. So it's just south of the Augusta area, down south of Fort Eisenhower, just down Fort Eisenhower, actually. And thank you for that subscriber. We only need 6 more now. Knoxville. Actually, I think Knoxville's not looking bad here tonight. Nor am I expecting. You got some rains in the area. Knoxville's got a little rain there to your southeast, up down there to your Gatlinburg and Sevierville. A little wet over there near Pigeon Forge. But otherwise, you guys are not looking too bad there in Knoxville right now. Camera's down. So we'll see how it looks for tomorrow. Now, keep in mind, let me go back to this again. Now, keep this in mind. I want to make sure you guys are staying ahead of this for the next couple days. So, let me go back to here. All right, so tomorrow, like Knoxville, you got a margin risk. North Georgia is kind of a margin risk. Slight risk is moving down to the south. Here's the big MCS for tomorrow, maybe derecho with that. And then we go into day 3, that energy is going to shift east. So we're going to see slight risk. That includes Knoxville, all of North Georgia here in the slight risk. So we'll probably do another live broadcast on Monday for sure here across the area. Again, if the pattern holds that the big channels don't like covering the southeast, I've been more than happy to pick up the slack there. So we'll continue to try to find those opportunities to grow the channel when those two big channels are not on. When those guys are on, and I really need to consider perhaps even doing some morning coverage stuff, because like there was severe weather this morning, there's been severe weather some other mornings where I know they're not on. So, I need to pick my battles. I need to pick where I can to look for opportunities to grow the channel outside of the stuff. But obviously when there's stuff going on in my backyard, in my neighborhood, for you guys out there, please go. So we only got to get 6 more. I got a new warning. Let's go back to this one. Get a little thunder outside my door here. Let's go back over to Radar Omega. We only got to get 6 more, man. Let's see if we can do it. Let's switch radars here. It's not your winds. That's a little county here. This is for northeastern Jefferson County. Goes until 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm is located near Stellaville and moving east at 35. Hey, Raven, what you got? Here in Cherokee. All right. Hey, up there in Cherokee. I love Cherokee. Love Cherokee, North Carolina. Rain started 20 minutes ago. Thunder. Yeah, not too bad up where you guys are at. But keep in mind, Monday might be a different story. Let me get off that real quick. Talk about overnight. Okay, let's go and look at the model on that. I'll go ahead and look at the latest model on it. I'll talk about the overnight for y'all. Not a problem. So you don't feel good that you guys can answer me a question. I can put it up and you don't have to pay me for it. I swear some of those big channels, it's like, oh, they won't answer your question unless you give them money, which I know that's what they're there for, but I don't know. You kind of have to, though. I can understand a little bit because they're so damn big and they got so many people on there. There's no way you can answer everybody's questions. You can't do it. All right, so here's the, let me show the model data here. Let's go look over here at the model. So here is the overnight right now. I'm kind of focusing in on the southeast again, Tennessee, this same region we're kind of watching these storms. So this kind of moves on off, but we look like we got another complex of storms that's going to develop here off to the west, coming out of Arkansas and into Mississippi. So we're talking about this area back in here as we come toward midnight, all right? So this is the latest high-resolution model here. This pulls into areas of Georgia. There's still some storms coming across North Georgia. Now, this is a little more robust than what we saw here before. But we get some more storms here toward morning here across North Georgia. It's this stuff down here across central Alabama and into Columbus, I think, might be severe. So this comes on through and dies on off. So it looks like we got some stormy weather here still coming in at night across North Georgia especially. Oh, really? They had a mudslide in Pigeon Forge? I didn't know that. Did not know that. I heard a new warning. Where was this one at? Is it in the area we're looking at? Nope, I don't think that was in my area. Nope. Does not look like it. So we need to get 6 more subscribers. Man, I don't know. I think I want to stay on here until I get 6 more. I am not ending this broadcast until I can find 6 more subscribers to this channel. I really want to get that 6. I just have to do it, man. I don't care if I got to stay up till midnight. I gotta get 6 more. I really do. Or maybe I need to come on in the morning and try to get 6 more. I got to get 6 more. Well, I appreciate you guys. Well, it's been such a fun broadcast. We've had some great conversations, and thank you for that subscriber. We only got 5 more to go. Hey, Holland Productions, how you doing, man? Thank you, man. It's been a lot of fun. We've had a lot of great conversations. I know I've gotten a little energized today because of what happened with me with my Facebook page getting blown up by some corporate giant who decided that poor little guy working in his office in North Georgia was a big threat to some big TV station down in Atlanta. I know I got a little energized on that. I apologize for that a little bit. But when I see 155 likes over there, when I see 2,200 views on a 4-hour broadcast, when I see little monetary donations there and stuff, and I see that our account is moving in the right directions, it makes me feel good. Is it my drug? Yeah, sure, why not? It's a good thing. Not a problem, man. Thank you very much. And again, I love my chat ninja. I love being able to pull up y'all's comments and talk to y'all one-on-one. It makes it fun. Oh, that's all right. The derecho for your area. Let me pull that up because I wasn't looking out that far, but hold on one second. Let me get that up for you real quick. Let me pull this back out here. I think it was going to be late for tomorrow, but let me double check here. I'm gonna pull up the 18Z run. I think it was going to be late. Yeah, there it is. It's late. It's late in the day on Sunday. There it is, right there. Boom. All right, here it is. Let me show you real quick. I'm going to show you the duratio. Or it's again, duratio or MCS. It really kind of depends. But the fact they put a moderate risk tells me they're thinking possibly duratio. But let's see here. Here's the model data. So this is at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You're looking back over here. You're watching right here. All right. So watch this. This is where that moderate risk is for tomorrow. Here it starts blowing up. See it kind of moving down. So there it is right there. And again, this could change a little bit overnight. We'll see. It all depends on where that upper energy that's pulling out of the Rockies lines up. But that's it right there. Now, I will say from a high resolution model perspective, it doesn't look all that impressive to me right now. But they do have that moderate risk there for a reason. So they're probably going to have a lot of hail, probably some very gusty winds. And whether this is actual, honest to God, duratio, we'll see. It does show the indications of it. And there's some pretty good upper level winds with this. See how it's swinging around there? That usually tells me you got a pretty good jet push there. Boom, when it's swinging like that. And that'll swing into Mississippi. And look where it ends up going. Across Georgia, going into Monday. That's that slight risk that we got going into Monday. So that's that duratio that's going to hit out toward the west. That's what's going to slide into Georgia going into Monday. So whatever this duratio does tomorrow is going to have an impact on what this weather's going to do in Georgia on Monday. Hey, thank you. We got another subscriber there, Mystic Money. We got it, man. We got another one there. We only got to get 4 more. We're close. I got a new warning. Let's go back to that. Let's see what we got. Where's this one at? I don't see where that one's at. Heard the alert tone. Oh, there it is. I see it. Right in the middle. I think the severe weather for South Carolina is going to be on the slight side. So I think you're going to be all right. This is for Wilkes County and Oglethorpe County. Goes till 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm is located over Jackson's Crossroad, moving east at 50. So you're in western South Carolina. Again, you're under that slight risk for Monday. Again, I want to show you all that weather-wise thing here for tomorrow. There it is right there. You see most of South Carolina on that slight risk for Monday. So it will be very dependent on, well, I thought we had 97. Somebody decided to double click. Oh, well. Anyway, it'll really depend on how that duratio or whatever that MCS complex, how it develops tomorrow, and then how it propagates through. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Get it back in there. How it propagates for tomorrow. So we'll be watching this closely. I'll see how the high resolution models are doing. Here's the thing I will do tomorrow, regardless of whether I do live tomorrow or not. I will record a severe weather. I will do a live severe weather update in the morning, probably about 8:30 or so. So I will give you an update on what we expect. That is Amerithist 777. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being 8197. So I will do an update in the morning, so you guys can come back here and check out that update for that potential duratio tomorrow. And then we can also look at the models and see how they're behaving going into Monday to see how the southeast may be impacted on the aftermath. All right, we only got to get 3. Actually, we got to get 5. Now you might be asking, wait a minute, you only need to get 3 to 8200. Why do you need 5? Well, the one thing I've learned about YouTube is that typically when you do a live broadcast, you'll get a couple people that will unsubscribe. It's just the nature of the beast. I don't know. So technically I got to get 3, plus I need a 2 or 3 pad to kind of work that out. So anyway, we got Raven here. Hard enough to interrupt satellite. Pretty good downpour. Oh, you getting some pretty good rains in your area. Well, should be ending here pretty soon for you. Pretty good being my wife's cooking something that smells very good. So I'm looking forward to eating what she's cooking. It's smelling very good in my house right now. So we could have, no. What I'm seeing on the model right now is the duratio, if we get it, is with that moderate risk. You see it there above me, will be across Oklahoma and Texas. Whatever's left of said derecho will be an MCS. That's why it's only a slight risk on Monday. Now, with that being said, we got to watch the evolution of that system tomorrow to see how it behaves going into Monday. Or you might have a case like we saw today where we had a slight risk that went to enhanced. So we could see this yellow area possibly have a small portion of it turning back into enhanced area like we had today. So we got to watch that. Right now, I'm not expecting a derecho to come to the southeast. No. An MCS, yes, which is kind of its, little brother. But we'll have to watch and see how things develop tomorrow to see how it's going to be on Monday. It's just that time of year. This time of year, you're not dealing with a what we call synoptic, which is a big weather pattern with the jet streams and stuff going on there. What you're looking at is rocks in a pond scenario. Now you might be asking, what the hell does that mean? Well, it's real simple. When you got a pond and you throw a rock and you see the ripples kind of going out, and you throw a rock in another pond and you see the ripples going out, and wherever those ripples intercept and they bounce up against each other, that's where these outflow boundaries in the atmosphere set up. And they change from day to day. Therefore, your models are going to change from day to day, especially this time of year. So tomorrow, we're going to watch and see where the rocks develop, where they drop in the pond, and then we're going to see where those outflow boundaries kind of shift on out and go from Texas and to Louisiana, Mississippi, and so on, and to see how they interrupt, especially with the daytime heating and things like that. So we got a lot of variables there to watch. So I will have a live update tomorrow morning that I'll record in the morning, 8:30, 9 o'clock, somewhere in there. And then I'll have another one on Monday morning, and then I'll probably do some live broadcasts on Monday, depending on how things go. I didn't. Yeah, they were probably doing some. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. You only got to get 2 more. We got to get two more to get us to that 8,200, and then a couple for a pad. So let's see if we can get. Let's see if we can do that. If you have not subscribed, let's see if we can push that up. We only need to get 2 more. We only got to get 2. And we've got 161 likes. Wow, what a great like today. You guys have been awesome. Awesome. Makes this a lot of fun. Makes it very enjoyable. I want to say thank you. Let me just take a time out here and say thank you from the bottom of my heart to everybody here who's tuned into the channel today. Sometimes it's a challenge to do these things. Sometimes it's tough to keep the energy up. Sometimes it's tough to stay engaged and stuff like that. It's been a very engaging process today. It was a little slow to get the subscribers going, but once it started moving, it was very great. So I always feel a little humble, a little grateful and thankful for you guys coming on board here and watching our broadcasts and having a little fun and having some engagements and stuff. So I do appreciate you guys checking us out. And hopefully we get to do it again. And I'm really looking forward to hurricane season. It's where I really kind of love the tropics. I worked at the Weather Channel back in the late 90s. I worked with John Hope and Steve Lyons. And if you guys know anything about the Weather Circle, you know those two guys are legends when it comes to tropical stuff. And I learned so much from those guys. So grateful I had that 3-year period where I got to work with those guys. And I learned a lot. And I like to use that knowledge here when I do my hurricane coverage. And hopefully this year, like I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, if you missed it, we're going to have some guest meteorologists who worked at the Weather Channel, who I will not name. I cannot name right now, but I do have them lined up. They both said yes, they would love to do it. They may not do the whole broadcast. There might be, hey, maybe he covers for a couple hours, they'll couple hours. They're kind of retired, so we'll see what we can get with them at a future date. And I'm looking forward to having them on board. It'd be great to have one of those guys above me in the camera shot and talking tropical stuff. It'll be pretty cool. Well, thank you. I tried to do an awesome job. I tried to do my best. It's tough sometimes, but it's been pretty good here today, and I really can't complain. I mean, I could complain, but what good would that do, right? Yeah. I think I've been sucking on this beer for an hour. You know what? I honestly don't. You know why I don't? Because I was not here in 2017. I was actually over in the Middle East in 2017. So I don't remember that one. I do remember the 2011 one. April 2011, I was on active duty. I had a bad experience in the TV station, which actually was the Atlanta one here. And I was about ready to go regular Army. I had my paperwork ready to go regular Army. I was a reserve officer. I was going to be a regular active duty officer. And then I saw the super outbreak in 2011. And I saw all my colleagues doing the coverage on something that was just amazing to watch. And I wasn't ready to throw in the towel. And I didn't go regular Army. So I tried to come back in and do weather. And I did that for a little while, but once again, the same weather demon or the news media demons are out there. Ownership changes, news director changes. One news director likes you, the other one doesn't like you. And I got to the point in 2016 where I said, you know what, I'm too old to be bouncing around for this. I got daughters that get ready to go to college. So I went back and did active duty as much as I could until I retired. And so that's what I did there. And now I launched this when I retired from the Army. I needed to find a job. And like my wife will tell you, I have always worked like 3 jobs. I do have 3. I have a dental business, temp agency I run. I have this business that I kind of run. And I hope to grow with my North Georgia channel. And I take care of my dad. So I got 3 jobs that I do. And I've always had 3 jobs most of my life. I work my butt off. So hopefully we'll continue to grow this channel and make it self-sufficient and have a good audience like today. I mean, I have days like if every one of my broadcasts on here were like today, I have no reason to complain. None. So every new subscriber here on the channel, every new like we got today, again, my big thanks to you. We may not get the last 2 today, but that's okay. We'll get it another day. Hey, Sue, our son is a major in the Army Reserves. Hubby retired Navy Reserves. I'm an Army vet. Hey, Sue, well, thank you for your service from one veteran to another. Thanks, Sue. I appreciate that. Yeah. Neither one or 2 of my daughters would go in the military, nor do I blame them because their dad was gone way too much. But I tell you, my daughters, one thing that my daughters got from me is they both worked their butts off. And I'm very grateful for that. So anyway, all right, this is what I'm thinking. I'm going to stay on here until about 8 o'clock, I think. I'm going to stay on for another 24 minutes. We're going to see if we can get the last 2 subscribers. Don't know if we will or won't, but we're going to stay on for another 24 minutes. I'm going to watch this stuff exit the state of Georgia. And I want to thank everybody also helped me out on my Facebook page too. I didn't look at that number here lately. Let's see, we're up over 1,000. We're at 1,006. That's nice. That's moving good. So we got Facebook back over 1,000, and now we just got to work on getting another 10,000 plus back on that page. So hopefully we'll get there. It is, and that's the big thing. It's quality, and I like the words you use there: quality and knowledge. That's Raven. That's very good. Quality and knowledge, and that's something that I hope that you guys get from me. Quality product, and I do want to make it better. And I'm always looking for ways to better with the technology. And I think as we grow, and if I'm able to get additional resources, especially if my local product is as successful as I want it to be, so good quality, and hopefully giving you guys good knowledge. What I try to do, there's so many of these weather geeks out there. And they try to wow you with their knowledge and stuff like that. I try to simplify it and try to explain it in ways that, somebody who's not a meteorologist, doesn't have that background, understands. Now, I do have some folks, like there's a major in the Air Force, Major Carver, who comes on here. I got another weather student that comes on, and we'll geek out a little every now and then. We'll talk some techno stuff. But for the most part, what I try to do here, and thank you for that new subscriber, by the way, is I try to put the weather in a way that you understand, like the pond analogy that I use, the cape analogy that I use for gasoline. I try to put it in a way that you understand what I'm talking about, that I'm not trying to talk over you or talk at you, just try to talk to you in a way that you understand what's going on. It's got a new warning. Let's go check this out. Again, kind of coming into South Carolina now. So this is for northwestern Lincoln in Georgia. And then going into South Carolina, we got Edgefield County, southwestern Saluda, and McCormick County. Goes until 8:30 Severe thunderstorm is located near Bobby Brown State Park, moving east at 60. All right, we can get one more subscriber before we retire. Hey, thank you for sharing on Facebook, Diane. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're going to get that going. I'm telling you, I'll probably end up doing it this week on Facebook, Diane. I will get the Patreon and I'll get the GoFundMe going. Again, I don't expect much there, but my feeling is if I can get a little bit of money and I'm able to put it toward Facebook advertising, it'll make all the difference. I want to close that gap as quickly as possible. I do not want to take 2 months to get us back to where we were. I don't. If I could do it in 30 days, great. If I can do it half the time, great. But unfortunately, financially, I cannot put the money I put in before. I spent too much money to start that thing up the first time, and I can't do it again. Unfortunately, because I got a house repair bill I'm paying on. I just can't do it. So hopefully I'll get a little help from some other people who will appreciate the fact that a multi-billion-dollar company tried to take me out. And I hope they will, help support our effort. Yeah, I just hate the fact that they felt it necessary, that they couldn't pick up the damn phone or send me a damn email or something. It's just ridiculous. Ugh. All right. Like, oh man, all we need is one more subscribers, but we're starting to lose our audience here a little bit. And I understand why. It's getting kind of late, and the weather is kind of winding down here out of Georgia now. South Carolina getting in the pool here. Hey, before you guys leave, if you can, since we're on here still, if you do leave, just make sure you hit that like button. A lot of y'all are already subscribers because we've added a lot of new subscribers here, but please hit that like button before you go. We're averaging 636 on the watch. So please hit that like button. And if you have already subscribed, again, my biggest thankful for you guys, we have added, we started today at 8140. So we're at 8199. So we need one more subscriber to get us to the 8200. That'll be 60 subscribers that we've added in a day. And that is very good. Can't argue with that. Hey, good to see you back home. And there we go. All right. I still need to get a sound effect. I need to do that. I said that last time we had a milestone. I got to get a sound effect ready to play on here for the nice big applause when we pass the milestone. So here's my applause. Thank you, whoever that was that just pushed us up to 8,200. Thank you. I do appreciate that very, very much. And the reason why that's important, just so you know, whoever 8,200 was, and now you just pushed us to 8,201. The reason why that's important is because our goal for our channel is to get to 10,000 subscribers by 1 October. That's our 2-year birthday. So we're not a big channel. Our milestones are about every 100, so that when we get a new subscribers and we're able to get over a certain threshold, it's a big deal. So again, getting that one extra, because we will lose, I promise you, we will lose 2 or 3 in the days ahead. It always happens. And I never take it personal. It's just one of those things of being YouTube. So hopefully in the future, you guys will come back. And here's the other thing, one more thing, for those who've never watched the channel before. We get the opportunity, the YouTube algorithm picks up on this. So when we broadcast again in the future, it recognizes that. So it's all part of that algorithm. It's all about building your brand in the YouTube universe. New severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go up here and take a look at this. It's up in the Greenville area now. This is for northwestern Lawrence, Greenville County, western Spartanburg, northwestern Anderson, Pickens County. Goes till 8:30. Severe thunderstorm is located on a line extending from 7 miles northwest of Pickens and moving northeast at 45. So we're still getting that up into Greenville. Hey, not a problem yet. Catch my update in the morning about, like I said, 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'll probably do a live. I usually keep it to 10 minutes. I do not do the question and interaction stuff, but I do see y'all's comments. I just kind of do a quick update on that. We'll see how it goes for tomorrow. I will do another one for sure on Monday morning, and probably, depending on how things time out, I will do a live probably again on Monday covering the southeast weather, especially if those big boy channels are not covering. because they probably won't be. They'll cover for sure tomorrow. That much I do know. But they won't cover on Monday. I'm pretty confident of that. So we can kind of cover. I mean, we almost had 2,500 views today, which is very good for our little channel, and 167 likes. Y'all hit that like button too before y'all leave out of here. I'm still going to stay on for another 15 minutes. I'm not going anywhere just yet. I got to see how my ad buy did today too. Let me see how that worked here. So 108. Let's see here. So I've got a little ad buy on Facebook. And it is, oh, Christopher Bailey just became a member. Well, thank you, Christopher. Thank you for coming a member here. Again, I do want to start doing some stuff for you subscribers here, memberships guys here on the channel, where I will probably do some informal weather talks, more of me kind of talking to you like this, not so much in a formal weather geek capacity, but more of a kind of a personal one-on-one type thing. I do want to start doing that for the membership. We're finally, I think we're up to about 13 or 14 now on the membership side. So eventually we'll be able to, now that we start getting enough of those people on here, we can start doing that. And those little $2, that does add up. It helps. It really does. Thank you for joining us. Christopher Bailey just became a Brick Tamlin level. Hi, Crest. Oh, okay. That was from your husband. Well, thank you. Thank you, Diane. I appreciate y'all. So right now, I'm doing very well. My buy on Facebook ads is doing very well. I've got almost 300 new followers on $22 spent. So I do $12 a day advertised buy on Facebook. So to average 8 cents a follower is excellent. That's very good. That's 100% score as far as Facebook's concerned. YouTube is a little more expensive. YouTube, it's like 55 cents per subscriber, so I don't get nearly the bang for my buck. Yeah, we did hit 8,200. We did hit that. I would love to get one or two more just to have a little pad there, because I know we'll probably end up losing one or two. It happens. So I like to try to get a couple more before we're done here today, if possible. I don't know. Like I said, I think I begged enough, and we've definitely made a nice jump today. I cannot complain about that. And the fact that we've averaged the things that YouTube looks for, again, they look at the subscribers, they look at the comments, they look at the likes. We've had 169 likes today, the membership stuff, all that is all algorithmic figured in. And it does carry on to future broadcasts, because I have noticed as these broadcasts and these live events, whenever I get successful ones like this, it carries on to the next one and it gets a little bit better. So each one of these have gotten a little bit better, especially here in the last month or so. I think I've seen a marked improvement there. But yeah, Greenville getting hit pretty good right now. See it up toward the Greenville Simpson area. It's pretty good. They're probably going to see the same weather like we had outside my door here. I had that going. Yeah, 8 hours is going to take me to 5 hours of broadcast time today. So pretty good. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Let's see. Got YouTube here. Ah, hey, Diane, your husband just sent me a comment here. Said yes. What did he say? Yes, my wife Diane Bailey got me to. Well, thank you, Christopher. Thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. All right, we got to 1802. All right. Keep those subscribes going, brother. And hey, Diane, tell your husband thank you, and I appreciate your support. Thank you. Oh, got a new warning here. This one's to the south. This one's for southwestern Lawrence, Abbeville County, Greenwood County. Goes until 8:30. Severe thunderstorm is located along a line extending from 14 miles southeast of Anderson and moving east at 50. So again, Georgia's looking quiet, but again, Georgia, you're not done yet. Oh, she's going to Facebook now. All right, we'll go over there to Facebook there, Christopher. I still think we'll see some more activity tonight in North Georgia. You're not done with stuff. Yeah, I just saw that, Diane. He just messaged me. He said he just followed me on Facebook. And in fact, let me see if he comes up on the chat here. Let's see here. Let me say here. Let's see if he comes up. Yep, there he is. So there's your proof. He's number 1009. He's the last one on there. There you go. He's at, and thank you. We got 8203. We got our 3-pad. Yay! I'm sure, man, I'm sure some of you guys are watching. Oh, you're like, who the hell is this Spaz, man? He's a weather geek. Yeah, that's why the name. That's the channel name, dude. Weather Nerds. But I got excited. I got excited today. Today was a good day. My wife's going to be very happy that I'm happy that I had a successful broadcast. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm cutting all the BS. I needed this. I really did. After what happened with Facebook the other day, losing my Facebook page, the 11,000 followers, and all the stuff that came with that, to lose that page and to have it done the way it was done. And thank you to Miss Dodd LTC. Well, thank you. Thank you for being a new subscriber. Thank you for being an 8203. So I needed this. So to have a successful broadcast, to have all those likes, great markings here, good stuff, all these new subscribers here on the channel, seeing my Facebook channel, my new one, go back over 1,000, puts me in a good, positive mind. So I want to thank y'all for helping to put me in a better shape of mind, because I'm telling you, 2 days ago, I was pretty pissed. I was very angry. Still a little angry, as you heard during this broadcast today. But I was definitely, but hey, Mia, Weather, how y'all doing? Good evening. Welcome on board. I'd like to say hello to everybody. If you're a new subscriber there, Mia, thank you for subscribing to our channel. Thank you. I'm assuming that's Miami weather. Are you down in Miami, Florida, I'm assuming? I'm just taking a ballpark guess there. And if you are in Miami, definitely hope you'll join us for a hurricane season this year. I got a lot of good stuff here for the upcoming hurricane season. So I definitely need this broadcast today. So again, to every new subscriber here on the channel, if you're still there, I want to say thank you. For everybody that contributed some money today, became new members, again, thank you. And again, hopefully we'll get to do this again. We'll have an update tomorrow. I don't know if I'll go live tomorrow. Again, I will play it by ear. I won't say absolutely no, but I'm probably not leaning toward it. I know I'll do it on Monday. Monday I will do for sure on Monday, but tomorrow, like I said, I just get so mentally frustrated trying to broadcast when those big channels are on and nobody comes watch. It just drives me crazy. Ugh. Oh, you're in Virginia. Oh, your name is Mia. Okay. All right. Well, well, hey there, Mia. Welcome from Virginia. How you doing? Yeah. Oh, I can use Oliver. No, I'll get one. I will need to remember to do that. I will need to remember, because obviously our next milestone's 8,300. It's going to be a while before we hit that, but it's 8,300. So I will just need to get a sound effect and just have it ready to go in there. Have my I've got a damn library. I just got to go in there and find it and go get it. Oh, one of the funniest vendors is Vince. Yeah. Oh, dude, that guy gets into his stuff. Yeah, Vince is he will go off. He's also very protective of some of this stuff. He actually fussed at me once for using one of his clips on something I had, and I told him I took it down. I said I wasn't trying to be stuff. Oh, well, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for coming on board. I try to keep a good energy here. You know, my big motto on this channel there, May, just so you know, my mission is to keep you prepared and not scared. I'm not going to scare the crap out of you. Okay. I'm a meteorologist, AMS sealed, done this for 25 years on and off, got a lot of knowledge and experience, and just want to try to keep you guys safe and informed. And if we can have a little fun while we're doing it, why not? Weather can be serious when it has to be. And there we go at 8204. Thank you for subscribing. But at the same time, it's okay to have a little fun. But obviously, if there's a big tornado somewhere, we're focused. We're being serious. We're going to be dead on that. If it's our landfall hurricane, we're focused. But when there's times in between, we catch our breath, whatever, we'll try to energize. And great conversation. We've had some very good conversation here on the channel here today. Theater, right now with the above normal season, we got to watch and see how it goes. I know a lot of folks are very timid about seeing a repeat of Helene, but that was once in a lifetime type event. I don't know if we'll see another one like that, but just stay tuned. Keep tuned to the channel. I'll keep you updated. Here, Augusta, Georgia is finally getting in on the warning, but that doesn't look too bad, but okay. Anyway, this is for McDuffie County, Columbia County, Lincoln County, Burke County, Richmond County, that's all in Georgia, and then Edgefield County, southwestern Barnwell, western Acton, and southeastern McCormick goes until 8:45. Storms are moving east at 40, so these definitely have slowed down a little bit. Oh, well, congratulations on going to college and being a broadcast meteorologist. Have fun with that. I enjoyed it. Back in the day when I was going to school, we were still using C-band radars out there in some places, not the Dobblers. And I tell you, that was back in the day. But have fun with it. Learn a lot. Ask questions. If you can get an internship at a TV station, please find a good one and do it. Highly recommend you do that. Just know that the industry is changing that you're getting ready to go into. And my guess is for someone like you coming out of school, your first job may not be with a TV station. If you want to be broadcast, it could be with some social media or startup. That's probably where you may end up going.
Can I tell him something?
What's that?
Can I tell him something?
No,
Just real quick.
no. My wife wants to tell you something, but I don't know if you can hear
He
that.
has always been so passionate about weather. When he was young, before you had phones with internet, he would get up all night to check about hurricanes and weather. Always. He's always had that passion.
Thank you. The wife, ladies and gentlemen. No, keep looking for a college. I would say Penn State's a good college. FSU is a good college. Mississippi State's a good one. But you find your college and find your weather school. A lot of math. I hated statistical climatology. It kicked my butt. I hated that course. Love the operational stuff. I love satellite meteorology. I loved radar meteorology. Thermodynamics sucked. Calculus sucked because I was never very strong at math. But I made it, and you can make it too. So, my mantra in Costa was get the C next class, pass the class. That's all I cared about. I learned more operationally from experience than I ever learned in school. School will give you the basics, but it's experience in seeing one event to the next that gets you ready for being an effective meteorologist. What makes me an effective meteorologist is that I've accumulated enough knowledge and from different specific events that I know what to look for, and it's become instinctive. You guys who've watched this channel enough know that I have called out warnings and called out stuff before it happens because I understand what I'm looking at. It's not a guessing game. I know where the strong part of a line is. I know where I'm looking at a hurricane. I'm looking for specific things. So that knowledge is something that you gain with experience. You don't get it overnight. It takes a little while. And that's one of the things that the big boys, I mean, they have their moments, but sometimes they don't. I heard another warning, but where? I hate math, period. I didn't like it too much either, but I got through it. You're going to have to do math if you want to do meteorology. It's just one of those things, unfortunately. Got to do it. So, all righty. Let's take a look here real quick. So I'm reading this stuff here for tomorrow. They really are. Looks like they really are expecting that formation. Let me show this real quick before you guys go anywhere. I know I was going to shut down at 8, but I'm going to wait. I want to show this one more time. So hold on one second. You guys stay with me for a minute here, because I'm looking at some updates here from some of my colleagues here posting some stuff, and I got to use the 18Z, unfortunately. It'll be interesting what the 0Z says. So right now, they are expecting this thing right here to be a derecho. I'm looking at some of the storm direction stuff here. So what's the difference between a derecho and an MCS? Okay, they're both the same. They're multicellular storms, but one's got a lot more kick than the other. So this one's showing some upper level disturbance in there with a little low pressure. So right now, what they're expecting with this right now are 100-mile-per-hour winds with this. That's the big thing. Big couple of winds. So we're talking Category 2 storm-like winds here. So they're expecting this to be a big MCS here. And depending on where this thing goes, and this thing may go right into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So I know my buddy Dan the man out there in Dallas, he's going to be very busy. This MCS could knock out power for tens of thousands of people if this thing comes to fruition for tomorrow night. So everybody's going to be on. So like I said, tomorrow night, both big channels are going to be broadcasting because this looks like right now, based off what they're seeing on the model guidance and stuff, they're expecting this to be a derecho. Doesn't guarantee it, but there's a big difference between an MCS like we had here today with basically 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and a derecho that's going to be anywhere from 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. Big, big difference. So what we got to watch for us across the southeast is how does this thing behave? How does it develop? And then as it pushes off toward the east, it's not going to be as bad as it was. No, look how it's kind of rotating around there. Okay, as it pushes off to the east and it pulls into Alabama, whatever's left of this thing, as we go into Monday, and then we get the daytime heating, we're seeing the severe weather here from Tennessee, Alabama, and coming into Georgia. That's where that slight risk is going to be going into Monday. So we got to watch and see how this derecho develops for tomorrow because its outcome will dictate how the weather on Monday is going to fall. So we got to watch that pretty good here. Oh, got one up here. Yeah, just thank you there, Holland. I see that. I love it. We get a tornado warning out in the middle of nowhere. That radar looks pretty good, actually. Southwestern Jefferson, northeastern Washington, southwestern St. Francis. A tornado warning till 7:30, and that's got a little hook on that thing. Look at that thing. Wow, I'm impressed. Look at that. Inflow notch. Nice little flow on that one. Yeah, got some. It's broad, but you got a nice little rotation through there. We're going to see a few of those tomorrow, I think. Yeah, it's kind of broad, but it's there. It's radar indicated, but that's got a little hook. Here's your, looks like a supercell. You got your hail core to the north. Here's your inflow notch right there. Tornadoes right there. Let's see if the coalition coefficient's picking up anything or not. Maybe. It's radar indicated, but there's an inflow notch right there. That's a nice one. Thank you, Holland Production. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Yep. But that's a nice one. The only negative I'd say is that look how far apart the green and the red are. They're not really very tight on each other. So you're seeing winds on this side. Looks like 38 away, 31 toward. So it's very broad. It looks like a rotating wall cloud to me. It's kind of spread apart because I know we don't. It's not a dam. You're looking at what is that? Oh, wait a second. I'm checking the distance here. Yeah, it's too far apart. Yeah, that's just too far. It's probably a big rotating wall cloud, but it could tighten up. That's the thing. It's just like a skater pulling its arms in. It could spin up a tornado potentially. A little bit broad though. Oops, turn that off. It's kind of weird. You didn't have any severe stuff up that way today, but you got a tornado that kind of briefly spun up there, or at least a warning did. Well, I'd say St. Louis don't need to be hit anymore. They've been hit so bad this year. Really crazy. Let me switch off this real quick. Oh, you know what? Actually, let me do this. Let me get a power update here on Georgia real quick before I go. Hold on one second, guys. I want to show you. Let's do this real quick. Let's go to this. My stick and stuff. I don't know why it does that. That drives me crazy. Sometimes Radar Omega will shut down my thing when I was doing there. Let's take a look here. I'll look at the power here. Let's see. Power outages. Let's take a look here. State of Georgia. After that MCA. Ooh, hello. Yikes. 264,000 people without power in Georgia. That's 5% of the total. That's about what Alabama had. It was about 5%. 264,000 people without power across Georgia. Yikes. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good outage there. Luckily, I didn't lose power here. Thank God for that. All right. Turn this back off. All right, guys. That is going to do it. Well, Columbia radar's down. That kind of sucks. That's going to do it for me tonight. Again, look for my live. I'll have a live update tomorrow, 8:30, 9-ish, somewhere in there. I'll have an update for what we're looking at for that deratio. I don't know if I'll do live tomorrow. I'll think about it. I don't like not having an audience, and I hate the YouTube algorithm. It sucks. But I definitely looked to do one on Monday. Looks like afternoon. We'll have to watch for some weather across Alabama, Georgia again. With the daytime heating, we'll watch that. We'll do weather on that day. I will have live updates for both Sunday and Monday morning, so look for that. Again, if you ever have any weather-related questions, y'all can always drop that down below. Let me know, and we'll go on that. Again, thank you to all the new subscribers. Thank you for dropping us over 8,200. Thank you for the new memberships. For those who became new members today, I think we added 2 of y'all today. Thank y'all. Thank you for the donations. We got, $10? That's great. Thank you for that. And thank you for the overall quality of the broadcast. We had 5 hours of coverage today, and should be probably $10 in ad revenue generated today, so not bad. You guys have a good night, and we'll see you guys definitely for sure on Monday. I know we got alert there. Let me check real quick, make sure see where that's at, just for kicks and giggles. Love when we hear the alert come out right when we're going to go off. Let's make sure it's not in this area. Nope, it's not. All right, that's it, guys. You guys have a good night. We'll see y'all real soon. Y'all be safe. Have a good night.